Yo. What's happening, y'all? Another day, another you, another me. So yeah, today we're going to have Matrius versus El Matador at 1300 GMT, so in half an hour. Then we're going to have the Super 3D B match right after it. There's a bit of a gap between the next two games, depending on how long these games go for. There is one series from yesterday that I missed, Averley versus Nullis, that I do want to cast. So if there's time to cast that one, we'll set up and cast that one. But then we have Bachi versus Desive at 1800 GMT. So we've got a lot of gamers today. It should be a lot of fun. Should be a lot of fun. But for now, for the pre-game show, we're going to be taking a look at Kavoth's Oranos. He's currently playing on ladder, and I want to make fun of him. So let's jump over and take a look. Oh, dearie me. Why is this saying... It should be saying the other one that's coming out. Anyways. Mythology. Never, ever finish your Japan trip. Always Japan trip. Okay, so Kavoth there playing Oranos against Aizmato's Frere. You really don't have to be a hurry in this one to really get anything done. All you have to do is make sure that these middle town centers don't ever get grabbed. And then you're kind of good to win this game. Because you're going to be able to set up sky passages and oracles all across the map. There's a really nice gold mine back here for Aizmato, but you're not even worried about if this gold mine gets taken. You've still got a nice way to play where you're just taking full map control and running around the map and causing problems everywhere with sky passages everywhere on this map. Frere, I used to think that Frere was... We are seeing this is kind of a mistake from Kavoth. Prometheus in this matchup is generally incorrect. But we'll see. He looks like he's going for a talent center. Yeah, this is generally like the way to make Oranos look like a really, really weak god. Because you go for a boom on a map that you basically just forfeit all of Oranos's strengths. You got to get charms from real Meekles. True. The food, yeah, food in Japan is amazing. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, this looks like it's going to be a fast second town center from Kavoth. It plays into the Frere really, really hard. And you throw away all of your map control advantage. It's sort of like playing... it's sort of like... Wait, what's it like? Let me think. Because it's kind of like playing Egyptian going 2TC in this matchup. To some degree. Except worse. Anyways, he's going to be going for his Valors and he's going to be going for his Town Center. The one good thing about playing Arano's 2TC is that you can always take your back Town Center and it doesn't really matter if there's nothing on it. You don't have to care because you can just stick a Sky Passage over here or you could stick a Sky Passage over here and then all of a sudden you're able to get yourself some gold or some food. It's not a big problem. This thing is still broken on my thing. It's really annoying me and I don't know how to fix it. What if... What if I refresh? It's just not working. It's just really annoying. My chat thing is just not working. What can you do? If I click here, is it working there? Doesn't look like it's working there either. What can you do? It's working there though. It's working there. Hey, Dr. Anders. Yeah, we're watching stuff live at the moment. We're always live. What are you talking about? What if I do it like this? Oh, that's not what I want. Oh, well, I'm not going to try and fix it now. I'm just going to be annoyed at it. All right, so 2TC, Town Center's up over here for Izumato. He's scouted. He's putting everything down. And this is sort of what I mean. It's like if you're going to play like this, you are making this game very tricky for yourself. But I guess we'll see if there's a plan here. Kavoth definitely doesn't play this game without plans. So a 2TC against this, maybe his plan is to just get the Sky Passage shenanigans going and just try and force a lot of mistakes out of the Frere player. Lots of oracles to come through. One of the best things you can do with the oracles is you can just drop them through a Sky Passage to set them up even quicker. So if you've got a Sky Passage over here or a Sky Passage over here, send the oracle over here through the Sky Passage in onto this spot, then it can walk over to the corner and you're sort of good to go. Oh, this game is live. They're currently playing. I think I might be about 5-10 minutes behind them, but yeah, they're going for it. Yeah, at the moment, I just can't comprehend what the actual plan here is for Kavoth. A couple of units, Hero Mamillos running around. I mean, going in for a whole bunch of like Satyr for some sort of a timing. Playing for the Mythic Age through Hecate kind of makes some sense. Drop like a Tartarian Gate down on the front, Underworld Sky Passage into the back, attack their main or something. Okay. Come over and kill off this house. Makes some sense. I'd love to see these oracles. He's got a lot of them now. He's got 6 already. 7? Yeah, he's got 7 because one's a hero. But you want to try and get as much line of sight as you possibly can. On the outside of the map is just for your favor gen. But if you can get them like playing, like role playing a little bit more like the Egyptian obelisk, it's really, really nice. Of course, they're more risky. Your opponent can snipe them. But if you've got sky passages in good positions, you can just pop through and defend the whole thing. But Izamato for the moment is complete. I think I would be completely fine with this position from the Freya. This is like a, you got to be very, very happy. Very, very happy here. Thundercloud sure won't really help that much. He sees this gold mine, but I imagine this gold mine over here is the one getting grabbed. I'd be surprised if there's not a wall here as well. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, there's no way to really pressure this. In fact, on the back here, Izamato can go a third town center soon. You have just given the entirety of the map over to the Uranos player, but in the end here, we're not really... The Freya's game plan here doesn't care about map control. All you care about is get your Mythic Age in as safely and fast, as safely and as economically quick as possible. So you're like trying to be in a competitive state, economically speaking, get your upgrades in, make sure you got your military out, and just survive. And then that's where the Uranos will fall off. Though I'm actually not 100% sure how it plays out if the Uranos player goes Hecate and makes Lampedes as their like ultimate late game sort of army, if that's where this is going to go, which probably could be a perfectly reasonable way to go here for Kavoth. You could also go Dryads as well as another option. Dryad, Lampede, makes some sense. This is not a fight here for Izamato to be taking. I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to do. Really? I like the taunt here with the Tempest. That actually makes a lot of sense. That's brutal. All right. All right, Izamato. I see you. Huge mistake from Kavoth. But he gets the Tempest out. Like, the mistake from Kavoth was just throwing all of his units into the Rock Giant. But, man, that was brutal. That was such an insane usage there. But it's just, it's more of like an equalizer here, or a thing that buys Izamato a little bit more time to get his text through. Sky passages down to the bottom. Again, I'd love to see all these sky passages have an oracle close to them. So you can just, I mean, he's got this oracle here, I guess. But like, if he had something over here as well, he could just, something over here as well. He could be in a good spot. But yeah, like I said, I think this is probably the worst possible way to play this matchup from Kavoth's side. How often do you see a taunt used well? I don't know. I don't know if that was just Izamato getting lucky or what there. But at the moment, Izamato's got a very, very healthy amount more units than Kavoth has after that one god power. And he's got to sort of forced to use his god power kind of in a lackluster way. Like upgrades coming through. Contarius on the way. Kavoth's still kind of completely fine here, I guess, but he does have to stop taking huge damage and actually get some favor spent. No villages on wood with 70 favor in the bank makes things a little bit tough. He gets a... This is a big timing, I guess, from Izamato. You're going to see the ram get taken out. Yeah, I mean, you can't really comment on Uranos' strength when the Uranos player plays like this. I don't know, like, what even is this? Throw their entire, throw like half your army away to the heroic age god power. Play 2 TC versus Freya on open map, on open savannah. Go Prometheus versus Freya. All of this stuff is like as wrong as it gets. But yeah, Izamato is playing very, very nice. I think he probably overcommitted just a little bit, but he did manage to limit a whole bunch of stuff here, so maybe it was totally worth. I'm just going to grab this gold mine on the back. A third town center, massing up to full pop, still just playing defense on the entirety of this side of the map. It's probably the way to go. Get stone walls. Does he have those? He doesn't have stone walls, which is a mistake, and also he needs to wall off the bottom of this side as well. That'll prevent the sky passage into your main problem, which is a problem, right? Like if there's a sky passage over here, all of a sudden you just pop through the sky passage with 5 Contarius, and now we're attacking this while also defending. Do Contarius beat the Jarls here? I don't even know if they do. At this point, realistically, the Satyr are a really, really nice addition here. Obviously not that great versus the Jarls. Izamado's Godier in a good spot as the Contarius can get through that. And I guess once the Godi go down, then the Satyr have full reign on everything else. And while Kavoth's taking some damage, Izamado is losing a ton here. And this is not the game plan for Izamado here. Izamado should be just playing full map control, right? Like that's, and just sitting back and waiting, getting units like Huskull, Throwing Axeman, Rock Giant, Herdman are like the only units you really want. I don't really understand Jarls in this matchup, but maybe they're okay. Third town center for Kavoth. He's still got a little bit of hunt left on the map. But, I mean, even so, like, there's been a bunch of hunt up here for Izamado to grab. He's still on food. He hasn't had to throw farms down, which is really, really, really good for the Freya. Now, luckily for... nice little chaos here. Luckily for Kavoth, he had all of his... Or smart for Kavoth, he has all his villages on the town center, so that's going to go up. Chaos and Gul'an Bursty cast. These guys should just retreat into a sky passage and go elsewhere now, but wow, he turns on the Gul'an Bursty. There's so much loss there. Oh dear. I wonder if there's a way to sneak around the back and put a sky passage here and then steal this town center. Probably is. Or at least steal this food. That'd be naughty. I don't know if Kavoth knows it's there. He should, but... How many military buildings does he have? This is always something. When you're booming with Atlantean, often what ends up happening is you get so much more income than your opponent, but your army feels a little bit on the weaker side. You have so much more eco that it doesn't matter. But you're not able to get the units out fast enough because you don't have the military buildings. You kind of need to go up to something like 15 to 20 military buildings. Now these Contarius raids will get unleashed. Is he just going for the town center? I actually like that play. That's really smart. Is there anything on this? And he is going heroic age here. These Contarius... Are there enough here? I don't know if there's enough. Just pop the villagers out and repair. Yeah. While you come over with all your herdmen. Oh, I like this. Portable rams over there. Helios can't be right. There's no way Helios is right. Dude, I honestly think Kavoth has made this game as hard as he possibly can from his minor god choices. Like, it's Oceanus, Thea, Hecate for this matchup, right? This is live. We're starting our Champions League series in 10 minutes. Champions League starts in 10 minutes. Why not Chaos? Well, Chaos is fine. You could go Chaos in a 1-town center idea when you're going for the gold staff. But if you're playing like a 2-town center idea, like Kavoth is, just doesn't really make sense. Like you want to be playing for the really, really strong late game army, but it might obviously still work here. I mean, Kavoth is still he's very far in front on everything. But again, like look at this, he's gotta get those units out. And now Mythic Age hits for Izamadu. He gets all of his upgrades in. I actually wouldn't be surprised if Izamadu wins this game. Yep. Good usage of this. If he dropped it onto the town set, if he dropped it directly onto the town set, he would have denied the Mythic Age. He would have denied the Mythic Age. How many military buildings? He's got 10. It's just like, he's got so many resources. It's just not enough. That's what I'm talking about. Where you need to go up to like 15 plus military buildings as Atlantean. Because you've got the resources, you just don't have the production to get them up. And now there's no Tartarian gate to like distract Izamadu at all, and Kavoth is gonna have to play the most scrambly catch up here. Vortex is not powerful without military, no. Oop. And there's going to be all these upgrades in. By the time Kavoth like sorts all of this out and catches back up, which he might be able to do. He also might not be able to do this. But by the time he gets all out, this will be full champion. Is this Izamadu's got his armory upgrades as well? Yeah. Couple of Vilpix is going to be somewhat nice. But I don't think Izamadu needs to care. I'm surprised he hasn't grabbed this town center yet. Just sending over like one Hersa. Get the town center up. Obviously it doesn't know there's a unit there. Send a Berserk over there and then you send a Hersa over afterwards to kill off the thing. Oop, picks off the Ox cart getting the upgrade there. That's always nice. Sometimes your opponent just completely forgets that that's happening. Alistair. Wait, is Kavoth just gonna let this die? I guess he can't really run in here and deal with this, can he? I think he's legitimately lost here. Oh dear. Poor Kavoth. Poor Kavoth, the strongest god in the game. Can't beat the weak Norse gods. Too much. Oh, okay, attack the main base. I like it. Every little distraction. We have to set up for Champions League here soon. I didn't expect this game to go this long. I was like, oh, they're playing on Savannah. We'll watch Kavoth win in 12 minutes. Maybe he can bring it back. I don't know. I don't really understand what Hilliard is in this one. Like the stronger Arcus is kind of it. Maybe he can go into, he doesn't have a temple. Maybe he can go into Hecagigantes or something. Why is Izamadu making throw an action? They're just a really good unit. Kavoth is playing cockroach mode. I gotta speed this up because we gotta go into the next one. Well, we gotta get prepared for this was the pre-game show, guys. Are we gonna see a complete base swap? He's got all the farms set up. Just grab those. Oh, okay. Can Kavoth bring this back? He does not deserve to win this game in the slightest. Can he figure a town center over here? Oh, Berserks though. Love it. One Sky Passage, please. Good sir. It's 60 bills to 100 though. Oh no. Okay. Another Tempest. He's got this town center coming back up. Oh my god. Literally just like spread out everywhere on this map. Okay, I can't even follow it anymore. Izamato might be out of gold. Oh, he's still got a little bit left. He's still got a little bit left, but he needs to start a trade route. Okay, Kavoth is going to win this game. But he does... maybe he won't win the game. I don't know if he can kill the army. Oh, God. Okay. Just keep trimming the army down. Kavoth's got no gold. Kavoth's going to be gold. He's got this gold mine. There's one here as well. But they need a mark. He needs a mark. Oh my god. This game is actually cooked. Alright, now both players have got no gold. But one player's army is just significant. Look at this army. It's gigantic. Okay, and the game's still going on. So they haven't finished it. We're going to have to move over to the Champions League. I'm not going to be able to finish this one. Okay. Mass temples for Prometheans. Oh no. How much does wood sell? I mean, at least you can sell food. Sell the food for gold. 0 town centers in a dream. Okay, Arcus Promethean in the Mythic Age. We got 3 minutes and then I have to jump out of here and we got to get the Champions League started. But he's on a gold mine. He's got 1 market up. Has he started the trade? How is Izamato not starting trade at this point in the game? I don't understand. Okay, random citizens on the corner here for Kavoth. Surely resign here. Come on, I gotta get into the other. Okay. All right, citizens caught, but sky passage run. Is there a sky passage you can jump into over here? There is one there. All right, I gotta jump out. I don't think I can. I don't think I can finish this game. This was the pre-game show though. I hope you guys enjoyed. This is a nice little get start for our Champions League game. We've got Izamato, not Izamato. We've got Matrius and El Matador about to play, so we're gonna jump over to that. Hey, Kavoth, could not have seen a worsely played game of Uranus if I tried. Oh my god. All right, let's jump over onto this one. Yeah, you can't be messing around like that, Kavoth. You gotta be sorting your shit out. I like it though. You gotta make everyone think that your Atlantean's bad, so that when you pick it in tournament, they're not scared. I think I understand. Okay, map drafts. All right, let's get this show on the road, guys. 1. Maps, gods. Okay, 2. And I got to come over here. Matador. Matrius. Update. Do you know anything about... No, I know nothing about rental girlfriends. Sorry. Alrighty, we got ourselves a draft. Living the dream. All right. Now, I could be wrong. Wait, who's on which side of this draft? Am I going crazy? Hold on. Who's on the left side? Who's on the right side? Oh, Matrius is on the left side. Okay, so Matrius, Flipperoonie, update. I believe this is the draft. I could be wrong. Let me just double check. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, so Matrius first picks his Poseidon. El Matador grabs the Tsukiyomi as his first pick. Then Matrius picks up his Isis. El Matador goes for Susanoo and Uranus. No surprises there. Grabs the two best gods. And then Matrius grabs Freya Kronos. El Matador then picking up the Chinese with his new Warren Shenong. Then we've got Loki Zeus from Matrius. I think Matrius probably got every single one of his prior picks here in this one, with the exception of Tsukiyomi. Because these are the gods that Matrius plays. He is not a meta slave. He plays the gods he wants to play. El Matador, on the other hand, I think he's gotten all the gods he wants to play as well. So no real problems for either of those guys with their little matchup. Don't know what they're playing first. I better change this. Yes, we're still in the best of 5 sort of series shenanigans at the moment. The only best of 7s we have in this tournament are for the losers finals and the finals on the very last day. Everything else is best of 5. Where do you find the standings? If you type exclam standings. Actually, I can show you the standings right now, can't I? Before we jump in. Let's do that. So this is where we're currently at. We're watching today the Loki division. El Matador is 2 series wins. Matrius has 0. So this next one will give him 1 series win. Now, unfortunately, Minietti and Mosca are both yet to play their series, and whoever wins that one will go up to 2 wins. Whoever loses will stay on 1 win. So even if Matrius wins this series, because he lost to both Mosca and Minietti, that will mean that they will both basically be Matrius is basically not through. But yeah. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. I'm just obscure, you legend. Let's jump back over the draft. Alrighty, so we are going in onto the map Elysium, as our first matchup is a matchup we just watched for the pre-game showdown. And now a little certain someone is going to show us how it's done. We've got Uranus versus Freya on the map Elysium. Living the dream. Oh, this is going to be some fun. I am very much looking forward to this matchup. Especially on a map like Elysium. Super open, really, really good Uranus map. Really good for controlling the map and all that other good stuff. Matrius, he is an amazing Norse player, though. He's one of the best defensive Norse players out there. Just on the fact that he has a wealth of experience from having to play Legacy Norse, which was an incredibly defensive sort of thing that he sort of created, like to try and deal with the Egyptian menace and the Greek menace, and everything was a menace to Norse back in the day. So we'll see how this one's going to go, but we're just waiting for the guys to click in and get started. They've already picked their gods, and they are now off to the races. So we are going to be off to the races soon as well. Yeah, so Matrius ace picked Poseidon. I think he just wanted to play Poseidon. I know Matrius probably knows that he's not got... it doesn't matter. This series doesn't matter that much, so he's just trying to have some fun, is my guess. But, yeah. That be the situation. Great Susano free fall Oni video. Thanks, man. I had some fun the other day. I played a lot of really fun games yesterday, actually. We had the Oni one was not yesterday. It was a few days ago. But I had a lot of fun games yesterday. I was making every different unit under the book. I want to point out that El Matador's draft is all DLC gods. Because, you know, Aranos and Gaia, they're also DLC gods from the original. He's got two Japanese, two Chinese, so two Titans, two, what's it called? What did they call it? Immortal Pillars, and two, something Spear. I can't remember what this one's called. What's it called? You guys want predictions? All right, let's do. I don't have it. Give me a second. I can do it. Give me a second. Wait, is someone else doing it for me? No one's doing it for me. All right, you guys go for it. Heavenly Spear. That's what it's called. Heavenly. 2 Heavenly Spear, 2 Immortal Pillars, 2 Titans. Wild. How do you say Heavenly Spear in Japanese? I don't know. Tengoku no Yari. Come on. I think it's Tengoku no Yari. That could be right, actually. I'm getting good. That could be right. All right. Let's get this first game going. Natrius, Matador, Champions League, group stages, all the good stuff. Let's go. Alrighty then, in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Frere for his final appearance in the Champions League Season 4. His name is Matrius. His opponent today, currently 2 wins up in his group series, currently leading Group D, the Loki division, not the Uranus division, the Loki division. It is Matador from the NOC team. Alrighty. So we are on the map, Elysium here. And I'm pretty excited to see Matador's Uranus. I know he's probably one of the best Uranus players, and nobody really knows about it just yet. But he is an absolute menace, incredibly good at this game, and honestly, Uranus suits his playstyle to a T. Take a look at the relics up here. We've got the Dwarven Horseshoes, going to be boosting up that movement speed plus 5%. Over here, we've got ourselves the Archimedes' Ledger, which is population usage -1 there for the siege. Over on the right-hand corner, there is the System of Bast, which is going to be -15% there for villagers cost. And we've got Ship of Fingernails, a nice one, plus 0.5 food per second there. Alrighty. So, let's talk a little bit about history here. Matrius, his first main god, I believe, was Thor, funnily enough. Everyone knows him for his Poseidon, but I do believe he played Thor as his first main civ. He played Norse, but Thor was his god. I could be lying about this. But anyways, Thor was his god. He then moved over to Poseidon and became one of the best in the world. After he started dominating everyone with Poseidon, he did add Loki back into his like tool belt. Now in Legacy, there wasn't any there weren't many god restrictions, and they started slowly seeping in. So we started seeing things like no repeat gods that you've won with. So if you won with Poseidon, you couldn't then pick Poseidon again in the series. So the players did have to start adding in some extra gods. And then we saw you're only allowed to pick a god once. So you could still pick whichever once. You needed to have, say, for a best of 5, you need to have 5 gods prepared to play. And now obviously we have the draft system, which is effectively you probably need to prep around 10 gods to have a good shot at a tournament, a victory, right? Maybe even more, maybe like 12 gods or something like that. I don't know. Nonetheless, why do I bring this up as we are seeing Ulla coming through? Well, when Matreus dropped the Loki in, he was playing Loki in such a different way to everyone else. He was winning matchups that everyone thought were impossible to win, and he was doing it in a way that other players just hadn't been trying. Everyone was sort of very much happily playing for timing attacks and just trying to catch people off guard. And obviously this was not working against the strongest players because, you know, you don't catch the strongest players off guard very often. But anyways, he would play a more calm, fundamental Norse, of which really, really does feel good with Freyr. Fundamental Norse is how you want to play this Freyr god. On the other side here, Matador, he's going up through Oceanus. I'm not surprised to see this. He's going to be dropping military barracks, 2 military barracks down to kick this one off. Really important to do this because if your opponent drops that hill fort down straight away, you need to be quickly ready to go. And Matreus here is going to be setting up on this position already to attempt to lock this down. Now, an early Carnivora getting dropped onto this spot here could be a little bit of a problem for the Asgardian Hillfort. Of course, there is the Draugr here as well, and you do have to spot this, of which the Caladria does see this over here. A couple of Hearths are out, will be slowing things down. You do have that Shockwave as well, so Carnivora Shockwave to deny the Asgardian Hillfort is an option as well. As the Mamillo are going to be coming over here. He does need Hero Mamillo to actually deal with the Draugr. And El Matador, he is on his way right now. I don't know if he can actually stop this. It's 40 seconds at the moment. More units are going to be coming out, and it's not like things get slowed down here. So we'll see. I mean, even if he gets the Asgardian Hillfort up, it's not the end of the world here for Matador, because he can just attack other places. You can attack here, you can attack here. It doesn't really protect a food source in the slightest. 15 seconds remaining on this one. And El Matador will be allowing the Asgardian Hillfort at the moment. So no real problems here. I think Matreus has opened this game very, very nicely. And now the main base is going to be under attack as El Matador has to figure out the next way to go here. But with the Caladria flying overhead, he can look for pressure everywhere. And Matreus has to basically go idle on everything. And this is going to basically just allow Matreus to keep on just getting more and more stuff out. Watchtowers through does mean, well, Matador is going to have to start setting up for a little something something here that is very, very different. Now, the good thing here for Matreus is he can basically go into a very wood-heavy army. He can go for Draugr, throw an Axeman, Huskal, and that can be a pretty difficult thing to deal with as the Mamillo do spot. The Dwarf gets in, takes a lot of damage on all of his Mamillo here, but none of them actually dying. Means they will all get healed up. So huge advantage there for Matador, picking one Dwarf. But Matreus just needs to sort of start getting walls set up, protect his base, and keep playing this very nice defensive game that he's got going on here. Do I have a random Huskal now? Going to be looking for some raids in. There's the Huskal coming down to the bottom side of the map. The Oracle will be getting pulled back. And where to next for Matrius? As, I mean, more Huskal raids. It's dangerous, right? The Huskal raids are very, very dangerous. But in doing that, if you start moving around on the map, one thing that El Matador can do is already set up a sky patch, or setting up a sky passage over here, which might get spotted by the Berserk. But he can set up sky passages around on the back side of the base here, so that he can charge and get raids. As these red units from Matador sneak in, a shockwave onto these villages would not go astray here, because it's such a big movement. As the citizen over here does manage to finish off the sky passage, units over here will simply just pull through, no problems. And the game continues along. Getting walls up to try and grab this hunt for the time being. A house up for Matrius as well. Losing one Murmillo. So that position there is the army coming up for the time being. Now pickaxe on the way for Matador. And, well, so far, so good for Matrius. He's got to be happy about the position that he's in for the time being. Sky Passage over on the right-hand corner. There is still, obviously, Shockwave, Carnivora, which could be used for a big push at some point. Oracle might be getting caught out over here as a couple of units coming through. Matrius does miss that one there. Well, he's chasing after it as the Ship of Fingernails wants to get grabbed. Looks like it might actually lose this citizen over here as well. Sort of moving forward, needs to sneak around. A couple of Murmillos to come over and try and find this, as it looks like Matrius has spotted the citizen over here. The Oracle will end up falling there as well, as Matrius claims a citizen for the time being. Over onto this side, the hill fort, however, this is going to be a little bit of a tricky one to defend with some of his units being out of position. And El Matador more than happy to just push underneath this. I'd love to see a wall get set up here for Matrius, so you can't just charge in without taking a whole bunch of damage. So Matador will be picking, throwing axemen off, all the other good stuff over onto this side. The raiding cavalry, Huskal, pulling down to the bottom, making life just that little bit difficult for the time being here. Matrius now not really reacting to this raid. He does wait to the last minute to pull back his dwarf, keeps it alive. So far, no one Murmillo falling there. So a good move from Matrius, just getting little bits of chip damage in as the game continues along. Now upgrades coming in for both players. Copper weapons, copper armor, copper shields. Matrius still very, very defensive. He can keep on sending these Huskal out, looking for raids, looking for little picks on everything. There's Matador poking forward. He'll say, oh, I can kill off that watchtower. It's not a big problem with all of my Galadria here. With that being said, even taking this watchtower out doesn't really help all too much. One medium Murmillo needs to get pulled. Does manage to pick it off without losing anything. That's a nice little option there as the citizen gets taken out over onto this side. The Sky Passage still getting denied. Got that low HP. No. The Sky Passage over here getting denied is really hurting Matador at the moment. Matador just trying to knock down the house and all the other good stuff over on this side. There's still a hefty advantage here for Matador in terms of military, even though he's lost a couple of citizens thus far. He's been picking stuff off nicely. He's also picked off a couple of villages himself, so it's not all bad news. These Murmillo charging to their death. These villagers on this side happily grabbing food. Not ideal, as we do see the citizen managing to get over here for the Sky Passage. Meanwhile, upgrades on the way for Matador. Still pumping units out. We see the food and the gold situation starting to creep up here for Matrius. Now, this is the time where things can get very, very risky here for Matrius. Him sneaking this heroic age out. If Matador sniffs it out, which players at this level can often do, not even a hill fort keeps you alive in these sorts of situations. But it looks like also Matador is also wanting to go to the next stage. Also, Bragi instead of Aegir here is a little bit of an interesting decision. Not exactly sure what the idea is there, but Matrius wants that flaming weapons. The reason why this is a bit risky is you already want to set up a forward sky passage here when sieging this against Frere, because they can drop Aegir down. You want to jump through the sky passage, run away. But against flaming weapons, it's even easier. You lose less. So the Terma poking on in, taking units out. Hyperion will be coming through as well. This is another reason for no Bragi is Chaos on top of a flaming weapons, throw an axeman ball, and all of a sudden you lose everything. Meanwhile, Raiding Cavalry will move around onto the left side of the map. Matador does have his sky passage over here. As we see just a little bit of a raid into the main base as Matador does a little loop around. Now, these villagers over on this bottom side, they can just warp over onto the top position. Maybe even come over here and grab the Crown Crane there as well. No problems. Alternatively, also bring the Murmillos back and defend. As the Raiding Cavalry spots some citizens over here. Matador, no reaction just yet. He does have that mana over here, and he can dive through that over into the Sky Passage and be very, very safe. He's not going to run the Murmillo all the way over here, is he? Surely not. He's unironically doing so. Okay, now the citizens come forward. Now you're in the heroic age. You've got options to throw up like extra sky passages. And now you can start being really aggressive because you can have one in the main base. You can have one up here on the right, on the right, one on the left, and also one up here as well. So you can be hitting the main base and then popping back and coming over onto this gold mine, etc., etc. As all the Murmillos do spot a couple of, or do manage to catch out a couple of those Raiding Cavalry. Now you can go into frontline heroics, mass hero Murmillos here as well. Matrius has gotten himself a pretty strong army. He's going to be going for this town center. This is where things get a little bit risky here for both players. If Matrius gets the town center up, then life is very, very difficult. Chaos early here against Bragi. Very questionable from Matrius. But, sorry, from Matador, but Matador feels like he is good to go. Drops the shockwave down until all of those throwing axemen, and they're all idle. And this army of Matrius is left very, very worse for wears. Lots of very, very low HP units at the moment. But Matador says, I got to pull away. He can jump through the sky passage, pop over onto this side, hit the town center again. Obviously, he has to know to do that. I think it's what he wants to do. We'll have to wait and see. There's still a little bit of time left on that flaming weapons. He's sitting in his main base, and now Matrius gets himself just a little bit more of this map. So he pops through. Palace coming up on the right-hand corner here. Matador allowing the town center up does mean now Gulumbursty is an option. So, man, no Oracle here from... Well, he does see the town center going up, so it's not like he didn't know. But nonetheless, now there'll be an Asgardian Hill Fort on the back there as well. Matrius is slowly but surely giving himself the advantages to continue in this game. Now, it's not all over for Matrius. He can start thinking about getting his own second town center. Sorry, for Matador. Getting these, they're too similar. These names are too similar. He can drop his own second town center after he forces out the Gulumbursty as an idea. And there's the Gulumbursty in. The army now for Matador will simply just pull through the sky passage. He can warp elsewhere, no problems. Units pulling away down to the bottom side of the map. There's the battle ball charging through. Citizens, everything into the sky passage. Is everything into the sky passage? Hello, Matador? Okay, not everything into the sky passage. For some reason, they did not want to go on the journey. Not exactly sure what Matador is trying to do. He does not need to fight this. He just get rid of the lose the palace is not a big problem. Over onto this side, citizen sniping, Huskar sniping villagers there. As these citizens are going to get picked off up to the top side of the map. Now Gemini on the way for Matador. Great haul coming in from Matrius. And now the game is looking very spicy here. Palace over onto this side. Matador not going for that second town center option. You don't have to like go crazy here. You've still got options of getting to the Mythic Age Hecate, dropping that Tartarian Gate, going into Lampedes. Mass Hero Mamillas are also a really nice idea. And actually a really good plan here for Matador is actually just go into the main base and kill this town center off, rather than focusing over here. But Matrius could also do the same thing and come over and attack Matador as a response here. And you have a little bit of a base trade. Well, Matador does get greeted by a couple of units over here. Pulling back for the time being, a couple of units will end up falling. It's the Contarius raids. Looking to limit the numbers of villagers here as best as they possibly can up onto this side as well. But Matrius is defending nicely. Bowsaw, Shaft Mine coming through for Matador. As Sons of the Sun to come through. Huskar for Matrius going to be somewhat of an issue. See another Asgardian hill fort to come down. Matador is still... does have enough for another Chaos here, so that's a big thing, as the Terma will spot this Asgardian hill fort coming up, breaking down the wall. No stone walls in for Matrius. Does allow Matador through here pretty quickly. As he charges through, he can chaos this entire army, take out the Asgardian hill fort quickly. Let's see if he's actually going to be able to do anything here. There's that Asgardian hill fort taken out. Turns around, going to try and at least take a good trade here. It's not a fantastic fight for Matador at all. He gets a big shockwave onto that back line as the Terma do manage to get over there. But there are also a couple of Herdmen that are now going to be face first into Terma. Frontline somewhat holding strong here for Matador as Matrius' army does end up melting, and Matador in that moment says the game is done. I can't believe he tapped out here. I know he's lost his army, but this does not mean you've lost the game. If you've got a gold mine, you're good to go. But he taps out. A nicely attempted game here from Matrius, but Matador with the Uranus. Too much pressure. Too much pressure. Too much movement around. He almost cracked through here. He was looking like he was in a good spot. Got the Ghoul and Bursty off. The flaming weapons, the Bragi was maybe a little bit on the nose. I'm not exactly sure what the plan was there, especially versus the Uranus. I think if he went A gear, life would have been maybe a little bit more tricky for Matador in this one, but I also don't know if the game's necessarily quite over here. But anyways, first game in the books. Let's have a little look-see at the resource distribution here. You can see there is a pretty big advantage in terms of eco for our Uranus. But a lot of this is cancelled out by the cheaper upgrades and things like that. But the real big difference here is all of that military. Like, never really a moment here where Matador, except for this one here, never really a moment where Matador was sort of behind. And units killed, lost. Just a tiny little advantage for Matador, which kind of pushes you to the point where you're like, okay, well, what's the way we have to play this as Frey? You just have to keep on playing that defense. Keep on playing that defense. This fight here, unfortunately, not underneath the town center, not underneath a fortress. So going all in to defend that hill fort. probably was the undoing for Matrius in this one. But nonetheless, first win there for El Matador. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what we're going to see. You got Poseidon versus Susanoo for game number 2. Living the dream. Poseidon versus Susan. Alrighty, this is an interesting one because generally the big problem, so to speak, for Susan is that early game, of which Poseidon has got a really nice one. So we'll see what Matador's got cooking up for game number 2 here with that Susan. All right. I don't think I've played this specific matchup before, but I have to imagine that the game plan for Poseidon is a nice quick advance, get Atalanta and the Centaur into the base of the Susanoo player really, really early. Actually, what about Susanoo rushing up the temple into early Kitsune here? Get the crushing waves, get a second Kitsune out really quickly. Does that even make sense? Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. There's definitely some interesting ideas for Susanoo early game. But we're going to be jumping into game 2. None of these interesting ideas are going to matter because these guys are picking how they want to play. And we're going to be very, very much excited to see what the results are going to be. Let's have a little look. Alrighty. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Poseidon. His name is Matrius. In the right-hand corner of the map, we have the Susanoo of Matador. I don't think this is a god we've really seen a huge amount in Champions League thus far, and it's been it's a pretty high pick here for Matador. One of the reasons I think we don't see this god all too much is because early game, it's very, very tough to get through it. The ways in which you have to sort of play to get through the early game requires quite a bit of knowledge, first and foremost, of the god and what the capabilities are defensively. And secondly, some pretty nice map spawns with like so that you can have good building positioning. So for example, the first problem you're going to be running into here as Susanoo is going to be a centaur charging in and attacking this gold mine. So how can you defend it? Well, you've got the shrine, a temple, and maybe a wall here. And then you also need to then think about putting a wall over here. And then there's also the centaur coming in from this angle. So you need to put a wall here. And then you probably need to put some houses down so he can't charge. But it's a lot of defense you need to have set up. But then maybe there's something here that we're missing. And Matador might be able to figure it out. For example, get a couple of Miko out. Centaur not going to be able to out damage the healing of those Miko early on. And maybe that's a way to go. Nonetheless, Matrius, he is the resident Poseidon expert. There's a couple of... It's funny, there's actually 2 Poseidon experts in this group. Both of them love their Poseidon, Mosca and Matrius. But I think Matrius is a little bit more in love with the Poseidon than anyone else. So we'll see what he's going to come up with here. I do think this fast advance, he's already dropped his lure down. A couple of villagers onto gold, getting the temple up very, very quickly. Realizing I don't think this prediction was sorted out. Can I get a moderator to do predictions for me today, or is that going to be impossible? Oh, hello? Uh-oh. We got a bit of a dance going on here. Can't exactly explain what's going on there, but nonetheless, they dance, they run, and we are now going to be seeing Hermes on the way. Streams. We got the Theseus through and a temple now up for Matador. I mean, this is still up. This wall here is still an option. If I can place it correctly. Actually, it's not an option at all. Dude, where? Like there, I guess. 30 gold. Kind of have to put it up. But nonetheless, coming forward, Dark Scepter on the map. There are some relics. May as well have a look. A little bit of farms getting a bit cheaper there. Text of Imhotep making the buildings go get built just that little bit quicker. 10%. Archimedes, Ledger with some siege population -1. Really, really nice there for Japan. And on the bottom here, we've got that Scarab Pendant, which is going to be some bonus crush damage for siege myth units and siege weapons. As the house is coming down here for Matador. Not Matador. Yes, Matador. Man, I'm never gonna be able to do this. Matrius, they both. It's the same first 3 letters. It's just too much. Walls now coming up as the center. On the way, got to be careful with this one. If you get too close to the Miko, you end up losing that immediately. Now see crushing waves coming through for Matador. He's also getting himself out a couple of Kitsune. As the villagers will pull into the tower. Pops back out. Gets a little shanky shank. As, I mean, Matador just trying to heal everyone up. A little bit of idle time here isn't the end of the world. So long as you don't lose any villagers. As the villagers will just pop into the tower. They can make a move over into the main base. Maybe jump over onto the palm tree or something like that. And with a couple of Kitsune and crushing waves, you might be able to take out the centaur. Though with the Atalanta charging around here, you're still going to have some troubles. Is that going to be a dead villager? It looks like not just yet. The Kitsune are coming through. We will be seeing the Wisdom of 9 technology to come through in an effort to actually get a counter to what's happening. Do we see a building? Yes, there is a stable. So some cav will be on the way. Over onto this side, however, villagers putting up a town center. That's really dangerous from Matrius. Really, really, really dangerous from Matrius. Because if Matador spots this, life is going to be very tough. And here's the thing. As soon as you run in here and you see the gold having that much taken, you just go, great, let's run to the town center. Is he going to be at least able to pick off a villager? No. Charging around, trying to get some stuff happening. The Juragumo here getting involved as the villagers all pulling into the tower. Lots of revenge idle time caused here from Matador. So obviously the option here is if I can't kill my opponent, or he gets the surround. If I can't kill my opponent, let me just take some villagers out. Oh, he gets slapped there. He doesn't kill the villager. Nice defense from Matrius as the Kitsune need to pull back. Military Academy now up for Matrius. He could have dropped the Kusanagi down as well. That actually would have killed the villager there. But nonetheless, now it's a whole bunch of Naginata riders. Matrius is 2 TCs, which is somewhat dangerous in this matchup, in my opinion. And realistically here, Matrius, he basically just... The reason it's dangerous is you basically need Heroic Age as Greek in this matchup from from my experience. I feel like staying in the Classical Age is a death sentence. But a quick Heroic Age here with Ceasefire... Maybe at 1 or 2 hoplites or get watchtowers or something with a whole bunch of walls. That can sort of make sense. Double stable up for Matador. Now Matador, he can also go for like a delayed second town center here if he wants. There's no problems with that either. There's the Kitsune. He'll be moving back. You see a little bit of an attack over onto the town center there as the villagers will simply just pull into that one. And as soon as these Kitsune get involved, now they move up to 6.6 speed. They are incredibly quick here. Heroes waiting, dodging. It's up to the top side. 6.6 speed in a dream, trying to get up here and pick some villagers. Immediately, villagers pulling into the town center as it looks like Matador. He doesn't care. He's gonna find villagers everywhere. 2 picks there. As he comes up to the top one there, another low HP villager goes down. And in one swift motion, all of a sudden the game feels very, very much in Matador's hands. You do have that watchtowers pre-queued. The gold not quite through just yet as the unit's coming back up onto this position at Atalanta. Gets one little smackaroonie onto the Kitsune over onto this side. Hoplite tries to get involved, but he is not welcome here. Meanwhile, more Naginata riders on the way. And Matrius, he knows. He knows how important this heroic age is. He's getting himself up a market here to unlock his heroic age. I imagine it's going to be... I would probably guess that it's going to be an Aphrodite, but I've seen people go Dionysus just for the fact that Dionysus is really good, even if it's probably not the thing that the match is begging you to do. Now we see Matador say, all right, I've got some damage done, at least a little bit. Let me get my second town center up, and we'll play from here. Meanwhile, Sashimono Bannerman on the way. Walls coming up as well, all over the place for Matrius, as he needs to basically get his entirety of his base like walled off to deal with the speed of these Naginata riders. Does this give speed as well? No, it's just hit points. Hit points and damage. Big Axe now through for Matrius, as he's getting closer and closer to this next age. Does have to eat these goats. Another option here, little known option, don't see it very often, but it's actually not terrible, is to use an extra 20 favor on a lure in your main base in this sort of a situation when you go 2 TC. Of course, it costs 200-ish resources to use that, but you get those resources back in food, which is better than putting farms down. There's Matrius here. Does deflect the raid on both sides. The villagers over here just saying, let's shank back. Getting a couple more buildings down onto this side to prevent this from happening would be huge. So one more stable, maybe a house here, maybe a stable over here, and then all of a sudden these villagers are going to be very, very safe. But the army comes back, Matrius back into his town center, and he is going Dionysus. No curse here is going to really hurt. No curse here. Not only do you get the, limit the numbers that your opponent has, but also the pigs you get from it help you delay that farm transition even longer. And Matador is literally just being so annoying. He's got 15 villagers idle there. 15! As you see an armory coming up. The wall's up onto this side. Villagers over to here now. And Matador pulling back. Now the question here is... I actually think Matador has got... Either option is completely fine. There's the fun option, and there's the option that we're probably going to see. So let's just talk about what's going to happen. What I think the next movement here for Matador is. He's going heroic age, but which heroic age god? So Raijin is the god we're probably going to see. Now this god is just really, really Matador's style, and just the speed you get from it, the value you get from all those Raiju. Amazing, but more importantly, you have access to the Thunderdome, which does counter bronze. The other option, which is probably off meta, but also very strong, is you go Fusion with the idea that you have that Smiting Gust to remove the army when they use bronze. And you also have access to the Oni, which is going to be another really, really difficult unit to deal with for Greek. And there is also this Swampland still available there. So you have a synergy with Thunderdome and Swampland into Thunderdome, which is very, very strong. Some more Samurai coming in. We are going to be seeing a couple of Prodromus as somewhat of an answer to these Sashimono Bannerman Naginata riders. In fact, actually... Maybe I'm completely wrong, and Matador says, I'm just going to hang out in the classical age, because why not? I'm going to be seeing a fortress coming up over here now as the Swampland gets dropped. The ceasefire is the option, and Matrius has to run off of this position here. It does slow down the fortress from getting completed. But now Matador can move in with a whole bunch more units, and I don't know how much bronze is going to be helping here. Especially there's also that Naginata not Naginata, Kusanagi God Power to be used here. The Fortress, 20 seconds from completion. And Matador says, time for a bit of a fight here. Bronze does get dropped. And Matador says, great. I'll see you later. We'll fight another time, good sir. Let me just wait for my next God Powers to come off cooldown. And then I'll plop them down again. And that can be a way to go. Oh, yeah. Matrius is... Oops. Matrius' second talent center here is not building villages for some reason. And it is going to be Raijin for Matador. Like I said, not really surprised on this one. Very, very strong here. As Matador pulls back. Got to be careful not to lose any villages, but he's spread out nicely across the map. Distracting with all of his units here. The Prodromus not fast enough to take out these Naginata Riders until they have that Spirited Charge tech, which is going to be on the way. Speaking of which, there is that other reason to go for Fujin, which is Gale's Fury, which will speed up those cavalry even more. So 6 point speed, 6 speed, they'll go up to 7 speed, right? Or 6.9 speed, maybe. Anyways, Matador managing to keep everything alive, and he does now go in for Ivory Netsuke, which does indicate that he wants to build some myth units here. There's two options here for this Raijin sort of idea. Either A, you go in for Den drums and you're just going to be spamming God Powers with your favor for the rest of the game, or B, you get that Ivory Netsuke and you go in for Raiju, which are going to be able to generate you a ton of gold and give you a huge amount of value for your army. I'm pretty sure Fujin affects all cavalry, no? Am I wrong on that? Hang on. Now I have to check it. It's cavalry speed, yeah. Okay. I'm getting trolled by... Never ever trust Twitch chat. That's the number one... That's the number one law of watching Age of Mythology. If Twitch chat says something, the answer is probably somewhere in the middle of what they say. As now... We do see the Hanya Mask on the way. Thunderous Presence. 2 Raiju queued up. As the Thunderburst does get dropped down. Matrius pulling away. He's trying to get the favor in for another ceasefire, but he is not close to it at the moment. Matador is committing pretty heavily to this fight here. Lots of villagers with very low HP remaining. As now the Thunderburst is done. Villagers will be able to return back over onto this gold mine. Next is going to be the Oyumi to start coming through. Naginata Riders continuing to mass up as the 3 Raiju swing around the back. Villagers trying to pull. There's a huge amount of gold going to start coming through for Matador. Unfortunately, we don't get to see it. Heavy comes through as well, and Matrius taps out as game number 2 goes to Matador in fairly commanding fashion. I do wonder how this game would have gone had Matrius stuck it out in the classical age with 1 town center a little longer. Because this is the thing, like, maybe making Centaur to deal with the Kitsune raids makes some sense, because, like, the speed doesn't matter against those. You got that special ability to shoot them. There's no worry of a Shogun coming your way against Susanoo, with Susanoo, so you don't have to worry about feeding Samurai. They're good versus Samurai as well. And you can also go into the Heroic Age for your Prodromus. Like a Prodromus Centaur army seems really, really nice here. But yeah, a big problem here for Matrius, unfortunately, was this idle town center situation. You can kind of see he was in a good spot, and then all of a sudden he's just at the very best equal here, which is not what you want to be when you're against Japan. Japan is normally behind on villager count. But nonetheless, a well-played game here from Matador, up 2-0. We'll see if he's going to be able to take game number 3 here, or if Matrius is going to be able to push back. Let's jump into the draft and have a look. Alrighty, so we are going in on to Blue Lagoon next. And it will be a Loki versus Shenong game. A Loki versus Shenong game indeed. Alrighty. Now this is a matchup that I've been personally having some incredible difficulty playing. So we'll see how it all ends up going. Now, I think the best plan here for Matrius against Shenong is a real quick advance, forward temple, Herser rush. That's got to be the opener. That's the only real time that I think I've seen that Norse has got anything that they can really do against the China. So you want to basically get like a 3:30-ish advance time, and go from there. What time does 3DB play? He plays next, straight after this. He will be playing straight after this versus Soup. Alrighty, so game number 3, 2-0 for Matador right now. Let's have a good cheeky look at it all. Alrighty. In the right-hand corner of the map, we have Matrius playing as Loki. He's not going for the fast advance. Okay, but we'll talk about exactly how to do the fast advance, why it kind of has some effect and all the other good stuff. But let's look at introducing this other player first. We got Matador playing as Shenong. And all the other good stuff here. All right. So first and foremost, relics, then map, then I'll talk some strategy. Tusk of the Iron Ball here. A nice extra 10% hit points there for the cavalry. Next one up the top here, we've got the Fetters of Fenrir, which is going to be some extra damage on the attack for the villagers. Over on this side, we have the Black Lotus, which is going to be an extra plus 10% for farms. Flat. And we've also got the Adamantine Shingles getting that hit point boost. Now, we take a look at the actual base here of Matador. He's got forward hunt. He's got a side gold mine. And he's dropped his silo on the front here as well. So all of this stuff leads you to saying, okay, this is a really, really nice map here for Matrius to be attacking. Now, you don't really know that right at the start of the game, but you can go and find out. So the very first thing I recommend with Norse at the moment versus China is to send your Berserk directly at your opponent's base. That way you're going to know, all right, do I go for a forward temple or do I not go for a forward temple? And you can make your decisions about everything else afterwards. Unless you've got some other plan going on, which maybe Matrius has got. As we are seeing the temple and the house coming down to the main base. Beyond all of that, if I am going for a 3:30-ish advance, then I'll have like three Herser in my opponent's base, causing problems, trying to get a snipe off, maybe go Heimdall to undermine a tower so your opponent garrisons in the tower and then you can snipe the villagers. So at the very least, you're going to get some guaranteed value. And then you can at least pull back on that Rigstula sort of boom afterwards and try and play a nice building spam game with towers or town centers or hill forts or something like that. On the other side for the Shenong player, one simple way to sort of play around this is why Shenong's so incredibly strong, is you can put your silo on the corner of the gold mine, as you actually only see 2 Quafu out. So it's not a completely greedy build here from Matador. But you can put a silo on the corner, and then you can put farms down on the sides, and that way the rush is not going to do as much damage to you. You can also shoot the giraffe underneath your town center, and then it's really just your wood line that's going to be somewhat out in the open for an early game attack from the Herser. So that even though there is a rush that is possible that does some damage to an unsuspecting Shenong player, it is very, very much counterable. But nonetheless, we got Forseti on the way here for Matrius and Chi Yao for Matador. Also picking up some relics. There's the Black Lotus coming through for Matador. This is a really, really nice relic, actually, for Shenong, because then you can get even more value out of your Shenong farms. You do see the military camp coming through. And Tusk of the Iron Boar on the way. Meanwhile, Great Hall coming up for Matrius in the main base. And this is just kind of looking like some stock standard Loki play. So Matrius is going to try his best to sort of outplay Matador in this one. Which can work, especially versus some players who are building their buildings a little bit haphazardly. But I'm not sure Matador is going to be that type of player. As the Hursa sneak through. Villagers will pull back. A little bit of shanking action. As Matador does lose one villager. Great opening here. Great option for Matrius at the start. However, into the main base, there will be one Yatsa ready to start getting some snipages. The Hursa is back here to sort of defend, but no villager losses for Matrius just yet. You can also drop a healing spring down, get those villagers back up to full HP. Over onto this side, so we're trying to get maximum amount of value. Little bits of favor here or there. As the Yatsa is just going to be complete distraction. One relic in the hands of Matrius is the Fetters of Fenrir, which can be actually quite a nice relic for a defending Loki player, because oftentimes you actually end up in a position where you need to defend your hunt versus a big early game attack. And yeah, with that, you can make some stuff happen. Over on this side, Longhouse coming through for Matrius as well. Onto the top side, the Yatsa for Matador, just trying to sneak up here and get onto these villages. The thing is, he could... Wait, is this spied by chance? No. No. He could probably sneak this over here and try and get in onto this position. But so far, what Matador is doing is he's basically just spamming Qualfu out on auto queue. It's not the worst idea to do this. The better idea is to manually queue them out so you're already sitting at near 0 favor. But it's going to be a huge amount of eco for Matador sooner or later. As the raiding cavalry causing some problems for the time being. Yatsa loves to dash into places he does not belong. Gotta be so careful with that guy. Actually, funnily enough, I think that this upgrade, you almost don't want to be using it for anything other than mobility. So you could probably turn it off autocast and be completely fine. This watchtower's now up. Ursa trying to get in here. And Matrius pokes forward. This is exactly what Matador wants at this point. However, the Pioneers getting caught out of position. And now Matador has to pull back as Matrius has held for the moment. Marker coming down from Matador on the back as he might be looking for some sort of next age type thing. Still hasn't dropped any farms down. So his food income is a little on the low side. He's now got himself that Master of Weaponry technology. As he's going to pull all the way back to his main base and start thinking about the next place to go in this game. Random Cheongchi causing Matrius to have to play very, very careful. He does have the watchtowers in the main base, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but that's a low HP villager, and Matador is the type of player who hunts these down. So villagers will pull back, a couple of trolls to come over here and at least say, that's enough of you, get out of here. As Matrius now going to be looking for his first little attempts at raids, but man, you got to be so careful. You get too close, Halberdier shut this whole thing down. I'm actually a little surprised we're seeing Dao Swordsman at the moment. Generally not the unit I've seen have huge amounts of success in the classical age, but nonetheless. But yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about with the Chinese, the correct way to build China base. You're not really trying to expand your, against Norse at the very least. Oh, but he does sneak through. There's a gap on this position. And I don't think he can even stay here. And if he stays here, he loses so much for the Guaofu. Is that even worth it? I guess it is, but man, little gap here. I was giving, just as like he was giving Matador some credit, has a gap in his wall. But you want to build this not to really expand your favor early on. You want to just lock it off against Norse so they can't poke in, and then you're going to expand it later once you've got your entirety of your main base locked off. Nonetheless, Rushall on the way here for Matador, and we will be seeing Bragi coming through for Matrius as the wall's now coming up all over the map to secure this gold mine. Villagers will sneak up over onto this spot as the Cheongchi fly through. I don't think he's got time to land here, but he goes for it. The trolls will get a huge amount of damage done with that big boulder throw. Is there enough to actually finish this one off? A little bit of jukages from Matador as he does get out of here for the time being. And from here, one thing that Matador's done really, really well is he's now got 50 favor. Which does mean he's going to be able to get his infantry upgrades and a whole bunch more farms in, whatever else he needs. He is sort of staying away from the gold mine at the moment, playing very, very defensive for some reason. But now he hits the next age. He feels comfortable moving out. He's got that Fey Beasts. Very peculiar decision making there from Matador, but I guess he's worried that Matrius is going to be going for some sort of an all-in Fleming, like an all-in classical thing here that he can't defend. Nonetheless, there are these upgrades to come through as medium infantry and a whole bunch of other stuff will be on the way very, very shortly. Up on the top here, Matrius is going to finish off his hill fort. So far, so good for Matrius. He's got to be feeling like he's got a decent amount of units out. He's in an okay spot. He's been on hunt for the majority of the game. He hasn't been getting pushed around. He's playing a one town center game versus one town center. Military resource value is equal here. Hasn't really lost anything. He's got to be feeling really, really good about this position, right? On the other side for Matador, I mean, he's got his second gold mine. He hasn't lost anything either. He's going to get his upgrades in. And his army only gets stronger from here, is the big problem for Matrius to deal with. Now, Matrius does have some strong throwing axemen. As the raiding cavalry will try and find this little poke in again. There might be an opening up here. Is there? Well, there might be. I don't know. As the raiding cavalry will at least try and break through the house and get in onto this spot again. Matador can just throw up a wall here if he wants, but he's not reacting to this just yet. He's literally zero reaction from Matador. Super late. Couple of villagers going down as the Qualfu into the tower, and the raiding cavalry get out of there. Nice picks here from Matrius, just trying to get the tiniest little bits of advantage throughout this game. Next, there's the Gilded Shields coming through. Gilded Shields instead of the other one. You want to get... I'm surprised to see that. You want to get this one here first, right? Divine Judgment. This gives extra attack and divine damage as well, right? But nonetheless, Matrius getting more trolls out, more units. Really, at this moment, Matador doesn't have enough pioneers through, does he? How's he going to deal with all these trolls? Over to the left side, getting himself the Rhinoceros. Baihu getting sent packing from the defensive Norse for the time being. A little bit of a fight to ensue here, but this is going to be a very difficult one for Matador to actually win. He does have the disengage tool with those units, but Matrius says, I'm not going to take the fight. I think it might have been his option there, or an option there to actually make that happen. Matador, he's actually behind on military resource value. He's behind on population there as well. So he's got to be a little careful. And it looks to me like he's trying to get Mythic Age through here. Herbal Medicine to come through. We've got the Copper Armor. We've got the Copper Weapons. Now Zhang Xia on the way. That's going to make the Loki's life a little bit tricky. It's the portable ram poking forward. And this is where things can get very, very dicey. One misstep here from either player can be a nightmare. And we do see a Qing Long to come through here for Matrius. There are some of these Goaty here as well, though. But the Qing Long can't really poke in just yet. These are the range problems, right? It's 12 range versus 17. So you have to be somewhat careful. Over onto the left-hand corner, though. Going to try and poke through. Town Center coming up. Military camp on the way. The gold situation for Matador is looking a little spicy here. Delete his building. He does have a tower up onto this spot. Villagers pulling back in here. As Matrius says, hello there, Sailor. Big amounts of splash damage to come through. Flaming weapons does get dropped down. Lightning weapons in response. Onto the back line there goes the Fey Beasts here. Can Matrius's huge military advantage be enough to break through the Lightning weapons, Fey Beasts, underneath the Baolei situation here? The Qinglong will end up going down on the back. There's still a huge amount of cave trolls remaining, but does this matter as Zhang Xia and the Pioneers are in? Units pulling back over here will take out a raiding cavalry. Town Center's going to come up, and to me, it looks like Matador has held for the time being, but Matrius does now get a big gift from the gods in favor. The raiding cavalry will poke through onto this side. Dow Swordsman dealing with everything. Matrius does actually have somewhat of an advantage here, though. Matador's just dropped his next town center. I don't think he can really continue to push back. I think he realizes how far in front the Matrius army is at the moment. But then again, he's going to be continuing to try. Another military building coming up over here. Throw an Axeman. Huskal are also through as the portable rams to bash through this stone wall. This game is far from over here. This Matrius is looking like he might even be able to push this game to this series to a game 4. Too powerful on this top side, getting pushed back. Some farms. No farms. Halberdiers on the way to put a stop to these raids. As immediately Matrius sees them, he says, all right, I'll get out of there. And onto this side with the Kraken to come through. Some more walls up for Matador. He's trying to just protect this position as much as he can. How much gold is left is the big question, though. 1,600 gold on that position there. As now Matador pulls back. Matrius kind of stuck here on this spot. A little sneaky movement over onto this gold mine would not go astray. Does he have a spy on something in here? No. There's no vision over onto that right side either. So that might be the way that Matador needs to play this one. Though Matrius, he's going to start spreading out a little bit. Maybe some ox carts or something from Matrius. Whenever you've got map control as Loki, you don't often get to have it at the top level. But when you do have it, ox carts and around onto the map here to get full line of sight on everything. It's cheap and it's a huge amount of value. The Zhu comes through, gonna cause some problems over here. Oh, that was a big amount of damage there. But even after all is said and done, Matador is only in front by a tiny amount of economy here. Tiny amount of villages. 64 to 60. He's on 2 TC. 150 pop to 150 pop. So whatever this next fight is for probably this gold mine might be determining this game. However, Divine Judgment to come through, this will change things a lot for the actual effectiveness of the Shenong army. Not only that, I think maybe the other problem here for Matador, no, he's got 2 Sages and he's got 3 Pioneers and he's got a Jiangxia. So I don't think he's going to have any problems with these trolls. Now we see the second town center up for Matrius. And the game here looks like maybe it's just going to continue along. The wall back up for Matador as he's onto his gold mine up here. A ballet, very, very much needed moving forward here. Now he's going to pop it down, and this is going to be a nice little defense. However, Hell pre-queued for Matador. Sorry, for Matrius. Machine Workshop also going to be coming through. Oh, Chi went to come in. Should be able to beat that Kraken, right, with that little HP. We're just getting pushed back. Although the Goaty can actually deal with this as well, right? Skull sneaking their way through. Heavy Dow Swordsman of Matador. Making their way over here. And the game continues along. Fortified town centers, bowsaw, some siege crossbows to try and push out of this spot. The big problem is actually going to be this Nidhogg. Nidhogg is a very, very strong unit in these sort of situations as the trolls coming through. Matrius does not need to take a fight here. He needs to delay, but not take a fight. Wait for his Nidhogg, and that's going to completely change things in this for this next fight. Nonetheless, the Jutsu to come through will end up getting taken out very quickly there. Good focus fire from Matrius with all of those Goaty. And Matador not able to deal with this army in the slightest here as Matrius pushes him back. Meanwhile, Siege Crossbow in, and that's going to start... Oh. This Siege Crossbow has some problems. He's got the... Alright, we'll see if Matador can hold the next big power spike here for Loki, for Matrius. It's about to hit, and Matrius is raring to go. Very small amount of heroes in for Matador is going to make things very tricky. Units in the back have got themselves up that third Talent Center now to boot. Javeliniers onto the back here as well to try and take out the Goaty and everything else. More Dower coming in. Hell does hit. Yormanelva comes through. Nidhogg to join through as well, as that's going to start erasing the army of Matador here. Up onto the top side. Does he have the units for this? Nidhogg, I don't think you can stun the Nidhogg. I think it's got divine protection or whatever, so you can't stun that bad boy. Now Matrius breaks through everything. This gold mine is going to be getting targeted down next as well, as the Nidhogg can just sit up here and just erase everything. And it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we might be heading towards a game number 4. I don't know what else Matador can do here, but he is in for some real difficult situation, some real difficult movement forward in this game. Lots of Dow swordsmen to come through. I might be calling it too early, but he needs another gold mine, and the entirety of the map for the moment is Matrius's. And Matrius has basically mined this gold mine out, so you have to move over to the other side where the hill forts are. Fire Giant over here will end up getting sniped. The Nidhogg is back over onto the gold mine yet again. Pioneers slowly taking this one out, but champion infantry on the way for Matrius here. So Nidhogg falls. And now Matador out of gold. He is making these pick shoe at the moment into the main base, however. The portal rams are coming through. And Matrius, in classic Matrius fashion, just shows everyone how good he is with this god. Town Center falls down, and Matador is out of this game, and Matrius is on the board. No clean sweep here today for El Matador as Matrius. Well, he might not have been able to win with his favorite Poseidon, but he does manage to get the dub with his Loki here. Really, really well played. I think this game, like, it's just an amazing, amazing game from Matrius. He just took every tiny little bit of advantage he could while defending immaculately. I don't think Matador got anything off that he wanted to here. Well played here from Matrius. We'll jump into game number 4 and see how it goes. Alrighty then. Our next one is going to be on Ghost Lake. As the players are just sorting themselves out. Alright, they're just picking their gods. So we're on Ghost Lake. There is still the Tsukiyomi, there's a Nuwa, there's a Gaia. Matrius has still got his Isis and Kronos and Zeus here for these maps. Yeah, I guess all of the Norse's dead chants have to stop a little bit as Matrius just shuts the whole world down. At least you can play Loki versus Shenong on Blue Lagoon. Apparently, as we're going to be seeing our next matchup, it's going to be Zeus versus Skyomi on Ghost Lake. This one's probably actually not that bad for Zeus either, because you can do some pretty nice aggression early on with the early heroes. But El Matador has proved that he can be very resourceful with the Japanese units early on. So we will see. I think Matrius is saving the Isis for either Giza or Mirage, right? Yeah, not bad for Zeus, because you can get some nice things happen. If it's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, you just send your bloody heroes in and you cause problems, no? Am I wrong? Pretty sure I saw Soup having some troubles. Maybe it was a different god, actually. Maybe it was Susanoo. Soup was having some problems against Zeus yesterday. Yeah, if Tsukuyomi defends the heroes, then life gets very, very tough for the Zeus player. You got one chance. You got one chance to make it. There's the Bolt to take out the early hero, so you can't defend the Minotaur that runs in very easily either. Of course, you got the Mikor. But we'll see. I think El Matador has got a lot of experience on this Tsukuyomi, so he should be very well seasoned against the Zeus. If it's a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, then life gets a little bit easier for the Tsukuyomi because you can kind of move between the two. I'm surprised he didn't actually pick Kronos here. Kronos seems like a pretty good pick into Tsukuyomi Noir. Probably difficult against Gaia, but still. How behind is the YouTube schedule for the games? They're all on YouTube. I am dual streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. It's in the live section. I think there's a playlist there as well, though. I might not have been updating it. I've got to go through and check. Then maybe I'll just go around and I'll just... yeah, I haven't been uploading many series at all. I could go through and just cut them all up and put them all up for after the thing, but basically they're already on my YouTube channel, so I thought, what's the point? Upload the entire tournament as one video. It's probably not a terrible idea. It's probably not a terrible idea. People, how many minutes? That'd be the biggest video. I don't think my computer would be able to have a video file that size. Alrighty. Let's get into game number 3. 4. Game number 4. That's what we're going into. Not game number 3. Let's go. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, we have ourselves Matrius playing as the blue Zeus. And in the right-hand corner of the map, it is Matador playing as the red Tsukuyomi. Not the best of starts there as he shoots the Auroch. Not underneath his talent center. It's always frustrating, but you just gotta deal with it. Pull the villagers off, go back. It's fine. Alrighty. whole bunch of goats getting sniped up here for the Kitsune. This is one of the biggest advantages of playing the Japanese on this map, is that you're probably going to claim all the goats. Though a bolt on the Kitsune is maybe an idea if you can limit goats for the Tsukiyomi. That limits their ability to get that fast heroic off. Let's have a little look-see at the bottom of the map. We got the little crow circle for some armory upgrades getting a little bit cheaper. Archimedes' ledger there with the siege population usage -1. Up onto the top, nose of the Sphinx. Going to be some hit points getting boosted up there for the buildings. And finally, at the bottom of the map, there is the Titan's treasure. It's going to be food and gold cost -10%. Temple now coming up for Matrius as well, as the Miko are going to start coming out for Matador. So we'll see if he can manage to deal with all the good stuff coming. Should be a pretty quick advance here from Matrius. You generally want that 330-ish, like 13 population advance if you can, or at the very worst a 14 population advance in this situation, because you can get the Aurochs underneath the town center. A nice quick advance is very, very possible here. No problems. So we will see Matrius going aggressive. Now, what ended up happening in the last game is we are actually seeing Hermes as well. What happened in the last game we saw Greek versus Japan was that Matrius went for a second town center nice and quick. And that ended up really giving Matador all of the pressure, all of the advantage. Now, you have double gold mine in the main base as well, so this makes things a little bit less simple for Matrius. But one thing is for certain, he needs to get a lot of early game damage done here. Now, whether that be with his heroes, hoplites, and things like that, or something else. A whole bunch of Centaur wouldn't be a bad idea in this matchup as well. Not the easiest thing to deal with for Japan, especially with a bolt and all that other good stuff. The ceasefire does help a little bit against some of the timings. Things like the Swampland Shogun idea. And we will see a military academy for Matrius. Maybe a hoplite Centaur sort of opening as the Heracles is through. Jason is searching around, looking to slap some stuff. And it's the Miko over here. Will get slapped away. Shrine takes a couple of hits. As Matrius can maybe sit on this right side or left side of the shrine instead of somewhere else. Meanwhile, Centaur comes through. Miko swiftly inbound. Where is that Heracles? A little bit late to make its way over here. Toskapot's also scouting around. Hoplites are coming through. Inari Wakami is already on the way. And after all is said and done, this has really not been that much damage from Matrius. Down the center. Heracles on the way. Kitsune might go down. We'll see up onto the top side. A little bit of harassment up here as the low HP villagers starting to get a little bit more. Starting to get a little bit scary here. Do we see a stable up anywhere? No. Can you actually bolt these guys? You can't even bolt the Miko in the classical age. Nonetheless, Watchtowers is now through, and Matador a little bit behind, but he hasn't really taken any significant damage just yet. The Centaur continues to poke forward, continues to get some nice attacks. I wouldn't mind seeing him popping up to this top gold mine instead of forcing the front one. I think the temple down is going to be a nice little idea here as well. That's a big investment for Matador. He is trying to get himself the Wisdom of the Nine technology. More pokes to come through. We'll see the Jorogumo pulling back yet again as the heroes dive forward. Juruguma will end up falling. The tower on the front will be next to die. One random villager here trying to get involved. Is that the first snipe? The first villager is now down as we see some guardhouse stable coming through here for Matador. Swampland is a defensive idea here. It's also not a terrible thing to just drop right here and now. Of course, Mattress would just run, but he'd lose a lot of this pressure. Now more Centaur going to be starting to join in. The house falling as the Heracles to chase after those Kitsune on the back. Leave this Centaur over here and just poke this woodline non-stop as well. Because now Matador is going to start looking for some revenge fire here. These Naginata Riders are not for defense. They are for get me into my opponent's base and let me get some revenge raids. Because this is the way for Matador to kind of keep himself afloat in this game. Which is basically all he needs to do. Now Ibushi is out. Wouldn't mind seeing a dojo for some samurai as well. This one Miko at the top going to be somewhat of an issue to defend as well. Because these guys take down the shrine very, very quickly into the main base, though. Centaurs and hoplites are already there. Is he actually still... I think he's just trying to get Heroic Age. I could be wrong. He's not really building... Oh, he's building Naginata and Bushi. Units over onto this side trying to make their way through to take out some villages on the wood line. A good reaction from Matrius. Gets into his tower. Will give a little bit of relief here for Matador. And as Matrius has to deal with this. Like I said, these Centaur are actually pretty good at taking out the Kitsune. As long as you have enough of the Centaur out, you can snipe those Kitsune maybe with 3 special abilities or something like that. Maybe it's only 2. How much does it do again? 18 times 2. So 18 damage. Maybe you need more than 2. These are the 9-tailed Kitsune though, I guess. A little bit more damage done onto this wood line as the units have moved over onto this right-hand corner. So Matrius could now start sending his Centaur around to the right to try and target this down. Wait, these aren't 9-tails? They aren't 9-tails either, are they? I thought he grabbed that. Or maybe he lost the temple before he grabbed that tech. I saw him building it once. Anyways, temple now coming up for Matador. And he wants to do something with that. He's trying to quell the pressure from Matrius thus far. And Matrius will see the temple. It's not a good place for this temple. He put it up once on this spot. And now he's going to lose it again. Matrius is just like, no. No temple for you. I don't like playing. I'm the only one who's allowed a temple. One villager going down. Does lose that one. Naginata Rider's going to be getting picked to pieces here as well. A market on the top corner there for Matador. The temple is a bait. Yeah, kill my temple. Don't attack my villagers. Hoplites charging into the main base. Oop. Did Matrius think he had restoration there? Did Matrius... I think Matrius thought he had restoration. I could be wrong. Oh no. Devastation for Matrius. Matador gets gifted a ceasefire. Oh dear. Alright, temple now coming back up for Matador. Yet again, obviously Matrius thought there was a heroic age coming in, so he's like, okay, let me come and just take it out with a take the town center out with a restoration. Kind of classic 10-minute town center takedown. Now Hachiman pre-queued. There is still Swampland. Dionysus on the way now for Matrius. villagers popping into the central shower, popping into the town center. And Hachiman has been achieved now. Oh man, that's got to be such a kick in the gut when you're playing on the side of Match. He's playing such a good game, and then he just goes ahead and loses a villager there. Not the worst thing in the world. Trades for a Naginata rider. And at the moment, there is 78 favor in the bank. The problem for Matador is, where's his wood? How is he going to be able to make Tengu? Oh, is he going for the Armory variant? He doesn't want the Tengu. Drop one new moon down onto the Armory and then make the Tengu slowly. Maybe that's the idea. Yeah, he's actually getting the Wisdom of the Nine, so no Tengu spammage from our main man Matador. He's an ethical Tsukiyomi player. So did you guys know that these Pegasus don't cost any population if you go Hermes with Zeus? So I'd let you guys know. A sniper villager there. Shogun now through. Ivory Netscare on the way. Wisdom of 9 has been delayed yet again. Just bolt the Shogun. You are not allowed to. Cannot. As there goes the full armory upgrades. Full bronze versus Matrius. He does have one armory upgrade. And he does have nice counter units at the moment. And he does have the Centaur that will get hunted down by the Shogun and gifted a whole bunch of samurai. 5.5 speed. It's just too slow. It's just too slow. So many Centaur going to be falling here. Hoplites moving up to the top side. He does have now heavy infantry in. This is a good fight for Matrius to take, but Matador will just simply say, let me out of here. I don't need to take this one. Yumi Archers on the way. As the Shogun trying to dart around this position here. Bronze gets dropped down. And a retreat here is very, very simple, but you could also retreat with a Swampland here as well as another little bit of an idea, but Matador just says, no, we'll sort it out later. Getting himself his ascetic practices into more Tengu. Now that the bronze is done, Matrius sort of running out of steam here in this one. Those Yumi Horse Archers are going to be brutalizing the Hoplites. So there are now some Peltas to join in. The Shogun is happily chasing down this Hydra and saying, give me all the samurai in the world. As now Heavy comes through for Matrius as well. Sorry, for Matador as well, as Matrius in that moment does decide to tap out. As he's not able to quite make it work here for game number 4. Matador does get the dub. And unfortunately for Matrius, that will be his last game in Champions League Season 4. Unable to get any series wins throughout this group stage. But a well-played series from Matador, with the exception of that little hiccup with the Shenong. I'm sure he'll be watching that one back and going, what did I do wrong in that one there? But nonetheless, it's always a pleasure watching Matrius. He's always trying some out-of-the-box plays. Hoplite Centaur here almost managed to make this one work. I think if it was a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, Matador could have been in for some real trouble here. Without question, he could have been in for some real trouble. But that 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, just a little bit too much defense available here. And unfortunately for Matrius, especially that ceasefire move, really changed momentum in this game, and Matador was able to get out of this one with a win. But nonetheless, we will be having ourselves our next game coming up momentarily. It will be Soup versus B. Bear with me while I get this one set up, and I'll see you guys in the next one. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. It's very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Garth decided to fight this one. Is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Arch is pulling all the way back in onto this spot. The Ghoul and Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable rams coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those Chillin is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. It looks like he's able to completely dominate this army. I did say that those Terma were not of any value there for Zucolo. But now, Hell's... Imagine Forest Fire! He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Ghoul and Bursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough, is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdmen. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force set is on the way. Earthwall gets dropped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrade. So the Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there. From that Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we are raring to go for our second game of today, of our Friday Champions League showdown. It's getting close to the very end for our whatchamajigget, our group stages here. So yeah, that's the big thing. We're going to be watching our next match here. Is going to be Soup versus B. They're currently drafting it up at the moment. So that's the story there. But anyways, while we're waiting for all of that drafting nonsense to get going, let's have a little quick look at the standings after everything's going on. Alrighty, so after the game between Matador and Matrius, obviously Matador has claimed the top spot in the Loki division. So he will be 100% through to the playoffs. Mini Yeti and Mosca is more of a formality than anything else. Winning the game between Mini and Yeti and Mosca does matter for them. Winning means they get a lifeline in the playoffs. Losing means you go straight to the losers bracket. So it does matter for them. If we take a quick look over onto the ISIS division, Recon and Rappel have locked the second place there. So they're both going to be getting their lifeline, whereas Nyan, Racing Cat, and Aetherial, who have they got their game? They have not scheduled their game yet, have they? Have I missed something? Where is this? This is the ISIS division. I need to get angry at some people. No, they have. It's 1600 GMT on Saturday. Okay, I haven't got that one in the things yet, so let me add that in. So yeah, 1600 GMT Saturday, Aetherial and Nyan Racing Cat. That's going to be a very important game. Obviously, if you win that one, you're through to the playoffs. If you lose that one, well, you're out. I think there's another game that's on exactly then as well. So unfortunately, we're going to have an overlap. But that is the way the cookie crumbles. Actually, they're both important games. Anyways. And then in the Aranos division, still a lot of mess here. This is a lot of mess. Yeah, the way that this graph works is you've got your series wins, you've got your game wins, and your game losses. That's all that is. Yeah, so Aranos division, it could go anyway. I'm pretty sure anyone can still come first in this division, especially if Soup beats 3DB today. It's going to be very, very interesting. If Soup beats B and Kavoth beats Soup, that's when things get very, very tricky. If Soup loses here, then 3DB will be in first. Excuse me, 3DB will be in first place, and Soup and Kavoth are going to be playing for that second place. And then in the Zeus division, this one's also got a lot of very interesting matchups to come through. Mr. and Tunison will be playing for first and second. Doesn't really matter which one they get, I think. Like, yeah, it makes your route to the finals a little bit easier, I think, if you're first in the division, but second in the division, you don't really lose anything. You still got that second life in the bracket. Grass and Chasing the Sun, their game's going to be coming up as well. Which is on Sunday at 1800 GMT, and they're playing for that final spot in the Zeus division there. But nonetheless, let's jump over to the draft and see what we're going to see here for B and Soup. Alrighty, so the meta for this tournament has well and truly set itself in stone. Whether it is correct or not, I am going to shake my finger and say I don't think it's correct. I don't believe it anymore. I think Tsukiyomi is really strong. I don't think he's the best god. I think he's up there. It's definitely not the best god in every single matchup in this game. The more I play it, the more I start to think that. But I'll keep my opinions to myself, shall I? All right. So our first map is on Step. B grabs that Tsukiyomi first. Soup grabs Tsukiyomi. Then B grabs himself Kronos first, which is wild, considering how much of a Chinese player B is. He goes Kronos as his first pick. Soup then takes himself the Shenong and Set. Both very strong gods for Soup. And then B is going to take himself Thor and Ra. And then we got the Fushi Isis for Soup. B then takes the Gaia and Freya. And Soup finishes off his draft with a very, very strong Amaterasu. So yeah, obviously two very, very different priorities here for B and Soup. On the one hand, you know, B could be trying to hide some things. On the other hand, this game does matter for him. Winning this series is going to be very, very important. Our first game is on Step, and it will be a a Ra versus Fushi affair on the map Step. Now, this is really interesting because there are two things right now that I have discovered in my own journey through playing Ra that make this matchup very, very difficult for the Chinese. So the thing number one is the Slinger. This unit is really, really good, funnily enough, against China. The other unit that's really good here in this matchup is the Elephant. Now, I don't know how much B knows about this, but if you can get to that Elephant Slinger and not be too far behind, losing fights doesn't really happen. The Chinese player has to be a little bit more creative with how they want to find some wins. But then again, the Egyptian player doesn't have a whole lot of creativity inside of that army. You have to push in one little position and one position only. So you can play around that. There's also, yes, Elephant Slinger. Very, very strong. There's also, obviously, just playing Spearman with Slinger and all that stuff. All of these classical ideas are very, very strong. Yes, it's with Sekman and Ptah. You've also got obviously the Sobek stuff is still there with the Ptsukos ideas. That can also be very strong. Fushi's obviously got some nice heroes though, so it's not the simplest of units to be using against the Najar and against the John Wick. Though they've both been nerfed to some degree, but they haven't been nerfed against myth units. They got boosted versus myth units. So there's a lot of interesting things here. But anyways, our first game, Step, Ra, Fushi. We're about to jump in here. This is probably the matchup of the day, so get yourself strapped in. Hands and legs must remain inside the vehicle at all times. We've got a best of 5 coming your way. Champions League. Must win Age Mythology here. Let's go. And in the left-hand corner of the map, we have ourselves 3DB. In the top side of the map, we've got ourselves Soup playing as Fushi. Our first game for this series here. Soup's only played one series thus far. He was looking very, very strong in that series, playing some incredibly high-level Age mythology. But 3DB, he's looking on another level thus far. It's been a couple of days, maybe a week since we've actually seen him play. He played versus Kavoth, he played versus Zucolo, and he won both of those matchups. The matchup versus Kavoth was very, very, very close, 3-2 in the end. But 3DB obviously in his element here. We'll see what he's going to be able to do with the Ra as Obelisks starting to come up onto this position, checking things out. Relics on the map. There's the Thundercloud Shawl hanging out over here. Over onto this side, there is the Feather of Bafang. There'll be some bonus damage versus buildings there for the human soldiers. Got the System of Bast as well, with the villagers' food wood gold cost minus 15%. And finally, at the top of the map, there is the Grass Cutting Sword, which is inventory movement speed plus 5% there as well. So that relic at the top is an absolute must grab for both players in this series. In this game, excuse me. Now, this is spotted here for Soup, so he's going to be able to grab it. I don't believe Ra can get over there and get that relic fast enough. You can rush the temple up. You can get that upgrade in nice and quick. It's expensive, 75 gold, 150 gold versus the temple. I guess you also have to account for the fact that the temple is quite pricey on the other side as well. But I imagine here that Soup is going to have his eyes on that relic. Why does he need to grab it? Well, the big reason is you don't want to be playing against 5.25 speed spearmen as anyone. You don't want to be playing against it. Like, that's going to be just a nice thing for B to have. And then I guess on top of that as well, a couple of goats getting stolen away here from B as Soup hanging out with his pioneer, waiting for these goats to come through as well. And he grabs them all. Oh my god, that's brutal. As 3DB can attempt to take these back, but Soup will herd all the way back here, I think. He's got to be a little bit careful, a little bit of the APM shenanigans, but still, he grabs them, and 3DB says, okay, fine. That's fine. You take those. Not ideal. Anyways, Temple is now up for B. He obviously doesn't know the relics in the top right hand of the map. And we see Ptar coming through, so I'm not surprised about that. Over onto this side here for Soup. Hasn't queued up his favor grabbing thing just yet. Oh. And now B's taking the goats back. Everybody's got the goats back. Alrighty. Well. 3DB's got to be a little bit careful. He's getting a little bit far away, but he has managed to get himself a bit of an advantage here. Generally speaking, Ra does not get... Oh, the goats literally just keep getting stolen. Oh my god. Generally speaking, Ra does not get the goats. But in this situation, B is going to be enjoying this. We are seeing Chiyao coming through for our Fushi player. I actually much prefer in this specific matchup the Zhuan Nu over Fushi over Chiyao, because lightning weapons, you're just going to shifting sands away from it, and the boost from those chillin is just so nice. So much HP coming back on your units and all the other good stuff. Nonetheless, Soup now making his way over, and he will grab the first relic over here. He has grabbed sorry, he's already got this one here. He's got that System of Bast, going to make his villages a little bit cheaper. In the main base here, Soup has gone for 4 Quaofu in the Archaic Age. He is going for his massive amount of Quaofu. He has 4, and a 5th one coming out immediately here, with the favor for a 6th one as a military camp and a machine workshop getting dropped down. In the main base for B, 2 barracks, armory, market. Well, let's just say here that Soup is gonna have a ridiculous amount of economic advantage to start this game off. Now, let's just be completely honest here. What could B do? What, like, if you know this is coming, what can you do? Well, you can go for mass monuments. Take a late advance as well on the side of the Ra. That's a really good way to play. You can go for a fast second town center and catch up on all of this stuff over here. That's another good play. But basically here, B is... Man, he's getting another... The Qualfu just keep coming. They just keep coming. And they're so cheap because he's got the relic. He's got the relic to make them cheaper. Look at them. They're 42 food, 85 gold. He has 6 at 6 minutes. All right. Another machine workshop coming up as the units will start to come through. But the question is really going to be here for Soup. Can he beat this 3DB army? Because 3DB, he's going to mass up something pretty scary here. Wait, and still... Like, hang on. Is he getting 10 favor? No, he's getting 14 favor a minute. Surely he can't make another Qualfu after this one. Wait, maybe he can. No, surely not. He's expanding the favor out, so maybe he can. This is so wild. Yeah, he's not going to be able to gather food. Well, actually, to be honest, how many gatherers? He's got nine peasants. Just put all the peasants onto food. Take them all off of wood. 9 peasants on food. It's plenty. If you're making yourself Dow Swordsman, Fire Archer, etc. We see the Heroic Age now coming through for 3DB. He is rushing for his strong point, which is going to be the fact he gets the Citadel in. He gets the strongest slingers. Got those spearmen starting to mass up on this spot. Houses going everywhere. Okay, surely he's not going to have the favor, right? He's on 8. Everybody watch it. Can he get one? No, he's going to be able to get it out. Or at the very least, there'll be a tiny bit. No, he has the favor. That's wild. Oh, he doesn't have the resources for it, though. Ha! Idle time in the town center. Win for the little man. Villagers now starting to get pushed in here as 3DB has to pull back. Not going to be able to eat that food for much longer. He can just pull on to the goats. He's got so many goats. Not a big problem. B now getting himself some more units in. Citadel Center to come through. The Soup can now hang out in the center of the map. There's still plenty of gold here for B to mass up an army. The Slingers are low cost. Axemen are low cost. There is lightning weapons though. That's going to be somewhat of a problem. And beyond all of this, Soup now in the center of the map on food, on the spotted deer. He can think about going to the next stage himself, but it looks like he just wants to pump units out. He is making halberdiers. Now, the halberdiers here are obviously a bit of a gamble on the side of Soup. He probably expects to see a Migdol, probably expects to see camel riders. They aren't coming. B is going to be staying full barracks army here and sitting and waiting. And we do see the Sky Lanterns spotting this all out as a huge amount now of pioneers also to come through. Not exactly sure what those are for, just on the fact that, well, B here has got 1 monument, and he's not planning to make any real myth units here, I don't think. But after all is said and done, military... Oh, he's making scarabs. Excuse me, there is a second scarab to come through. Second town center now coming up here for Soup. Yeah, after all is said and done, yeah, look at the villager differential. It's huge. But B is equal on military. He is an age in front. So it's not as simple as just build these Qualfu and you're in front here. Of course, there's a town center coming up on the back. But obviously, Heroic Age is more expensive than all that stuff. You do have to also account for the fact that an age up does cost about 5 villagers. So it's a 10 villager differential here, not a 15. Houses coming up all over the middle of the map here is Soup is going to basically say, I'm happy to just keep pumping units and playing defense here, because why not? Surely it works, right? But this is the mind of 3DB. Doesn't make any sense. But he is building this army, and it's going to be very, very scary. Golmang pre-queued now for Soup. He wants the age up. The army poking forward, but he can't leave his base just yet. The Scarabs do die for a huge amount. You're absolutely right. On death, 60 divine damage. That's not nothing. Were they buffed recently? Have they always been 60 divine damage? Anyways. .3DB still waiting, still trying to mass up an army here before making his big fat move forward. The villagers are out in the center of the map on this gold mine. There is still the Peach Blossom Spring in the main base, though, as walls are starting to come up. Obelisk coming through, and now B's going to be like, all right, I'll take my gold mine. And this game is so tense here. Both players, like, we're just massing up armies. Both players are just playing really heavily into their advantages, so to speak. No heavy upgrades for B at the moment as he charges forward. Trying to get in here. Going to be able to take out the Yartza as the army wandering forward. Some nice reactions there from 3DB as he's dodging the arrows. Slingers poking forward here. Trying to pick off some units. Very, very spicy situation though. The Scarabs into the middle. Lightning weapons to come through. Shifting Sands does get dropped. And the army is out of there. That is exactly what B wanted to have happen. He can heal everything up now. Little bit of a loss. But now the heavy axemen to come through. And realistically right now, B needs a lot of slingers to actually break through this army. As now a ballet to come in. You actually see a secondary Tao Wu on the way from Soup. I haven't seen this guy getting built multiple times before. He's actually turned off the ability so he can manually trigger it, get in, send the units flying, and be in a really good spot. Immediate upgrades, Vibrant Land, Shaft Mine, heavy archers, heavy infantry. And immediately, 5 White Horse Cavalry queued up for Soup. He knows how important they are here. As this is majority Axeman Slinger from 3DB. But 3DB is still playing his waiting game. He's up against 2 town centers from Soup. Soup is 2 TC. Slingers coming in. More upgrades. The big question here for 3DB is, like, is his plan strong enough? Can his army break through all this stuff or not? He's splitting up his army, just trying to protect everything. He's got no idea this is 2 TCs, by the way. He also has no idea that there are 12 Quaofu for Soup at the moment. I mean, maybe he has a bit of an inkling because of the lack of myth units in this army, but still. Army's setting up onto this spot as Axeman will start frontlining Tawus, sending all the units flying here. Good control from Soup to block everything up here. Is this fight going to be enough? The Scarabs here will be able to take out those Tawu pretty quickly. And it does look here that 3DB's madness is working out as Soup can't get through this army in the slightest here. Now 3DB with a little bit of confidence, slowly starting to move forward. Realistically, the best unit versus this Slinger is actually the Javelineer. Of course, the White Horse Cavalry is also not terrible, as we do see the Forest Protection coming down. Goldmine is at 2,500 here. Actually, the best move here for Soup is probably just getting to the Mythic Age, and a big, great Flood can just kill everything. But that's what I guess that's what the Scarabs are here for. To like threaten that attack. If you go Mythic Age and your opponent pushes, you're just going to lose everything. Good control here from both players at the moment. The White Horse Archers frontlining nicely here as the Scarab going to die. Big amounts of damage to come onto these units in the front, but it's looking like Soup might have what it takes now, fighting underneath this forest protection. And the army from Soup in this moment does manage to break through, and B's frontline falling means he's got to pull back, got to get some more units in, the Spearmen, to try and deal with those White Horse Cavalry maybe, but it does not seem to be enough here for B. Soup's Fire Archers do end up getting taken out, but I don't think that really matters. The rain gets dropped down for B. He needs a little bit of an eco boost. He's only got 12 villagers on that one, as now the villagers getting pushed away off to the right-hand corner. Yeah, and Soup is just in a league of his own, it seems, in this game, just in terms of just sheer quality of unit. Armory upgrade situation. B, full bronze, full copper. Soup, full bronze. He's got himself a ballet. He's got himself 2 TCs. He's in front by 30 villagers. B going to move up onto this top right-hand corner and try and defend this gold mine. And now a third town center for Soup as he goes, yep, I will just claim that one and we'll move forward here in this game. The Slingers wandering in, trying to take out that back line. This could be a half-decent fight for B. After he takes out the back line there, the Slingers are not terrible against those Dao Swordsmen, but I think... No, Soup doesn't have any significant upgrades for those, but again, he doesn't even have to mind this. So long as he doesn't get gold-starved anytime soon, he will be able to get out all the units in the world here. He's got so many resources, just needs a lot more on gold. At the moment, I think he's got all of his Quailfill on wood. He's got a couple over here. He needs them to move over onto gold. Meanwhile, B at the moment needs to start getting some economy going or something. Sniping some villages. We see watchtowers coming through over onto this right side. Meanwhile, Taowoos yet again coming through for Soup. Just enjoying to make those upgrades on the way as well. Celestial weapons, Tai Chi, whole bunch of towers coming onto the buildings. As Soup knows the only real way that he's going to end up losing this game is getting gold starved. So he's going to lock that all up, spend all the resources on that. Can also think about going next age as well as the Tao comes through, sending those units packing. I'm going to pull back up to the top side. This is full spammage from 3DB non-stop in this game. Good control from Soup, though, as he's sniping down the units nicely before sending in his White Horse Cavalry. But is there enough stuff here from 3DB at the moment or not, is the big question. Gong Gong on the way now for Soup. It's going to be a big amount of help here, as B does manage to push Soup back for the time being. But all of a sudden, the front line ends up crumbling. Is he going for the town center while this is all going on? At the very least, take the back one. Maybe he feels like he can hold. It's an equal military differential here. Town center now going to come through. Soup immediately pops back up into population. He's got so many more resources, so much more income than 3DB does at the moment. But B is trading militarily decently. He tries to get his town center up, but more units to flood through. Dao, White Horse Cavalry, Fire Archer, proving to be that little bit too much for 3DB in this game, as the town center will finish, but will also get denied immediately here. And even with this Mythic Age coming through and a full army, and now Soup is on full resources. Ballet on the way. Another rain in for 3DB to try and keep him afloat here. But with the Gong Gong also means what are they called? Not White Horse Cavalry. Tiger Cavalry, which are amazing versus those slingers. You know, funnily enough, after watching all of this, I think B might have been okay if after, like, if he actually just dropped the second town center midway through this strategy, rather than like going crazy on the attack, just playing some defense, getting the. Anyways, Mythic Age now in. We also see the immediate Qinglong coming through for Soup, charging forward. The units splitting up to try and avoid a great flood, but Soup does not need to use this. He gets his upgrade, and look at this. Every little gets so many resources with this. He gets 75 wood from that. All the houses going down. Villagers do garrison into the town center. Down to 55 pop. And it's just even more economy for Soup here as the village is falling on the left-hand side. Dow Swordsman coming through here as well to clean everything up. It's 4 town centers now for Soup. And 3DB in that moment does tap out. Ballet's coming up onto the top side of the map with the gold staff on the way. But, and well played from Soup here. This is such a crazy, strong way to play with all the... He's got 20 Quaofu out. Crazy amount of Quaofu. I'll just to give you some sort of perspective as to the amount of Quaofu players were going in the recent patch when the Quaofu were 15 favor. It was about 5 to 8. 5 to 8 Quaofu. This one, 20 Quaofu. Let's have a quick look at the post game and just show you what this actually meant in a tangible way. Yeah, that's some resources there. That's some resources. Now, I will say, first and foremost, you do have to take the cost of the Quaofu off of this, right? So he's up, he built 20. So we'll times 20 by 150. So you got to take 3,000 resources off of this. Actually, probably not 3,000. 1,000 resources off of this for it to be comparable. That's such a huge advantage. Now, it was also 2 town centers, mind you, versus 1 town center. And really, you can probably only take the knowledge of what happened up until about this point. Now, I think had B dropped the town center here, I think this game would have been quite close in terms of economy. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe not. I don't know. If B had dropped the town center, he might have been okay here. But Soup, very nice play here. Very solid. Moving to game number 2. Check out the draft, see what they're going to pick. So our next game will be a Thor versus Shennong matchup. Oops. That the wrong way around. Thor versus Shennong. So we've seen 3DB basically going Thor on this map non-stop. He's really, really good with his Thor, but Soup obviously incredibly ready to play China at the moment. He is an incredibly strong Chinese player with several different ways to make his way through. Lots of cheeses up his back sleeve and all the other good stuff as well. The score is swapped. Excuse me. I made a boo-boo. All right, let me give you guys your... Do you guys do some predictions? Yep. And we will give you guys another little option to do game 2. Give you guys like 5 minutes to decide. Just the slightest of delays here is I think Soup just needed to go to the loo. All right. I might do the same. So we're going to have the shortest of breaks. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the loo. Don't you guys go nowhere. The Feistis Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. Very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack of Feistis Revenge. Too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Gareth deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot. The Ghoul and Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable rams coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Alrighty, these guys are queued up, in-game, ready to go. Got about 40 seconds until we get in. So, yep, Thor versus Shenong. Of all of the Norse versus China matchups, Thor has to be the one who's got the most chance of making stuff happen. You've got aggressive plays early on with fast advances, with really, really solid amounts of pressure you can put onto the Shenong player. But anyways, we'll see how well 3DB can manage it. He loves his Thor on this one. Let's jump into it and see how it's going to go. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue color. Plays the blue Thor. It is 3DB. Right-hand corner currently up 1-0. In this best of 5, it is Soup. As he drops the farms down. Like that. He could have put them over here. Just put them on this. You don't even have the silo in the right spot. I'm going to lose my hair from all of this shenanigans here. I'm not going to explain it. I explain it every single time. But nonetheless, Dwarven Armory for 3DB is his option here. I might unpack one other strategy that could be really strong on this map. But if you're playing against the 2 gold mine sort of situation, it's less useful. So probably the decision from 3DB to go into the Dwarven Armory and play for more economy. But let's have a little look-see at the relics. Dar's Scepter here. Wooden gold minus 25% there for the farms. Next relic is the Gugnir Odin Spear, which is going to be Hoplite, Spearman, Catapulties, Halberdier, as well as the Yadi Spearman, getting some extra boosted damage up on the top of the Blue Crystal Shard, making the economy a little bit faster. Grab this one and we can sort of role play as the previous Norse strength with that 5% extra economy, always nice. Well, not extra food, but extra wood and gold. Fetters of Fenrir at the top as well. A nice little relic there as the goats getting claimed in a big way here from Soup. He has 19. Literally 19 goats. On the other side, 6. And there are 2, 4 left on the map. As Soup's Pioneer wanders directly over onto this side. And I think if you guys want to learn scouting patterns for Ghost Lake, just watch what Soup did in this early stage. Just go back, look at the recorder game. You can get it on aomstats.io. It will be also posted on my Discord. Go back and just watch what he did early game, because that was a ridiculous amount of goats there. Nonetheless, a couple weapons on the way. 3DB will have himself his armory upgrades. He likes to go for every single armory upgrade in the Archaic Age to get a huge eco boost going. And on the other side here, Soup, in knowing this, he does actually decide to go for Hull 2. I don't know if he spotted what was happening. Hang on, let's have a look. He did see the armory. Now, in knowing this, Soup doesn't decide to go for the mass Quailfu approach in the Archaic Age. He decides, no, we'll go for a nice quick advance, and he is actually going for Hull 2 in this matchup. Which either means he wants a second town center, which isn't a terrible idea here, mind you. Or he just wants to have a lot of fun with those Cheongchi, making the Thor player's life miserable with those flying units. As now we got the Forseti on the way. And relics will start to come through, and man, he grabs that Blue Crystal Shard there. Always nice to be a Chinese player when it comes to relic grabbing. Always nice to be an Atlantean player when it comes to relic grabbing. You always get your pick of the bunch most of the time there. But nonetheless, it will be Forseti for B as he is searching around. And surprise, surprise, there is a villager advantage here for our Thor player, which normally you don't get against the Chinese. So obviously, B going to be somewhat happy to start this game off like this. Are we going to see a town center here from Soup or not? It looks like the answer is a resounding yes. As the earth wall does get through up. As the Quailfu has been thrown into the woodline, he is stranded. The pioneers, not the pioneers, the peasants, desperately trying to break him out of this situation. He does drop the silo though, and he will be back to work now. He will be back to work. Not the end of the world there for our Soup boy, but he's not going to be happy about that one. The earth wall does have a bit of a flinging effect if there's any units on top of it. So, yeah, you got to be prepared for that one. At the top level, that's the important stuff. Nonetheless, 3DB here has not yet scouted what's happening. He hasn't seen across the other side of the map. There's no real rush here for him to go and hit this position. In fact, 3DB is not a player that really likes to play 2 town center macro games. It's this Hersa with the Dar's Scepter. I'm not sure exactly why he's not putting that into the temple, but Just playing defense for the time being. The Berserker will pop out here and is looking for something. Now, generally speaking, if you see your opponent go how-to, generally speaking, it gives away that the Chinese player is going for a second town center. That's normally what it means. You don't have to, but the chance of a second town center against how-to is much higher than against, say, Qi Yao or against Zhuang Nu. Obviously, all of them can go second town center, but this is just the way the meta works. And 3DB going to come over here. He will confirm the town center is up. It's not a good town center in the sense that there's no gold mines nearby. Obviously, this gold mine is. But yeah, it's not a great town center because there's just nothing around it. The thing that it makes it a good town center is the fact that there's a gold mine over here inside the main base. So grabbing that second town center generally is a good idea when you're playing 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. But this is where B does shine. He's got 700 gold in the bank for some reason. Thinking about what he's going to spend that for. Soup will be chewing through his gold by making Quaofu. This is something to be careful of. If you are playing China and you are going mass Quaofu, you do have to be careful of the fact that every Quaofu you build is chewing through 100 gold, which means less resources for your actual army. Which does mean that with a solid enough of a plan from the Norse player, you can get those gold stars going. Okay, machine workshops coming up. Fire archers on the way. Chongqi also actually getting built here by Soup. He's got 1 extra. No, that might have been free. Never mind. He's going to get Tao Wu next. But he is pumping out these Quaofu from both town centers here. As the military buildings getting dropped over here. And they do slowly start to get spotted by the Sky Lanterns. That's the Dwarven Breastplate on the way for 3DB. Lots and lots of raiding cavalry coming through as well. Fire Archers, Pioneer. We've also got the Quaofu on the way here. Bronze Shields to come through for B, as he is just going to keep on trying it here. There's really not that many units in for Soup. At this point, attacking this town center is probably not a bad idea, just because there's not that many units, but Soup might just go for mass towers at the moment. He's got enough food and gold, or enough food to go to the next stage. At this point, these military camps will get torn down. The question is there enough, are there enough heroes to deal with those Cheongqi? But B is saying, I am going for broke here. He is going to take everything out of this position. And thing is here, with that earth wall, Soup can just pop back, enjoy his time over there. A little bit of an attempt to get some villager kills as the villagers to pop into the town center. This is actually what B wants. As he drops the forward healing spring down. This is his bread and butter with Norse, with Thor. He wants to get in here. He wants to go full send, keep his units alive. Great defense from Soup. He's now going to say, all right, I'll bail on the town center. Probably can't defend it, but just get as much value as he possibly can here. As the army now slowly starting to tear it down. Units falling. But even if B kills this town center, and he probably will, but even if he kills it, the villager differential is already set. Soup's still got his gold mine in his main base. He doesn't have to leave his base just yet. But I love that units are just getting picked off by Soup. It's a great defense here. And at the moment, the differential on military is getting very, very close. Soup's also got the resources to go to the next age. However, he will be population blocked here momentarily if he loses this town center. As the town center falls, raiding cavalry now onto the backside. Ursa are through to take out these Cheongqi over here. And Soup bails out nicely. The town center is down. The game to continue along. Lots of dead units, actually, on the side of on the side of Soup. He does go over now to Rush Hole. It's the gold mine. 1,600 left in the main base. Basically 1,600 left in the main base. The healing spring actually over onto Soup's side here as well. Have to kill off both the military camps to claim this one back. Let's have a little check of the armory upgrades as well. Just bronze shields. On the other side, no armory. It's just a market for Soup. More military buildings into the main base. Military camp. Machine workshop. But B is just going to start slowly trying to open up this base here. A good healthy amount of Hersa are actually here. So this Fey Beast that Soup has now got access to might not be that much of a problem. Does get into that spread formation. Sitting on this healing spring at the moment. Soup utilizing this little choke point really nicely here as B trying to push through on this front. Great control with those thrown axemen for the time being. The Hersa are going to go down first. The Tawu sends everyone scrambling as soon as the Hersa numbers go down, the Fey Beast does get dropped through here, and Supki will start cleaning up units left, right, and center as the 3DB army appears to be no more. Pulls back, but so many fire archers. The gold mine will be expiring, but moving forward onto this gold mine is not necessary. You can move up to the top side. It is only a 15 villager advantage here, though, so B can resupply himself and continue along here. So Soup has to be careful. Sure, he's got the eco advantage. Yes, but one bad fight. He doesn't have a heroic age god power anymore. What's coming from B? Flaming weapons. Surely. He's still pumping out units, though, but there is a flaming weapons possibility. Never mind, he's just pumping units. The villagers will make their way forward. Will grab this gold mine. He can take the healing spring for himself as well. A ballet also to come through. More trolls on the way. As B goes, maybe you're up the top side of the map. But he sees the ballet, so he has to assume that this is here. It's a bit of a I was like, Scardy? Nope, he's going to be going for the Bragi. He's got so much favor in the bank as well. This is kind of that hidden sort of eco boost, so to speak, to the Norse. And the question is, will he be able to get out the battle boars to break through this? Will Soup read this? He's already got himself out 8 pioneers. Pioneers aren't the best versus battle boars. He does need to think about things like what? Things like sages, Jiangxia, etc. All the longhouses are up to the top here. Is there 2 temples? There are 2 temples. So it's going to be mass troll. He doesn't need to get his troll upgrade, though, if he wants to do that. It's the halberdier come over here. I'm going to push these raiding cavalry back for the time being. And the real question here is going to be, can Soup hold a 175 population flaming weapons attack with less population, mind you, versus a 190 population Chinese army with a ballet, a town center, and a couple of myth units? But B's going to grab his town center. He is going mass unit here. It's very, very risky. Things can go... this is mass fire archer as well versus like basically mass... it's not really. There's a lot of infantry units in for B at the moment. This B will return over onto this spot. Huafu sitting on this wood line. In a bit of a difficult spot. As the raiding cavalry just poke. Pull back. upgrades coming through. We've got that stone wall, fortified town center, advanced defenses, boiling oil. Soup says every single little bit of defense as a third town center to come up. This is so smart from Soup. The only way he loses this game is he loses his army and he gets gold star. This position over here is the most important. You can get a whole bunch of towers down in an instant here. You can also go Mythic Age in an instant. Like, B can't sit around and wait on this one. He has to be thinking, I got to go here. Raiding cavalry coming through as the Baihu will jump in, send units flying. A couple do get picked off as the raiding cavalry are looking to get in. The double walls are up by Soup on this spot. Military camp coming through as well. The army just hanging on the top side. Now we see Huang Di queued up for Soup. And this is scary. Villager goes down. It's a 16 villager differential. It's not crazy. But the problem here is... Well, the problem here is that Mythic Age is on the way. And is there an answer for this? 5 trolls against the dragon? Maybe? The army of Soup feeling a little bit adventurous here. This could be exactly what 3DB is waiting for here. His army swinging in from the top. Units to pull back up to the top here as well. As he charges in on the left, he charges in on the right. Flaming weapons needs to be dropped here, but he's not going. Now he throws it in. Very, very late on that one. The trolls onto that back line. All the raiding cavalry have fallen. I don't even know if there's enough units here now for 3DB. He lost everything before the fight even started. Good control with the battle war to dodge everything, but now the fire archers to clean up all of the back line. And I don't see how 3DB can make this work anymore. He sort of frontlined the halberdier with the raiding cavalry, and it was just not the engagement he was looking for. Meanwhile, Soup's now 85 to 75 villages. He's going to have a Mythic Age. He's got all the resources in the bank here to get himself a lot of upgrades straight away. He trains everything out. He's got himself a decent amount of military camps, decent amount of military workshops there as well. And 3DB is in a lot of trouble moving forward. Now the Mythic Age is in. The dragon might not even need to be called upon, but Soup says no, it's coming in. And all those units on the back line are going to be falling, as I don't see any way for 3DB to kill a 6k army with next to nothing in the bank. A whole bunch of goaded to come through, but too little too late from 3DB. A nice try in this one. I do think there was something here, but B just kind of took his foot off the pedal. I think if he went for the attack at 175 pop with flaming weapons, I think this would have been a very, very different situation. Because Soup had put the ballet up, and actually, let me have a look. You see this little move here? When did the town center come up? Like 15 minutes and 50 seconds. If you went for that attack at 15 minutes and 50 seconds, yeah, exactly. If he went in for that attack as soon as he hit the Mythic Age, maybe he waits a minute, gets his upgrades in, heavy cav, heavy infantry. So that's like a minute of wait time or 40 seconds of wait time, whatever it is, and then makes that attack happen. Soup might have been in for a little bit of a rough time, because if he loses that army on that moment, then he gets gold starved, and then all the economy in the world doesn't matter. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see what would actually have happened there, as B kind of just tried to macro up and tried to bring himself back into it, but too strong from Soup. 2 games for Soup in this one. We'll see if B can get his name on the board in this series. He definitely does need to win. I think this series is really important for B. We'll talk about it in the draft. Alrighty, our next game here is going to be a Gaia versus Amaterasu game. Gaia versus Amaterasu. Alright, so let me just explain what might happen here for Mr. B. And why, and also for Soup. Both of these are very important. So, at the moment, B beat Kavoth. Kavoth is yet to play Soup, and Soup here hasn't lost yet. So, if Soup wins this one 3-0, he beat Zucolo, I believe, 3-1 from memory. So, he would be at +5 on the point total. If then Soup loses to Kavoth, they'll all be 2 series tied. So, effectively, every win matters in this situation. Every win matters. But 3DB, oops, I did not mean to dead the Gaia here. This one's dead. We'll see if 3DB can make it work. Gaia versus Amaterasu, not the worst matchup here. This is a nice one here for B. We'll see if we can make it. We'll see if we can make it happen. Let's get into game number 3. Game number 3. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, the blue color playing as Gaia. It's B. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Amaterasu. It is Soup. Alright. Upgrades coming in. We got the Economic Guild through. Just immediately onto the food. Gaia trees coming through as well. And all the other good stuff. Soup, on the other hand, I'm interested in which way he wants to take this. I'm going to throw out some off-meta strategies. I know Soup does like to take things somewhat off-meta. There are some very meta strategies as well. So, the meta strategy would be to play into your samurai, right? So, you're going to go through Ame no Uzume, and then you're going to go through, what's it called? Brain. Raijin. And that gives you, and also Takemikazuchi in the end. And that gives you all of your samurai or infantry upgrades, minor god upgrades, those unique favor costing upgrades, and that can make them incredibly strong. We've seen that a lot. Players are sort of used to that now, and they're starting to figure out how to play around it and how to find advantages inside of that sort of an idea. The new sort of hashtag off meta but also strong option is to, maybe you can go through Ame no Uzume, but you also do have Minakata Tomi as an idea to play a defensive game. So let's just say you go through Ame no Uzume and then you go into Hachiman. This means that you can make Tengu and you can use your Goshin Boku tree plus the Solar Shield on your Tengu, which is really, really strong. So that's another little option there. And also you've got the Shogun as well, which you can use the Solar Shield on too. And of course you can also go for the Minakata Tomi idea, where you're going to actually drop the shrine down onto a second town center, and you drop the Shrine of the Hunt, grab yourself the town center, and then you're still playing for a heroic age there with Myth Unit or Samurai, but it's just a little bit more of a safer option if you're going to TC. I'm very interested in how Soup's going to play this, because there are a lot of options in this matchup. Now, on the other side here for B, well, I think he just has to play aggressive. I don't think you can go 2 TC in this one. You have to play aggressive. You've got to put pressure on, but you need to not really take fights. It's very, very bizarre. When your opponent makes the Samurai, you got to pull back and make sure you're making those Karaballaster. You got to micro really well. You have to defend against those Weasels, which isn't too hard with the Caladria and all the other good stuff. There is also the option of potentially trying for Leto and spamming out a whole bunch of Spider Lairs. But, like I said, that does make life very, very difficult against the Shogun. So you don't really want to go for Automaton here because of that Shogun as a response being really, really difficult to deal with. Nonetheless, Hand Axe coming through for Soup. Oh, and relics on the map. Haven't talked about these. We've got the Kithara of Apollo. which is plus 10% of movement speed for those villagers there. Over here, we've got the Little Crow Circle, which is food and gold. Cost minus 50% there for the armory. Up here, there is also the Hori's Hunting Bow, making the hunt gather 5% faster. That's such a good relic there. And finally, we have ourselves the Hecate's Torch, which is going to be the God Power Recharge Time and God Power Recast. Cost minus 10% for the God Powers. As we've got Amenor Uzume. So not really any surprises from Soup. He's probably going to stay one town center here. Trying to force a 2 town center idea is a little risky in this matchup. So yeah, Amenor Uzume makes some sense. But we do see Leto in for B. Now, one idea here, as he has heroized his oracles, it looks like. He's got 2 of them heroized already. Probably to keep them alive against the Kitsune. But one idea here is to just mass Spider Lair on the position you think your opponent's going to be attacking you on. So you set up for that nice and early and go from there. Unless another relic to come in. Little Crow Circle. Yeah, so Spider Lair is quite good versus Amaterasu because of the want to build high-cost units. Both the Naginata Rider and the Samurai are really good targets for the Spider Lair, which gets dropped down somewhere. I've got no idea where. Oh, here. There it is. You can barely see it. It's on a snowy land. Of course, you can't see it if you are Soup either, but it's, yeah. So he's going to be defending this position for the time being as the Terma are going to start. And we see another dojo to come through for Soup. Automaton, Caraballister, Terma seem good. It's not a terrible idea, but your opponent will be making Onnomusha, and I think as soon as I see something like Terma Caraballister, if I see double counter barracks here as the Amaterasu, he has seen one, he hasn't seen the other one. But I might just think about walling off everything and then just going Heroic Age for my Shogun. And also things like Shinobi, Tengu, etc. Small walls coming through here for Soup to protect his food situation on the back. And also, I guess the other thing here is when you're playing as Amaterasu, you are a total god. This is a defensive god. You get this thing called Bushido, which most of us already know. And all you have to do is sit there idly by, and these guys will be claiming 2 XP a second. So that's going to be 4 XP a second coming through on this Bushido. And the more that come out, the more XP you're going to be getting. So you can just sit in here and play defense. There's the Samurai charging forward. They do heal themselves as well here. So charging in as the Naginata Riders catch out the Terma here. And that will be, at the very least, 1 dead Terma and a little chunk of Bushido over the Soup as some more spider eggs to get dropped down. And we will now start seeing Caraballister, Automaton. And I think B's kind of confirmed what he wanted to see. He wanted to see a whole bunch of units getting built here, and he's going to pull back. Now, Soup, on the other hand, hasn't really confirmed a whole lot about what's going on. He hasn't seen this position. Again, he hasn't seen the second Caraballister. He hasn't seen what plan B has got in this game. So he doesn't have a good idea of what to, like, react to. He could send his Kamaitachi out to have a little look-see around, see if he can find something. But if he just keeps spamming out Naginata Rider and Samurai, surely you have to expect B to be expecting this. The question as to whether or not what B is doing will work is always an interesting one. As he drops the mana down over onto this side, kind of blocking his own spider eggs, but nonetheless. As the spider eggs getting dropped in onto this position here. A couple of units do end up getting taken out as... I don't know where that got dropped. Is there a... I've got no idea where that Nevertheless, Soup's still just trying to charge through here. Even if he wins, even if he kills off a couple of automatons, they will just get rebuilt in. Villagers also to come through and start shanking. Is there enough stuff here is the question. I don't think there is. And, well, Soup does end up losing that fight pretty badly. Katagi also coming in a little bit late, so he didn't get the bonus XP on death for the samurai, but he is up to his second tier of Bushido here. He does also, yeah, he's got 90. He's got a lot of favor income here. I mean, I don't know.
Nani?
I don't know if the favor income is actually.
Nani?
Well, maybe it is a little high. We should be about 0.9-ish per Miko, I guess, on those sort of situations. I don't know. Anyways, automatons coming through. We've got the armory to come up for 3DB. I guess more spider eggs, more automaton, more defense. I'm surprised to see Soup just not go straight to the heroic age yet. I mean, this is he's dropping an armory, but this is the obvious response to an opponent making a whole bunch of Shogun food. Because you've also got the Solar Shield. You just run the Shogun in, and Solar Shield and live the dream. Soup is now out onto this corner of the map. Some very vicious black bears defending this position, though. Got to be careful here, as trying to move the Seraph. Can't do it. Citizens moving up to the top side here as well. And where to next for Mr. B at the moment? The gold mine on this side. Funnily enough, no shrine on this one from Soup. Does mean he's going to be expiring on this gold mine a little bit earlier than normal, but he has boosted this gold mine up a lot, up to 6,500 already. As the Mamilo will be searching in here looking for a Miko to snipe. And he does manage to get that one with B not paying attention. And that's going to be a dead shrine. Very much needed kill there for 3DB to slow down everything that's coming for him. But the next thing that's on its way is 135 favor of Myth Unit, or a much more important and probably more vicious in this specific situation, a second Shogun. With also a handful of Tengu as well, as another option. But nonetheless, now B says, oh, where are all your units? Let me go for a bit of an attack here. As the Mamilo up onto this side. Villagers now trying to put some walls down over here. We see an economic guild from B as he's trying to get a little bit aggressive here. Wooden wall to go down. As the spider eggs get dropped onto this position. Heroic Age now in for Soup. He is out of gold here. He's going to try and make his way up to the top side. Has found himself in a pretty difficult position, but it looks like he's going for the apparently it's ascetic practices. Ascetic. Anyways, Tengu is also going to be coming through as well. Only the one temple though, so it will take a while for him to actually get that favor spent. There's a random Miko coming over here. We'll get taken out. The villagers on this bottom side as well could enjoy this gold mine, but the army, for the moment, up onto the top side. As the Shogun does enter in. And the question here is going to be, does Soup have the answer, or sorry, does B have the answer to this Tengu menace, as the random citizen in the middle of the map does get taken out? These Mermillo checking out over onto this side as the villagers are happily enjoying a gold mine over here. More spider layers getting dropped all over the place. I'd love to see a spider layer get dropped on this gold mine. just so you can see what's happening there. As the Murmillos will clean this up, the villagers will make their way up to the top side. Gonna sack 3. But this does get spotted by the Oracle here. Yeah, I think Soup's going to be losing a couple of villagers. Meanwhile, over onto this side, though, heavy upgrades are through. The villagers will need to pull back. And some real damage to come in onto this spot as the villagers here are going to go down. Kind of go down. Oracle also getting brought into the fight to some degree. Mana's going down up here, leaving these villagers on this gold mine over onto that spot as B needs to defend himself, but let's see how he's going to go. Onto this side, the Tengu Master dives forward. I don't know how many shots he can tank from those Hero Karabalista, but that's a lot of shots. Another spider egg coming through as Soup says, all right, let me pull back. I'm going to keep on building up my crazy death ball. As the Tengu dive into the middle of this fight, units turning around here. We are going to be seeing the Solar Shield getting dropped down. The automatons, at the very least, aren't getting targeted down by the Shogun for the time being. Heroic Age comes through, a Hesperid's Tree on the way, but the Samurai are starting to get spammed here. Is there enough stuff for 3DB is the big question. He will have a Stivalian Bird to come in as well. And it does look like after all is said and done, Soup may have pulled the trigger that little bit too soon here in this fight. But he does get a huge amount of Bushido in for this. He's also going to get 2 Tengu back in that Goshin Boku tree. But B survives another day. Has a lot of units in reserve here. He's got Stimphalian Birds to start pumping out. I'd love to see more of these Oracles pumped now as well. As we just got the double temple up for Soup. He can really get these Tengu out as he's starting to slowly train them. But a second town center is up for Soup behind all of this. The Tengu dives forward. Takes a bit of damage. Villagers over here going to get pulled back. At the moment, there's still there's a tiny bit of gold actually coming through on the Amaterasu side. And Soup is starting to go crazy. He's into the center of the map, onto that watermill. He has very little food left. Of course, he's got food over on this side as well as the second Hesperid's Tree to come down. And does B. He's getting a second town center as well. He does spot what's happening onto this side. A couple of Term are also starting to join in, but there aren't no real ranged units coming through from Soup in this game. Pops over onto this spot with the berry bushes. Terma poking over onto this side again. He's going to pull back. Get everyone healed up. And see what happens next. More Automaton actually coming in here for B. Now, Automaton do make some sense here. They obviously don't have much hack armor, so the Tengu will out-trade them. But they're very, very cheap, and they do get some decent damage in as the army charges forward here. And I don't think here that 3DB has got the units to deal with what Soup has got. But we'll see. He charges forward. We've got the Stimphalian Bird floating above here to try and help out. As the Naginata Riders now onto the back line. There are still those Automatons carrying through on that backside. But all that's left here after all is said and done is a very large amount of Tengu rampaging through this army. the very least, the hero Karabalista going to be somewhat of a help as the Tengu numbers finally dwindle towards the end of that fight. And another fight there, another victory for 3DB as he's barely holding it together in this game. He's got a bit of a villager advantage. Castle now coming into the center of the map. Villagers over here on to hunt yet again. Be trying to stop the income. As the Naginata Riders joining back in here. And I think B here has moved just that little bit too far forward with his army at the moment. He is going up for Prosthetic side. He's trying to get himself out enough of those oracles to start getting some decent amount of favor income through. You have to also remember Soup here. He's only got two Miko out at the moment, but as soon as this game slows down a little bit, he can make tons with those two talent centers out in an instant, as well as also having that Kagura technology. He's also going to get his Tengu back from his Goshin Boku tree slowly, but still, they will come back. Heavy infantry on the way. Some hero catapulties getting trained out. These villagers over here, do they get spotted? Technically, yes, they do get spotted. There you go. The mining camp is here. But Soup can move out onto many different positions. He's got this gold mine. He's got this gold mine. He's got gold all across the map here. There's really no chance for him to get gold starved anytime soon. You see some Stymphalian birds looking for a little cheeky raid over onto this spot. A couple of villagers to get taken out here is going to feel nice. Wow, they two hit? There are some Bushian, however. The Stymphalian birds are a little bit slower than these. So they can chase them away, and no real response here from B to try and save them. Nonetheless, the Tengu numbers starting to climb up. There are a decent amount of dryads as well. And now we also see some more samurai rejoining in. B with only a few, like one Karabalti. I don't know if this is going to be enough here. Lots and lots of hero catapulti, however, to try and take out these Tengu, but the samurai numbers are absolutely solid for the time being. Is this going to be enough? It's always very, very difficult to tell what's actually happening here until the very last moment, especially with the samurai. And you can see like the military resource value just completely shot down in an instant there. As the Stymphalian birds to come back, the Bushi still getting involved. And Soup now has to pull back. He's got all, not Soup. B has to pull back. He's got all of his spider eggs here as well. So he's got to be trying to use those. I mean, he's got 19 favor on a spider egg cast. But more Tengu coming down. Now we've got 4 Miko out. Yes, there are 9 oracles out as well for B. It doesn't have map control. They're all sort of overlapping each other. So not the most ideal, but still a decent amount of stuff. Palace up onto this side now for B. It's going to get spotted though as the units moving through. And B here might be getting gold starved shortly here. 190 pop for Soup to 160 pop for B. As all the citizens getting cleaned up so quickly over here. And he's going to run around with his villagers, but he just has nothing left. And Soup's non-stop aggression does end up carrying him through to get this gold stuff. Citizens dying left, right, and center. Just so many units here for Soup. And this does not look like B is going to be able to figure this one out. As Soup's score, Soup's military can come over and grab another town center here. But he's going to try and fight his way through this, but there's just so many units here for Soup. It's just too much stuff. But you're going to try and get his palace up onto the other side of the map, though. The speedy units can get split off here as well. Tengu in hot pursuit. Even if you get the palace up, it's not going to be enough to hold on to this spot. Look at the unit queue here for Soup. He's got, I don't know how many resources in the bank queued up in those military buildings, but he could go Mythic Age several times over here. As the palace does end up finishing. But the rest of this army, this Japanese army marching over here, will be ready to take everything out. And one last fight here for B, I think, is I don't think Soup's going to drop any units in this fight. He's just too far in front. And with 0 gold income, well, only a handful of Stymphalian birds. The Bushi are in to chase those down. We'll be able to take him out in a couple of shots here. I don't think they've got ballistics though, do they? No ballistics, but it doesn't matter. And the palace will fall. And B pushed off another gold mine. Mythic Age on the way now. Okuni Nushi to come through. That'll mean another Shogun, another Goshin Boku. And whatever else he wants here. And in that moment there, 3DB does decide to tap out, and Soup manages to find his way to the victory here. I think maybe if 3DB had been a little bit more proactive with the map control after he won the first fight, that's probably his best shot at finding some sort of an advantage here. For example, he kind of allowed this gold mine to get grabbed when he was over on the bottom harassing all this stuff. Whenever you're going for these attacks and things like that, if you're already over here and stopping this stuff with walls, because you win the fight, just okay, go full map control mode. Then from there, things might get a little bit more tricky for the Amaterasu or something in this moment. But yeah, Soup plays this one very, very nicely here. The Goshin Boku, Shogun, the Tengu, all the good stuff. Did manage to break through this 3DB shenanigans. 220 units killed 116. It's kind of close because you got 2 population units versus 4 population units, 3 population units, but the Soup army does end up being a little bit more efficient. Nonetheless, congratulations to Soup. Let's jump over to we'll jump over to the main menu. I'll fix the standings up and we can take a quick look and see what's going to be happening there. Alrighty, we can actually quickly jump over to the standings right now. I actually have a series to watch. You got about 2 hours until Bachi versus Desive as well, so we might go in and watch the Nullus Avely series, which was recorded games. So let's just check out the standings for now and explain what the differences are going to happen here for the for the Uranus division with some spice for tomorrow's game. All right, so Uranus. We've got 2 series wins for B, 2 series wins for Soup. If the group was to finish right inside of this state, Soup would be first place. Because he's beaten B, he's also got the plus minus above B as well. So either way, he is in front of B at the moment. Now, this is where the spiciness becomes. This is what happens with this whole thing. If Kavoth beats Soup tomorrow, 3-2, Soup will go down 1 plus or minus, and he will have 4 for his. It will be a 3-way tie, right? If Kavoth beats Soup, we'll have a 3-way tie here. So if Kavoth beats Soup, a 3-way tie. If you have to follow me on this one, actually, I might. No, I'm not going to write it out. It's a 3-way tie. So it goes in on a 3-way tie. It goes into plus minus first. That's how the tiebreaker is worked out. If Kavoth wins, of course, if Soup wins this next tomorrow, he just comes first, B comes second, Kavoth comes third, right? If Soup wins tomorrow. So we'll just put that one out, and that's obvious. But if Kavoth wins, let's go through 3-2, 3-1, and 3-0. The 3 different possibilities. So if it's 3-2, then Kavoth will go up by 1 plus minus to 2, and Soup will go down by 1 plus minus to 4. Soup will be first in the division, and then the head-to-head between B and Kavoth did go B's way, so B will be second, and Kavoth would come third. So that's not an option there for Kavoth. If Kavoth wins 3-1 tomorrow, he will go up plus 2. So he will be at 2 points. And Soup would go down to 3 points, being a 3-way tie with no way to separate it. Which then actually means we get a death match. A best of 1 death match situation. I'll talk through what that actually means if it comes up. If Kavoth wins 3-0, then Kavoth will be at 4 points. Soup will be at 2 points. Kavoth will come first. In the head-to-head, Soup did beat B, so Soup would be second, and B would be third. I hope that all makes some sense. Did someone say death match? It's not a death match game. It's a best of 1, sort of everyone plays everyone situation. And then whoever comes out on top in the best of 1 wins. It's a match to the death. It's just a best of 1. Do I think that no, the devs don't care about tournament timelines. Alrighty, so we can jump in and watch. We can jump in and watch the Hephaestus division here. This is Nullis and Avely next. So let me just get this all sorted out with the replays. I have to download them. And we'll jump into this next series. Hopefully I got that all right. I feel like I've gotten these tiebreakers wrong before, and then Chrono JJ had to come and fix all my mistakes. Okay, let's jump over here. Let's go here. All right, we're just gonna drop over to the other thing because we're gonna go do the Challenger League now. Hello, we're back. Look, it all changed. Amazing. Okay, so we're gonna go. Challengers League. It's going to be a Nollis versus Avely. Actually, did he play on Nollis? You vote for a three-way free-for-all? No, we're not doing a free-for-all. That would be funny though. It'd be super silly, but it'd be funny. That's not the way to do it. It might be the way to do it. I could just flip a coin as well. All right. Now, I don't actually know if these recorders games work, so maybe I should sit back and just quickly check them all. We'll just YOLO? I'll tell you what. I'll check the first one. And if that works with no problems, then we'll... he is on the Resugam, not on Nollis. Okay. Resugam, Avely. Wait, is my standings wrong? Is B6 winning 6? Hang on. Let me just hang on. Oh, I didn't put those in. You're absolutely right. I didn't do that. Excuse me. Let me fix it. Well, that changes everything that I said. So he's at 0. That does make Soup's that changes everything actually. Never mind. There won't be a 3-way free-for-all. There's no way for there to be a 3-way free-for-all. And I think that also means there's no way for 3DB to come first in that group. Because it's impossible for Soup to go down to lower than that. And he beat B as well. Ah, crap. All right. Sorry, guys. We're not going to have this matchup. The recorded game went out of sync. That's disappointing. That's the first time I've had to have that happen to me. No. All right. We're going to take a quick break. I might come back and play some games for an hour or so, and then we're going to jump into Bachi Desive a little bit later. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. Very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Gareth deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdal Stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot. The Ghoul and Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdal strongholds, but the portable rams coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those Chillin is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. It looks like it's able to completely dominate this army. I did say that those Terma were not of any value there for Zucolo. But now, Hells... Imagine Forest Fire! He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. The throw and action, great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Drago over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. It does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forcetti is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Taowu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Adopessu is holding for the moment. But the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adepesu just needs to take everything else out. But the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down. But there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously. The fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adepesu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves, and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. The Slingers getting a whole bunch of damage done. Mosca says, all right, it's time to fight. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. Very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those Slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack of Hephaestus Revenge. Yo, yo, yo. It's currently dinner time, so I'm just gonna eat some food. And I might play a game. I hope that's okay with you guys. What was I going to say? So, yeah, tomorrow we've got. So we've got one more series today, right? We got the Bachi Adepesu. Sorry, not Bachi. Bachi Desive series. And tomorrow we've got Soup Kavoth. There's Adepesu versus Garneth, but that's probably going to clash with Soup Kavoth unless it's a really quick series. So we might have to watch the recorded games from that. There's Moscow Mini Yeti and Aetherial 9 Racing Cat that are on exactly the same time. There's also the Horus Division, which is going to be playing a whole bunch of games back to back. And then there's also the Mr. and Tunison playing at 1900? 1900 GMT. So, an absolutely gigantic day of Age of Mythology tomorrow. What's for dinner? This is just some takeaway from the barbecue place we went to yesterday. Yesterday? The day before? So good. Yeah, we basically got an hour and a half, so I might play some games against someone who wants to. Was there anyone out there that wants to play me in a video game? Whoa. You won the series Soup or B? You have to go back and watch it. Matt. I sort of imagine that the Wen Yudo has got some sort of utility versus someone who plays 2 TC versus Japan. But no one was going to do that. Actually, even if they do that, it's still like a risk. And why do you want siege when you can just make samurai and take the town center down? No, it is good. It is good versus buildings. It's not bad versus buildings. It's doing nearly 20 crush damage per second. At range. 6 range. If you compare this to a siege weapon, let's have a look. What does this do? Maybe it's not doing enough damage. Where's the... Let me just compare it over to a RAM. 60 DPS. Maybe it should be doing 40 crush damage per second. Or, no, actually, no. You need to compare it to a Petropolis. Because that's a ranged one. It's probably better to compare it to something else. Cannot understand. So this guy's doing 41.2. It's a heroic age siege weapon. Costs more resources. Yeah, I can't read this, my dude. There you go. I'll talk back to him in Japanese. Maybe that makes sense. What did I have? It was just some leftovers from the barbecue place we went to yesterday. I literally just ate some meat. And I had some greens before. It's okay. This guy's gonna show me how good the one Yudo is.
Já, samþykkt til orustuslag. Ég veit að rás til já. Sækið frá samþykkt til orustuslag. Já, að rás. Ég samþykkt til sækið frá skipan. Ég samþykkt, já.
Okay, we're gonna try a little something here.
Tilbúið, já. Til orustuslag. Ég samþykkt sækið fram, já, ég vil, já, samþykkt, já, ég vil.
Try a little something here. I don't know if it works, but I want to try it.
Til skip, já, ég samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt.
Charge into
Yes, ég vil.
our opponent's base
Samþykkt.
and scare him.
Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Já, skipan. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Til skip. Já, ég vil. Já, já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Ég vil. Já, ég vil. Já, tilbúin. Samþykkt.
I do have that storyline there. That could be enough.
Já.
We're going for a very, very quick advance. Pressure onto this spot
Til skipan.
and go from there.
Já. Já, tilbúin. Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Skipan. Tilbúin. Já, skipan.
I'm gonna put too many villages on wood here.
Til skipan. Já, samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Hver þar? Satt timbursveinn. Samþykkt. Veiðimaður.
Já, ég vil.
Já, samþykkt.
Sjá. Til samþykkt. Satt. Samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Ég
Hver
vil.
er satt?
Tilbúin. Satt. Veiðimaður.
Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Hver er þar? Já. Skipan. Já, ég vil. Til orustuslag. Tilbúin. Satt, já. Ég atrás.
Tilbúin.
Hver samþykkt? Já, já.
Satt.
Hver er
Já.
þar? Til orustuslag. Atrás.
Ég vil. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Satt. Ég. Samþykkt. Ég. Satt. Ég
Já. Hver er þar? Satt. Tilbúin. Atrás.
Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Já.
Hver er þar? Skipan. Tilbúin. Já, já. Ég vil. Satt. Ég til orustuslag. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Atrás. Hver er? Já.
Já, samþykkt.
Atrás. Já. Til orustuslag. Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Skipan. Já.
Samþykkt.
Hver er þar? Atrás.
Ég samþykkt.
Já. Já. Já.
Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Satt.
Tilbúin.
Ég vil.
Skipan.
Já, satt.
Skipan. Já. Timbursveinn.
Hver er þar?
Ég vil.
Já. Satt.
Satt.
Ég vil. Já. Satt.
Já, satt.
Tilbúin. Hver er þar? Ég vil. Já. Tilbúin. Já. Satt. Já. Já. Hver er þar? Ég vil. Til satt. Til og já. Hver samþykkt? Já. Atrás. Já. Tilbúin. Til ég satt. Já.
Skipan. Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Hver er þar? Satt. Samþykkt. Skipan. Já. Satt.
Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Ég satt. Hver er þar?
Tilbúin. Satt.
Já. 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 Ég vil.
Já, ég vil. Skipan. Satt. Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Hver er satt?
Já, tilbúin. Ég samþykkt.
Já. Já. Ég. Já. Satt.
Skipan. Ég satt. Já. Til satt. Atrás! Samþykkt. Sækið fram! Skipan. Satt. Ég vil. Satt. Ég vil.
Ég satt.
Skip samþykkt. Já. Satt.
Hver þar? Tilbúin. Já. Skipan. Tilbúin. Ég satt. Samþykkt.
Skipan samþykkt.
Já, satt.
Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, satt.
Hver þar? Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Ég já. Satt. Ég vil.
Satt.
Hver samþykkt?
Hver samþykkt? Timbursveinn.
Skipan. Atrás! Ég vil.
Skip. Ég vil.
Já. Satt.
Does he have everything on this spot? Probably, right?
Til samþykkt.
Til já, satt.
Skipan. Já.
Já, ég samþykkt.
Til samþykkt.
Sjá, samþykkt.
Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Satt. Ég samþykkt. Hver já.
Satt.
Já, satt. Já, ég vil.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Atrás.
Ég satt. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Okay.
Já.
Já, já. Skipan. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Já, já. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Til orrustuslag. Atrás. Ég já, samþykkt. Skipan. Já. Já.
Satt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já. Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Já.
Let me visit back.
Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Já.
Nothing here.
Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já.
Tilbúin. Já.
Tilbúin. Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Fjósamaður. Veiðimaður.
Satt.
Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Ég tilbúin. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Já.
Skipan. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Skipan. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Ég vil.
Hver
Já.
það?
Já. Ég vil. Já.
Tilbúin. Já, ég vil.
Til samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Thanks for the subs, my guys. Appreciate you all.
Já. Grjótsveit. Grjótsveit. Tilbúin. Já.
Já. Skip. Já, ég vil.
Já. Ég vil. Já.
Til samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil.
Já.
Tilbúin.
Skipan. Já. Já. Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Ég samþykkt.
Ég vil. Hver það? Já. Skip. Ég satt. Samþykkt.
Skipan.
Satt.
Hver það? Já. Grjótsveit.
Samþykkt.
Hver það? Já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Satt.
Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já.
Skipan. Satt. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Já.
Skipan. Ég vil.
Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Já. Já.
Já.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Satt. Ég vil. Sækið fram! Samþykkt. Satt. Samþykkt. Ég satt.
Skipan. Satt.
Tilbúin. Já.
Ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Já, samþykkt, já, ég vil.
Hver er það? Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Samþykkt, já, ég vil. Til, já, samþykkt, já, já. Til, ég vil, samþykkt,
Já. Samþykkt.
já, já, ég vil. Skip, ég á, samþykkt, já, veiðimaður. Tilbúið samt satt, ég veiðimaður. Já, já, ég vil.
Já.
Tilbúin, já,
Ég já. Ég já.
já, ég vil.
Samþykkt.
Skip, já, ég vil. Hver er satt, veiðimaður, veiðimaður. Já. Tilbúið, já, ég vil. Samþykkt,
Skipan.
til, já, já. Bæki, til, bæki, já, til, já.
Skip til orrustu slag.
Já.
Já. Já. Satt. Ég já. Satt. Já.
Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Ég já.
Skip samþykkt.
Skip, samþykkt, grjótsveit. Ég, já, ég vil.
Hver er það?
Til. Já. Sækið fram.
Já, samþykkt,
I need more on.
hver er ég, já, veiðimaður.
Til já. Samþykkt.
Til, já, já, samþykkt.
Já. Satt.
I don't think there's any gold over here,
Ég
but
vil.
Já. Samþykkt.
Já, já, samþykkt.
Til. Ég vil. Skipan.
Ég samþykkt.
Til. Samþykkt.
Satt. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Ég vil.
Já. Ég satt.
Til, já,
Samþykkt.
samþykkt.
Satt.
Já.
Tilbúið, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Til samþykkt.
Já, tilbúin.
Ég já.
Já, samþykkt.
Satt.
Já,
Satt.
Satt.
ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skipan.
Já. Satt. Ég vil.
Já, tilbúin. Fljótsveit. Já, já. Til, já, ég vil.
Já. Ég
much
satt.
more
Hver er
fucking.
það? Skip, veiðimaður. Já. Já. Sæki, rás. Já. Já.
How much more gold can one have in the main base? It's 14 minutes into the game.
Samþykkt.
Am I missing something?
Ég vil. Tilbúin. Hver er þar? Ég vil, já. Ég vil. Já.
Já. Samþykkt.
Ég vil.
Ég já.
Já,
Satt.
skip hann. Veiðimaður. Tilbúin, samþykkt. Grjótsveit. Tilbúin.
Já. Hver er það? Samþykkt.
Skip hann. Samþykkt. Já. Tilbúin, já. Ég vil. Skip hann. Já. Ég vil.
Skipan.
Hver? Grjótsveit.
Til. Ég.
Tilbúin.
Samþykkt.
Já.
Já. Satt. Ég vil.
Til. Já. Ég vil.
Satt.
Satt. Samþykkt.
Skip samþykkt.
Samþykkt. Já. Já. Ég vil. Satt. Timbur veiðimaður. Tilbúin.
Já. Satt.
Já. Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Skip. Ég vil.
Já. Satt. Samþykkt.
Já. Já.
Til. Ég vil. Satt.
Tilbúin. Skip hann. Tilbúin. Já. Timbursveit. Skip hann. Hver er þar?
Timber
Já.
sound.
Tilbúin. Skip. Samþykkt. Já. ég vil. Samþykkt. Til, já, ég vil. Já, ég vil. Já. Já, ég, já. Já, ég vil. Já, ég vil. Til, sækið fram. Ég, samþykkt. Já,
Samþykkt.
já. Tilbúin, samþykkt. Ég vil. Skip, já. Já, ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt.
Já.
Tilbúin, skip. Ég vil. Já, skip.
Dude, where's all my army?
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin, já, samþykkt.
Fuck me, it's all idle.
Samþykkt. Ég, já. Satt.
Já. Ég vil. Satt.
Ég vil, já, já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já, skip hann. Já, ég, já. Til sækja, til að skella frá.
Ég, já. Ég, satt. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil, já. Ég samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Já.
Samþykkt.
Hver er það? Tilbúin. Ég vil. Ég, já. Satt. Skip. Ég, já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil.
Tilbúin, ég, já, til borðu. Skip, ég samþykkt. Já, ég, já, samþykkt. Já, já. Tilbúin, já. Skip, ég vil. Til, já, já, samþykkt. Já, tilbúin, ég vil.
Tilbúin. Við grjótsveit.
Samþykkt. Til, ég, já.
Já.
Skip til. Ég vil.
Já,
Samþykkt.
ég vil. Samþykkt.
Hver er það? Satt.
Skip, já, sækið.
Tilbúin.
Já.
Já. Ég, já. Já.
Ég vil.
Ég vil. Já.
Ég satt. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Satt.
Why can't my Valkyrie run through fucking villages?
Já,
Hver er já? Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil.
tilbúin. Ég vil.
Satt. Já. Ég vil.
Já, sækið. Já, samþykkt. Ég,
Já.
samþykkt.
Skip samþykkt. Já, veiðimaður.
Samþykkt.
Hver er það? Satt.
Já, já, ég samþykkt.
Já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Já,
Já.
já, ég samþykkt.
Ég vil.
Já, ég vil.
Samþykkt.
Timbursveit. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Veiðimaður.
Já, ég vil.
Ég, já. Satt.
Tilbúin. Já,
Hver er það? Já. Til orustu
já,
slag.
já, ég vil. Já,
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
já, ég vil.
Ég satt. Já. Ég vil.
Skipa. Já, tilbúin.
Samþykkt.
Já, samþykkt.
Hver er það?
Samþykkt.
Já. Já. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Já, ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Skip. Já, tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, ég vil. Ég vil. Ég, já, skip. Ég vil. Já, tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Hver er það? Timbursveit.
Skip. Já, já, tilbúin. Samþykkt. Skip hann.
Já. Hver er það?
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Já, ráð. Ég samþykkt. Sækið. Já, samþykkt. Já, til. Já, sækið. Fram.
Satt.
Skip. Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Já,
What the hell?
já, ráð.
Já.
Samþykkt. Já, já, tilbúin. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Já, ráð. Já, já. Til sam. Ég vil. Já, sam. Já. Ég, já. Já.
Satt.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Til samþykkt.
Ég samþykkt.
Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já. Skip hann. Já. Til, já, já, samþykkt. Ég
Skipan
vil.
tilbúin. Ég vil samþykkt.
Victory! I made that so much harder than it needed to be, but man. I thought, okay, so versus the versus the like early upgrades, I might go like early armor. I don't know. That game was kind of spicy. Yeah, I couldn't really do much versus the towers. After the towers got up, I couldn't really get in there because he had units and he had the wolves. Never leave classical ages Norse, yeah. I think this is probably the way to play versus Japan with 4. Like a nice quick advance, get in, start whacking as fast as possible. Japan might need to advance quick themselves
Skipan.
to deal with it. I don't really know what, like maybe if you go mass Miko and you just heal. Yeah, the Shrine of the Hunt didn't really do anything until the towers came through. I can just hang in here with my Hersa and whack him until the towers come through. I was genuinely surprised he got that much. Like, how much gold did he actually have? Yeah, he's just like, he got 5,200 gold somehow. How much gold did he get in this mine? Like 300. I don't even understand how he got 5,200. Like was it just all market? I guess it was all market. I can't click on it, so I don't know. Oh, he's got the Volta. Yeah, he's got the passive. That's right. Man, it's so much gold. What do we got? Another hour? Who's pinging me? Monday at 4. Well, that's good. Why can't you get infinite hunt from lure? Just cast lure again, my dude. You can get infinite hunt and just cast it again. The Shrine of the Hunt costs 100 favor to recast. You could get 5 lures for 100 hunt. 5. You get 5. Actually, it's probably not 5. It's probably like 4. You get like 4 lures. It's also a classical age god power versus a archaic age god power. This young earth go. Stop trolling me. No more rage baiting. I think he means the other guy. I'll have a little look at that bug after this.
Jirej.
Greek, UIR.
In which kids Greginito.
Gerek.
In a jerifir.
In which Greg kids
In Tayo.
Inito. Ayo. UIR.
Antio.
In which.
Jirek.
in which kid Maya Inita you are no
And which.
Are we on the map Savannah? We are.
Inito. UIR.
In a jirek.
Let's see what weird strat we're up against this time. This guy likes weird strats versus me.
Tayo.
in which kid Maya Greg Iur Maya
And you refer. Tayo. Intio.
in act no
In jerifir.
Inito. And which. Ayo refer. UIR.
in you refer Maya
Antiak.
in which I know
Jirek.
Inito. Tayo.
Okay.
And which. Ayo refer. Tayo.
Greg
Inage erect. No.
In a Tayo.
In Greek, UI tayo. In ayo tayo. UIR. Tayo.
Okay. That is a pretty nice town center. I can drag those rhinos, I think, underneath the town center as well. That's going to be my town center. Yay.
Inito no
And with ayo tayo.
2TC versus the old Skiomi is a little bit on the dangerous side, but
Inito. UIR.
I want to try it.
Jirej.
I want to try it and see what happens.
Gereg. Intio. 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 Gereg.
in UI kids
UIR.
Don't think I needed that many villages on that there, but that's okay.
Kids.
I want to make sure I'm advancing here after the next villager. I think I am here.
Gereg. Bea.
21. Yeah, that's
Greg
perfect.
kids Maya
And with tayo.
Okay.
Intio. UIR. Bea.
Inito
In Ak. Erik.
Oh, I did not mean to go for. I should have gone for Anubis here.
Bea.
Greg
100% should have
Tayo,
gone for
kids,
Anubis here.
kids
Any UIR. Kid. Gerek. Bea. Greek. Tayo. Ayo refer. Any UIR.
in kids kids
And ayo refer. Greek.
Okay, he's going
UIR.
weasels, which is different.
Inito. Tayo.
in Greg
Jirej. Tayo.
And which.
Antio.
Image erect. UIR.
In a Jirak.
Ayo refer. Any ayo refer. Entio. Kid. Kid. Bea. Gri you refer. Dayo. UIR. Greek Dayo. Dayo. Any Dayo. Ayo refer. And which. UIR. Gerek. Irritate. Greek Dayo. Kid.
In wedge.
No.
Any UIR. Ayo refer. Gerek. Inage radio. No.
In which.
Intact. No. And with Dayo. UIR. Enito.
Inito. No.
Greek Ayo refer.
Greek
UIR.
Tayo. UI Akbaya.
Kid.
And Ohio.
Inito. Kids.
Ayo Dayo. Enito. UI Greek Dayo. Ayo refer. And UIR.
Jirej.
In which Greek you refer. Kids. Inito. In which no.
Inage kid. Gerek. Bea.
Greek Baya.
Inage ak. Kid. 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 Greek.
Okay.
And with. Greek. Ayo refer.
Jirek.
Enito. Dayo.
Actually, don't build these yet.
Greek. And Ayo refer. UIR.
Inito.
Greek Dayo. Enito. And Dayo.
In which Tayo. Kids.
In wedge. Ark.
Greek UIR. Ayo refer. Dayo. Ayo refer. Enti ayo Bea. In your head. Inage record.
Greek. Kids.
Enito.
Okay.
UIR. Entio. Ayo. No. In Ayo refer. Ayo UIR. In Ayo refer. Gerek. Kid. Tayo UIR.
He doesn't have
And Ayo refer.
the scary thing, right? He doesn't have swampland, so I don't have to be too concerned about all that.
Great. Any UIR. Tayo.
Inito. Greek.
No. Enti Ayo. Crow in Yahweh. UIR. And Ayo refer. UIR.
In which
Antio. Ark.
Great. Enito. And which. Greek.
Inito.
And Ayo refer. Enito. UIR. Greek. And we Enit. Greek. Ayo.
Greek. Kids.
Gerek.
Jirhayo.
Enito. UIR. Image Urifer. Groen ak. UER. Bea.
Ayo. Kid.
Inagirifer.
Ayurifer. Ini UIR. Greta UIR.
Up.
In wedge.
Gereg. Ini UER. Ayo.
Gereg, N-Wedge, into you, EU refer, UEL,
Inito.
Ak. Nu.
into you. Gereg, N, EU, in UE, in the UEL, into you, EE at you.
Into.
Erig.
Gereg.
EU Baya.
UE, EU refer,
UIR. UIR. Tayo. Ayo refer.
into you. Gereg, into you.
Tayo UIR. Ini ayo tayo.
And Gereg, Gereg, N-Wedge, UE, into you.
UIR. Ayo
Into
refer.
you, into you. Gereg, into you, into you. N-Wedge, EU refer, UEL, into you.
Tayo.
Gereg, EU refer, into you, into you.
Ayo refer. Tayo. UIR. Ayo refer. IR. Tayo. Ayo refer. Tayo refer.
Inito. Ayo. Up. Inwit.
And with you ayo refer. Tayo. Ayo refer.
UEL. Gereg, in you, UEL.
Tayo. Ayo UIR.
Rig. Iya Tawid.
N-Wedge, Gereg, into you, EU refer, into you. In you, UEL. Into you, EU refer. And Gereg, into you, EU refer.
Inito. Ayo refer.
Into you, N-Wedge.
UIR.
Into you.
Ayo refer. Tayo. UIR. Ayo refer. Tayo. UIR. Greek.
N-Wedge.
Ayo refer. Tayo. Ini UIR. Greek.
Into you. EU refer, into you.
Ayo refer. Tayo.
UEL, into you.
Inito.
N-Wedge, in EU refer. Gereg, into you.
NQ. Tayo.
N-Wedge.
GG! Oh, that was a game. What did he use his thing on? I think he must have used it on the temple. Or maybe he dropped it on the fort? Man, I got no idea. Yeah, where's Satfat? I want Satfat in here. Not another great showing from S tier Isis. That's right. If I win, I outplay. If I lose, balance. True. There's a weird one from him. I don't really understand what the idea was. Like last game, it sort of made sense. This one I don't really understand at all. Castle in the main base. Making Tengu. Maybe make Tengu to go raid. But then you just die. I can just garrison my villages and I'll just walk through you with my siege towers. Because you're not getting anything for it, right? That was a fun game. Got about 40 minutes till the next one. Nah, I'm not that good. Just the god, all the gods are carrying me to victory. OP Thor, OP Isis. My Loki is no good. I'm really struggling with Norse. Except for Thor. Thor feels okay. But the other gods I'm really struggling with. I get Freyr. Okay, well this will be like my first Freyr game, I think. One gold mine.
Jeg vil samtidig. Jeg vil sagt.
Ég veiðimaður.
Já.
Skipan tilbúð samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Satt. Ég vil samþykkt. Satt. Ég vil satt. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Satt. Timbursveit.
Tilbúin. Já.
Okay.
Tilbúin.
Yeah, one gold mine. Ghost Lake makes things a little more tricky.
Jeg vil samþykkt. Jeg vil. Ja, samþykkt.
Skipan.
Til skipan.
Hver þar? Já.
Tilbúin. Ja, samþykkt. Ég satt.
Bishop Horus is always nice versus Hades
Ég
players.
samþykkt.
Lots of Hades players
Tilbúin.
love,
Tilbúin. Ég vil satt.
absolutely loved on it.
Ég satt. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Ég samþykkt. Satt. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Skipan. Tilbúin. Satt. Samþykkt. Ég satt.
I don't want to fight for goats, just let me at least get some.
Hver þar?
Skip. Yes.
Why is he so low HP?
Yes. Jeg samsa. Jeg vil samþykkt. Sa.
Skipan.
Okay, what's happening? Why did that villager decide that it was the right move after you go idle on the boards to go up to the wood there? I don't understand that one.
Jeg vil Jeg vil samþykkt.
I got a reasonable amount of goat there, I think.
Tilbúin. Satt. Veiðimaður. Samþykkt. Veiðimaður.
Timbursveit. Tilbúin.
Já, ég vil.
Hver
Hver þar?
Já.
Já.
I do want to come over in here and grab this. I might just grab this. I might take the latest advance over to the next stage.
Skip
Because
some.
it's Hades and I want to get that relic.
Tilbúinn? Já. Tilbúinn? Hver þar samt grjótsveit?
Til skipan samþykkt.
Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skip í sa. Ég vil.
Hver samþykkt?
Til já. Tilbúinn satt. Já, ég vil. Skip samþykkt. Satt. Ég satt samþykkt. Til já, satt. Ég satt. Samþykkt. Ég satt. Samþykkt.
Skipan. Satt. Já. Samþykkt.
Já. Ég vil. Tilbúinn. Samþykkt.
Tilbúinn. Satt. Ég vil. Satt. Já. Hver samþykkt? Ég vil.
Tilbúinn? Skip? Já. Veiðimaður?
Ég vil satt.
Já. Satt. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Hver það? Satt. Samþykkt.
Já, samþykkt. Ég vil samþykkt. Satt.
Ég vil. Já.
Tilbúinn. Ég vil. Veiðimaður.
Já. Satt. Veiðimaður? Ég veiðimaður?
Skipan. Ég vil.
Hver þar?
Til ég vil.
Já. Tilbúinn. Ég vil. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Tilbúinn?
Satt. Ég vil.
Skip satt.
Skip. Já. Til orðuslag.
Já. Skipan. Satt.
Tilbúinn. Já. Satt. Já. Ég já. Samþykkt. Já. Satt.
Skip hver já. Já, satt.
Tilbúinn. Ég vil. Skip. Já. Satt. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil.
Til samþykkt.
Hver þar?
Hver satt? Veiðimaður?
Já. Satt. Samþykkt. Til satt. Já. Ég vil.
Já. Veiðimaður? Skipan? Samþykkt? Já. Veiðimaður?
Já. Tilbúinn. Já.
Tilbúinn? Veiðimaður?
Okay, we got through whatever that was.
Já.
Fairly
Hver
simple.
samþykkt? Satt. Skip. Ég vil.
Hver þar?
Já.
Tilbúinn. Já. Samþykkt. Atrás. Já. Já. Satt.
Skipan.
Atrás. Veiðimaður?
Hver
Já.
þar?
Satt. Timbursvið samþykkt. Veiðimaður?
Skipan.
Já, ég samþykkt.
Já. Ég vil. Satt. Já. Já.
Já, ég vil.
Satt.
Til samþykkt. Satt. Hver það? Já. Ég vil.
Tilbúinn. Ég vil.
Skipa satt? Já.
Hver þar? Satt. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil.
Já. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Satt. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Satt. Já. Samþykkt. Já, satt.
Samþykkt.
Já, samþykkt. Til já. Fyrir ég satt. Til orrustuslag. Já, samþykkt.
Tilbúinn, ég grjótsveit.
Ég vil.
Skipa timbursveit.
Skipa. Fyrir það. Tilbúinn. Já. Já, satt. Samþykkt.
Skissa.
Hver er þar? Ég vil. Já, sjá. Satt.
Tilbúinn. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Hver er þar? Tilbúinn. Sjá, ég vil. Samþykkt.
Hver er samþykkt? Já. Satt.
Já, ég vil.
Tilbúinn. Grjótsveit. Já, já, ég, já.
Hver er þar? Já. Já.
Skipan.
Satt.
I guess we are about to get greeted with some sort of
Samþykkt.
Skipan.
Cyclops thing.
Grjótsveit. Tilbúinn. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Tilbúinn. Ég samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
Já, já, ég vil. Skip. Samþykkt.
Samþykkt.
Já, samþykkt. Hver er satt? Já, ég vil.
Ég sjá. Samþykkt. Satt, ég
Já,
vil.
já,
Já.
já, samþykkt.
Samþykkt. Tilbúinn. Sjá.
Tilbúinn. Sjá. Grjótsveit.
Já. Timbursveit.
Fyrra, já. Skipa.
Tilbúinn. Grjótsveit.
Tilbúinn.
Já,
Já,
grjótsveit.
samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
Hver er það?
Samþykkt.
Tilbúinn. Já.
Tilbúinn.
Skipan. Hver er þar? Satt. Tilbúinn. Já. Ég vil. Já, satt. Já, ég vil.
Ég vil, já. Hver er þar? Grjótsveit. Ég vil, satt. Grjótsveit.
Já, samþykkt. Ég satt.
Okay.
Ég, já,
Já, satt. Ég vil.
já. Ég vil.
Til satt. Hver er þar? Ég vil. Ég vil.
Samsækið, já. Fram. Ég vil, já. Samþykkt, já. Skipan. Skip. Grjótsveit. Já, ég samþykkt, já, samþykkt.
Hver er þar? Já, samþykkt.
Til, já. Samþykkt. Skipan.
Hver er þar? Ég vil. Satt.
Tilbúinn. Ég vil.
Samþykkt.
Skipan, já.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Ég vil. Já.
Ég vil.
Tilbúinn. Samþykkt. Skip. Ég vil. Já. Tilbúinn. Skipan. Já. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Skip. Ég vil. Ég, já. Já. Ég samþykkt. Skipan. Tilbúinn. Ég samþykkt.
Já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Já, ég
Já.
vil.
Já.
Tilbúinn. Hver samþykkt?
Ég vil.
Já. Satt. Timbursveit.
Já, tilbúinn. Já.
Tilbúinn. Samþykkt. Skipan. Grjótsveit.
Hver ég satt? Já, ég samþykkt.
I need more stuff.
Tilbúinn. Já.
I'm
Ég
really
vil.
just going to farm so I can't raid
Something?
anything the
Yeah.
slightest.
Ég, já. Grjótsveit.
Satt, ég vil.
Já. Tilbúinn. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Skipan. Ég samþykkt.
Satt, hvað er það?
Til samþykkt.
Tilbúinn?
Já, til orrustuslag.
Já.
Tilbúinn, já. Já, ég vil samþykkt. Skipan, já. Ég vil. Tilbúinn. Samþykkt, já. Já, samþykkt, tilbúinn.
Já, satt.
Skipan, ég vil. Ég samþykkt, ég,
Já, við satt, samþykkt. Grjótsveit.
Ég vil. Já, satt.
tilbúinn.
Ég satt. Samþykkt.
Já, ég samþykkt. Tilbúinn, já. Ég vil samþykkt, já.
Skipan, hvað er þar? Já, satt.
Veiðimaður.
Já, ég samþykkt. Til
Skipan.
satt. Já. Samþykkt.
Tilbúinn, já. Samþykkt, ég, já.
Já, ég vil.
Hver er þar? Ég vil, ég vil. Fjósamaður.
Til samþykkt, já.
Samþykkt.
Skipan.
Tilbúið. Já. Hver er samþykkt? Satt. Ég vil. Skipan.
Tilbúinn. Ég vil.
Já. Satt. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Satt. Ég samþykkt.
Okay.
Tilbúið. Satt. Já. Ég satt. Ég vil. Hver er þar? Samþykkt.
Já, tilbúinn. Ég vil.
Where are the other gold mines on the map? That's probably a question I
something.
need the answer to.
Já. Samþykkt.
One there.
Ég vil. Já.
Samþykkt, ég vil.
Já. Satt.
Skipan, ég vil. Grjótsveit.
Skipan. Já, ég satt. Já.
Já.
Tilbúinn.
Tilbúið. Samþykkt.
Alright, I think we just got to get next age here.
Já. Ég vil. Satt. Já. Já. Frás.
Já.
Hver. Ég vil. Satt. Ég vil.
Já, satt, samþykkt.
Já. Hver samþykkt? Til já. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Hver er þar?
Skipan. Já.
Tilbúið. Já. Já. Samþykkt.
So I think that means there's one gold mine on the side.
Samþykkt, ég vil.
Well, there's 3 gold mines there, and I just really missed out.
Já. Ég vil. Já. Já. Hver satt?
Já, ég vil á grjótsveit.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Skipan. Já.
Tilbúinn.
Ég vil. Satt.
Satt.
Skipan.
I'm gonna just take this
Samþykkt.
town center though.
Já, já, ég vil.
I'll check all this black.
Tilbúinn. Samþykkt. Skipan. Já, ég vil.
Já. Já. Satt. Samþykkt.
Já, ég vil. Samþykkt.
Já. Ég vil.
Hvað er ég vil?
Já, já, samþykkt.
Já. Til satt.
Satt. Timbursveit.
Já. Já.
Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Já, samþykkt.
Samþykkt. Ég satt. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil.
I should have used that elsewhere.
Já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt.
Skipan.
tilbúið já
Lol.
ég vil já ég vil
Samþykkt tilbúið.
tilbúið samþykkt
Já, ég vil. Hver þar? Satt. Tilbúið. Já. Já, ég vil.
I sort of whiffed everything on that one.
Já, samþykkt. Já. Satt. Ég vil.
tilbúin já grjótsveinn skip ég vil
Já, samþykkt.
já já
Já, ég satt. Samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
Já, timbursveit.
Satt.
skipan já tilbúin grjótsveinn
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Hver það? Já, satt. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Satt. Til já. Ég samþykkt.
já skipan samt grjótsveinn
Skipan. Satt.
Skipan. Tilbúið samþykkt. Timbursveit. Ég vil. Satt. Samþykkt. Satt.
Já, satt.
Já. Já. Ég vil. Satt. Til skipan. Hver já,
Hver
samþykkt.
það?
Wait for full pop here and then
Ég satt. Já.
then we might
Yes,
head on in.
something.
It's a little early.
Skip.
I don't particularly want to wait on the stuff,
Hver það?
but I'm full pop. I've got all my upgrades. That's fine.
Já. Hver það? Tilbúið.
Pretty sure I can just sort of.
sækið
Skip til tilstusslag.
já
Já.
skip tilbúin
Go the Fafnir! Goes for the implant, yeah. I wanted to get it. I wanted to hit the villages and I wanted to hit the army. 360 no scope. That's what I wanted. Oh, GG. Oh dear. Oh, that was wild. We got about 15 minutes until it's game time with Bachi and Desive, so I might take the shortest of breaks while we set that all up, and maybe come back in 15 minutes, and we'll get this show on the road. Do I prefer Retold or Legacy? I prefer Retold. I think if they just remade Age of Mythology like Legacy, I think I don't think people would have enjoyed it. There's not really a lot of options in Legacy, you know? I feel like what they did in Retold, which is really, really fun, is they gave you a lot of options. There's a lot of strategy. There's a lot of different things you can do in Retold. In Legacy, it didn't really feel that way. Maybe I'm misremembering. But like, yeah, I remember a lot of the games were very similar. I enjoyed it, but yeah, you'd see a lot of the same stuff. Whereas in Retold, it doesn't feel like that happens very often. A lot of different ways to play matchups, a lot of different ways to play everything. You can have people who are, you can have these top players who say that they've figured the meta out and they've played this matchup, they play it this way because that's the way to go, but Realistically, I think this game is pretty deep. But yeah, that's my rant. I'm gonna pop off for just a little bit, and then I'll be back very, very shortly. Let's pop over to this little thing, and the Slinger's getting a whole bunch of damage done. Mosca says, "All right, it's time to fight." We got Desive and Bachi for our next series. Yeah, I'm going to take the shortest of breaks. It's probably going to be about 10 minutes. Just give myself a bit of a refresh. And I'll be back soon. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those Slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Garnet deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot. The Ghoul and Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable ram's coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those Chillin is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. It looks like he's able to completely dominate this army. I did say that those Terma were not of any value there for Zucolo. But now, Hells... Imagine Forest Fire! He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But doesn't matter. I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Ghoul and Bursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdmen. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here. As this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Karabalista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Karabalista. Does not get that value as the Term are trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Karabalista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forseti is on the way. Earth Wall gets dropped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushi there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan. Does it go up population-wise? It is looking like Adopessu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopessu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adopessu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves and I thought it was a fail! He shockwave, I thought it was a fail! Oh my god! The Slingers getting a whole bunch of damage done. Mosca says, alright, it's time to fight. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential, very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those Slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Gareth deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot, the Ghoul and Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable ram's coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric, 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP, 13 seconds. Is it going to be, he drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing the rest of it. Yo. Okay, so we're going to be having Bachi versus Desive momentarily, ladies and gentlemen. So, yes. They're just in the middle of drafting, so I guess we can take a look at the... We can take a look at the stuff here. What was this? Was that a 3-0? No. Couldn't have been. It's a 3-2, right? All right. Well, at the very least, we can take a look at this this standings thing, and at the very least, we can look at this standings thing and show you what's happening in this group and show you how much this matters right now. Okay, so we've got Rezagam. He has won 3 series out of his 3. So he is going to be first through in the playoffs. This other one is actually really interesting as to see who comes second here. Avely is -1, which actually means he's in front on the plus-minus, but he has played all of his games thus far. Which means, well, okay, if Desive wins against Bachi, obviously Desive will go through. But if Bachi wins here, Avely still has a chance to come second. So, just to explain it a little bit more, if it's a 3-way tie, Avely is currently in the lead, which means Bachi, in order to get to the second spot, actually needs to 3-0 here to get through, as I think Avely beat Bachi. No, it doesn't. It won't matter. If Bachi wins, he needs to 3-0 here to get through. Desive, or if Bachi wins and 3-1s here, they will be equal, right? That Bachi will go to -1, which will be equal with Avely, which then means it goes to the head-to-head, of which I think Avely won. And then, okay, so if Bachi goes 3-0, obviously he will go, he will be the one at 0 plus-minus, so he will go through. Desive can win. So everybody still has a chance in this Hephaestus division based on this game. So let's jump over to the draft and see what they're going to be picking. All right, so they are mid-draft. But yeah, Bachi literally needs to 3-0 here, I think, to go on. Anything else is not good for him. Desive just needs to win. I think if Desive loses here, I don't think he goes through, because there's going to be minus points regardless, which means, yeah. Desive has to win, otherwise he doesn't go through. Bachi has to win 3-0, otherwise he doesn't go through. And if anything else happens, Avely goes through. That's kind of wild for this group stage. As we got the Shinong ban, the Tsukiyomi, we got some big picks for the ace tiers, the ace picks here. Finally, we see an Uranus, the true best god in the game, and we got Bachi picking Isis. Fushi then comes through for Desive. And then the Noir for Bachi. And I imagine, he might go for another Egyptian here. There's Set, there's Ra still open. You might also want to take away the Kronos from Desive or the Gaia from Desive here. Just as a little bit of a bonus ban your opponent out. Take away their prio picks. And he does pick the Set, which does give Desive both of his Atlanteans. If he wants to grab them, he can go Kronos, he can go Gaia. I'm not sure what else Desive actually plays, so he'll definitely want to grab those Atlanteans as Kronos comes through. And I'm sure it'll be the Gaia here next. I'm a bit surprised. He took Poseidon. I'm surprised Bachi took Set that early, but he's now also got Ra and a Gaia pick just to take it away from Desive. You don't have to play Gaia if you don't want to. You can have that as an option. He takes Hades. He takes Zeus. Could be to get himself a win on the Anatolia map, but that doesn't really help him there. And now Desive can pick up his final Atlantean in Gaia if he feels like it. He can pick up a Ra. There's a whole bunch of Japanese gods left with Amaterasu and Susanoo. He grabs the Amaterasu. And finally, dun, 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 dun. Gaia for Desive. And Bachi here, final pick. I know Bachi plays Thor. I know he plays Norse. But a lot of people are saying Norse very, very weak. I think in this situation, like a Thor does make some sense. Especially for the Ghost Lake map. Yeah, Shenong band, Tsukiyomi band. And there is the Thor. I feel like Atlanteans are a noob civ, such an easy civ to play. I don't think that Atlanteans are easy at all. I think they're easy to get started with, but very, very difficult to master. You can kind of tell that they're difficult to master because like not every single top player has a strong Uranus anymore. And Uranus is a very, very strong god at the moment. Both of these guys are old fogies. I have no idea what those words mean, Maiden. You and your crazy American English or whatever that means. They might both be a little bit on the ripe side of the age. I don't know. I have no idea. That put the old in the old boys? Oh, I see. I like it. All right, let me just poke these guys for God Picker. God Picker. Do 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 do. Such a banger of a song. Every J1 player has to be 30 plus. Yeah. All right. All Alright, so I guess if I'm playing this one, what would I pick? On Ghost Lake, you've got Kronos I've seen be good there. I don't like Uranus on Ghost Lake. Fushi's fine on Ghost Lake. Amaterasu's good on Ghost Lake. Gaia's fine on Ghost Lake. For Bachi, I don't mind Set on Ghost Lake. Zeus, Thor, fine. Nuwa's pretty good on Ghost Lake. In fact, very good on Ghost Lake. Isis is good on kind of all the maps, but maybe you want to save it for like a Step or a Elysium or something. Alrighty, so the gods are being picked right now as we speak. Dun, 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 dun. As Desive will grab his. Oh god. Oh god. I'm very tired. Bugger. We got one series left today and then we are into bed. Okay, Desive picks Gaia and Bachi picks Nuwa. I'm not exactly surprised at either of these picks. I think they're both fairly solid on this map. I am surprised to see the Gaia getting picked so late from Desive, but nonetheless. All right, these guys are just about to get ready. Let's see what happens. Go, 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 go. Hit the go button, Desive. I'm waiting for you. Everyone's waiting. We want to see Age Mythology being played. Oh, he's going to PP. Nervous PP before the game. Fair enough. Yeah, what does Gaia want to do in this matchup? You can either, if it's one gold mine Ghost Lake, you can kind of go heavy in the classical fight. And actually probably want to go automatons if it's one gold mine Ghost Lake. If it's two gold mine Ghost Lake, then you probably want to go for a second town center. You could still go automatons, but off 2 TC. You could also go Oceanus and it works off 2 TC too. But yeah, lots of options. Nuwa's also got plenty of options to try here as well. But yeah, this series is really important for these guys. I mean, everyone. Like, of course, getting a 3-0 is a it's a tall ask for Bachi, but just getting one win, getting 2 wins, and getting 3 wins definitely possible here. Let me have a quick look at what these guys' ratings are currently on the ladder. I remember looking at Bachi before and he was at like 2K. Yeah, he's at 2K62. He's like rank 6 at the moment. Bachi is really high. Desive on the other side, or the other hand, he is also really high. He's at rank 10. So this is going to be a pretty spicy situation here, I think. And the match is going to start. Yeah, we're going to start probably in 3 minutes. But we're just waiting on Bachi to get back from the toilet. You guys want to bet? All right, you guys can. We can have a little bet as we jump into this one. We got Desive, and we have Bachi. It is a Noir or a Gaia Noir game. Enjoy your betting. You're back to 1K points. That's unlucky there, Mr. Witchard. It is what it is. That stuff happens. Oh, I wanted to test that other thing as well. My guy told me that there was a bit of a bug. Okay, now they're in game. Fantastic. They are very well and truly in game. So let's jump through and check out game number 1. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Gaia. His name is Desive. And in the top of the map, in the red color, playing as Noir, it is Bachi. So this is a best of 5 for the Hephaestus division. This is the final game in this division, and funnily enough, it is very, very important. I already talked it through, but basically, Bachi, in order to get out of his group stage, needs to win 3-0. Desive just needs to win. However, if Bachi wins anything other than 3-0, Avely will go through. So Avely is going to be rooting on Bachi to get the win, and Desive just needs to win for himself. So it's a really, really interesting situation that's coming up in this final game for this group. Let's check out the relics. On the left-hand corner, we got the Hermes' winged sandals, which is plus 5% movement speed for the heroes. Up onto this side, there is the Trojan Gate hinge, which is going to be hit points plus 40%. Over on the right-hand corner, there is the Feather of Jingwei, which is wood trickle rate plus 0.5. And finally, Gambantine Odin's Wand, making those technologies a little bit cheaper in the temple. But nonetheless, it is a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. However, this town center for a how-to Noir looks really, really good. You got forward gold mine here, yes, but Earthwall can start grabbing it nice and quick. Save this gold mine for a little bit later. You got back hunt behind it. That can be a really nice way to play. The Desive here, I think his best bet is to go for some Leto shenanigans into automatons, into Murmillo, into Terma, into the whole kit and caboodle, and just try and deny this whole situation from going on. Deny the wall from going up, break this position, mass up the automatons, and then wander forward and see if you can go for the win. Nonetheless, Kualfu Chieftain will be coming through for Bachi. And we are seeing a hero Oracle coming in as Desive, ready to take Feather of Jingwei for himself. It's only 0.5 wood per second, so 1 wood every 2 seconds or 30 wood a minute. But yeah, it's always nice to have that little bit of stuff as fast as you possibly can. Always nice as fast as you possibly can. There's plenty of other relics as well to grab. Let's have a little quick goat count after all of the initial scouting is done. 15 for Desive on the top side here. There is 11 for Bachi here. And we will be seeing how to. So I'm not exactly surprised to see this, especially on this map and this matchup. Zhuan Nu is probably the technical better play for Noir in this specific situation. but it comes with it some real big risks. And you have to play really, really well to win that one. But this how-to is simple. Plan is simple. Get this town center, earth wall, enjoy. Now, if I'm also Desive, I'm planting, and I see this gold mine, I'm actually going to plant my hero oracle up here. So I can at least start bashing the wall down as soon as it comes up. Because that's all I want to do. I don't care if he goes to this town center. If he wants the town center, absolutely fine. I want to deny this gold mine. So even sending the first automaton up here just to be sitting on the outskirts and ready to start bashing the wall down, it's probably the best idea. Of course, I've got full map control. I've got full omniscience. I see everything. But so too here does Desive, or at least he sees everything important. There's the villagers. They are ready. And we see a village center here from Bachi. Now this is different. Desive, this is really good for Desive. If he's going one town center all in and going for a gold staff, it's really, really good for Desive. He's making a whole bunch of units. He's got his warrior automatons out. He's going to be poking in. The reason it's really good for him is because, well, gold situation is going to be over quick. And if Bachi, which it looks like he's going to be going for, if Bachi decides to make a whole bunch of Qualfu, well, that's just his gold struggling. We're going to be seeing the earth wall getting beaten down here. The Terminator come forward. This earth wall really took way too long to come through for Bachi, and this is a big, big blunder as the earth walls are going to start getting broken down. You can't take out another one, but this is at least opening this position up. Take a quick look at what Desive can see. He's moving up to the top side. You see some villagers over there. He's missed the village center for the time being. He has seen a military camp. So he might be expecting this to be a one town center defense. He still has not spotted the village center as a Javelineer coming through. Good control from Desive here. Yeah, he just does not get to see what's happening over here. However, the earth wall slowly getting taken out. It's 25 favor in the bank for some more automatons. There's Desive now. Oop. He has himself that nice spider lair on this position as well. Going to heal himself back up before moving back in to slowly start bashing down some more of those earth walls. I feel like this is very, very risky for Bachi here. Over on this side, we've got the Cheongchi in the main base here, causing some problems. There are two hero citizens here that are perfectly fine to deal with all this. Hero Oracle as well in as the Terma pop over here, causing some more problems. Here's the other thing, right? This earth wall does have one weakness that I think a lot of players forget, including myself. It has 75% armor in the pierce. Normal buildings have got 90%. So these arrows or javelins do actually do a lot more damage than you would expect onto a wall. But still, Desive has no idea what he's up against just yet. But I don't think it matters because he's actually doing the correct response to what he's playing against, without question, which is build a death ball, get yourself sorted out with the oracles on both sides of the map so you can see everything, and maybe get more oracles in and take map control. And once you have map control with Atlantean, that allows you to place your oracles everywhere. Meanwhile, advanced defense is actually coming through for Bachi. Temple going to get beaten down. This does have Hermes' wing sandals for the hero movement speed. Now, medium infantry coming through is also going to be the Volcanic Forge. More oracles to come in. At some point with this attack, you do want to get more oracles, but you also want to get an extra temple out. Because you can shoot up to like 20 plus automatons very, very quickly in this one. It's the Cheongchi moving out. These goats here will get spotted. Oh, does he hit it? No. Another cheeky little spider egg coming up. I'd like to actually mass the spider eggs over here. Makes a lot of sense because that's where Bachi needs to move to. So we now see crenellations coming through. And Bachi's gold mine is going to be gone soon. He's only got a couple of these Gualfu. As the wall's coming back up. These earth walls are so low HP that I don't think it's even going to matter. And now we got a couple more automatons. Perception also coming through. Yeah, man. 20 plus automatons. These things are cheap. They're like 6 favor. Not like 6 favor. They are 6 favor. You want to get 20 automatons? You only need 160 favor? That's easy. No, is that how math works? 120 favor. You only need 120 favor for 20 automatons. That's nothing. Military camps coming up. More spider eggs getting dropped out. And yeah, these Javelineers do really, really well to take out the Terma. But the Terma, they're not here to actually take out Javelineers. They're actually here to take out the Pioneers. The Automatons and Murmillos can more than deal with a whole bunch of Javelineers. But I do like what Bachi's doing here, because he's not spending gold. These are only 10 gold apiece, and he is getting out a nice army to sort of defend. But he will be out of gold momentarily here. The problem is Bachi doesn't have the line of sight on the map at the moment. Not the line of sight that I want to see. I want to have this gold mine on vision. I want to have this gold mine on vision. I want to have this gold mine on vision. So nothing can get snuck. And also moving forward and dropping another mana down here and an economic guild or a mana over here spreading that lush can be another really nice way to play. A couple of units actually falling here as the spider lair getting a couple more kills. The next movement here from Bachi is going to be really, really key. He can chuck over here. He can drop some wall segments down and turn up and create a whole bunch of towers on that spot. That can be a nice way for him to defend himself. As the village is coming up to drop. Okay. That is an absolutely insane option from Bachi. 350 gold gone. Military camps coming up onto this side. Bachi is Desive is just kind of sitting back and saying, go for it. He still doesn't know there's a town center over here. What? Okay, Desive is literally throwing here. If you give this gold mine without a fight at this point, in fact, he's going Thea? Okay. All of this makes no sense to me in the slightest. The game plan was incredibly simple here. And obviously you don't know you're up against a village center, but the game plan was mass army, sit on gold, take fight, win game. But now it's like random second town center Thea in. And Desive now, he's going to pop over here, try and take this fight. We see some towers coming through. At the very least, one of those military camps does get taken out. There's plenty of units over here. Spider eggs coming through. And I think Bachi has gotten away with murder at this point. Couple military camps coming up. Now, of course, the game isn't over for Desive. He just didn't win the game. Now he's heroic age. He's going to be able to make Stymphalian birds. He's going to be able to make Contarius, which actually makes some sense here. A whole bunch of Contarius to break through all of this. Does make some sense, but it's going to take some time. He's got himself 4 military barracks. The army slowly starting to push forward. As well as heavy infantry on the way. All these upgrades are going to take a very long time to come through. Desive continues to pull this army back, but I don't know if this is what Bachi needs to do. Now Bachi charges through, loses a huge amount of units on that first engage. All of a sudden now there's these Contarius and you need to have halberdiers and things like that, but he's also now going up through Gormang, and the trade of units here on the retreat, obviously fine here for Desive. He's enjoying it, but he needs to get back over on this left side and get some nice pressure. And a couple of those spider eggs do claim a couple of kills, but up to this left side, all of these buildings now are going to start getting themselves towers. But when you've got this many warrior automatons, I don't know if it even matters, because these guys have got 64% pierce armor. Now the military camp to get taken out over here. Army for Desive does decide to pull back. I think he just needs to stay here and take the fight. His army is so much stronger than Bachi's, but all of these towers are scaring him a little bit. As he comes forward, military camp slowly getting taken down. These towers are getting some good amounts of damage done. Now heroic age is in as the army crashes through. All of these javelineers are just not helpful in the slightest versus what Desive has. But forest protection is in. That's going to be somewhat scary. We are seeing halberdiers now starting to get mixed in. As the Qualfu villagers will return back over onto the gold mine. Could also drop this secondary creation down onto the gold mine if he wants to. Get a little bit more gold in. And he does throw the ballet. Or start throwing the ballet down. Another opportunity to push in here and go for the kill. But Desive sitting back, waiting, watching. Up onto the top side. A couple of Dryad Rage. You don't see that very often, but this is nice. We're now with the ballet up. And probably enough favor for another forest protection. Things get very spicy here. Now Desive says, okay, you've got your ballet up. I'll wait for you to get that up, and now we'll fight. He still has got himself this really, really strong army of automaton, which doesn't really care about a ballet or a whole bunch of towers. And definitely doesn't care about the Wuzu Javelineer. And at the moment, Bachi has not got himself out the Jiangxia, but it is coming through. As the army charges forward, but Bachi, nice defense here. Jiangxia is now through. But I don't think that Desive can make it through this. I don't think he can break this ballet or this position. Which does mean now Desive needs to play for a completely different win con. This gold mine is claimed. The next win con here is secure this gold mine. 3 gold mines better than 1 gold mine. And because Bachi is playing so defensive and can't really move from this position, it's probably going to be a good way to play. We are seeing some destroyers coming in as Desive is not thinking that way. He goes, I see blood. If I get some destroyers out, they will be able to kill the ballet, which he's not wrong. These are Javelineer. They're not very good. These are trash units. They're only good versus Terma against, or not just Terma, but archers. And there's not really any archers here. As now the 5 destroyers are in, they will slowly start wandering in to take out this ballet. And now we are starting to see some more premium units coming through with the Dao Swordsman. But does that matter? A machine workshop, a couple of machine workshops coming in, but the ballet now under attack as the army all pulls back behind the earth wall. No need to really charge in here for Desive at the moment, but he's going to try. Gets in, a couple of units. It's like these Javelineers shouldn't be getting this much value, but they're doing a great amount of work here. However, the ballet on the left side does end up going down. The army in the main base does end up falling. Now Desive can move back over onto the left side. All of these military camps are going to start getting taken out. Both players are at 100 villages. You've got 1,000 gold in the bank for our New Wa player. As the Jiangxia goes down. And I want to see, we are seeing a little villager coming over here. Maybe a quick, cheeky little creation onto this side, but not go astray. But realistically here, that's what we need from Desive. It's going up and putting some military barracks, but not even a military barracks, just a palace here would be huge. Ballet coming through for Bachi. As Bachi's going to try and get that position. A whole bunch of units on the way. It's going to be a bit of a shock to him as the military barracks and Ballet going up next to each other. But given the fact there's this many destroyers out, and I imagine more are going to be coming, he can just leave this spot and go over here and claim this position. As the Contarius are making their way over here, but too little too late. Maybe like a palace on the back here, out of the range of the Ballet, would not go astray. Now the Ballet is up. A couple of citizens might go up. An economic guild attempting to get thrown up here for some Gaia Lush. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Bachi can get his gold mine back on the left side. But this is what I'm talking about, is this gold mine getting secured is 3 gold mines to 2 gold mines, which should be enough of an advantage in a game like this. Now, you could go for a market in the back corner and just try and make a trade route start, something like that. Half the army over here trying to take out these units, though, as this is not a bad trade here for Bachi at the moment. Town center coming up for Desive. On the front is a little bit on the risky side. We'll see if the Desive army can continue along here. He is up now through Atlas as well. Just a big amount of value on the low HP army of Bachi. Score difference speaks volumes for the position right now for Bachi. It's going to be 4 town centers. It's going to be the gold mine advantage. It's going to be an age advantage. As Bachi charges back over here. And in the end, Bachi does tap out. Desive claims game number 1 here. I have to say this was the strangest Noir I think I've seen yet. 1 gold mine Ghost Lake Village Center. I wouldn't have minded this town center. This town center and an earth wall early. Come and grab this gold mine. Try and defend the earth wall. And then you can retreat into your main base and mine this one once you pushed off this, and you get yourself more resources, more eco. Could have been a nice way to play for Bachi, but Desive does execute the Leto shenanigans here for game number 1. We'll drop back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alright, so our next map will be on Anatolia. And I actually think that means that Bachi now no longer can get out of the group stage after that loss. Chillin are much better versus Leto. Yeah, Chillin are great. You've also got the reincarnation for a 1 town center play, which is really, really good. Helps you stay alive and all the other good stuff. But anyways. So we got a win there for the Gaia and a loss for the Noir. And our next game is going to be a Kronos versus Zeus on Anatolia. I do not have a game lobby. Hopefully I can find one over here. When am I going to recreate the iconic 1 vs 11 Titan AI and retold? I actually think someone already did that. I think they did it on a custom map, so it doesn't really count. I don't know if it's possible. Like without doing something like I know I cheesed it on Legacy, but it was at least within the confines of the stuff. Yeah, I put a whole bunch of wall segments in a Wonder Down. That won't work on Retold because if you kill one wall segment, they explode. I guess if there's like a map that's got a inaccessible cliff, you can drop a Wonder. Oh no, you can't even go for a Wonder and win. You have to like build an immortal army, basically. Actually, maybe with something like Mass Omuraki and Oyumi, you might be able to, and a funnel in onto that, you might be able to win. Alrighty, off we go. And we have a little bit of a delay here. Yeah, this is live. Yeah, wall segment spamming is not. You cannot wall segment spam in Retold. I look gorgeous. Thank you. No, you. No, you. You're the gorgeous one. Stuccio, thanks for the prime, my friend. Legend. We're about a minute away from the second game. Kronos versus Zeus. Should be interesting. There are a lot of really fun ways to play this one from Kronos. I don't think this map is as Zeus. I think we see a lot of Zeus on this map, but I don't think it's a Zeus map anymore. I don't even think he's in the top 5 on this map. But we do see a lot of Zeus here. I think Kronos is very, very strong here. But we'll see. Ugh. All right. Yeah, let's get the next game going. Boom. Alrighty, in the right-hand corner of the map in the blue color, playing as Kronos. His name is Desive. And in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Zeus. His name is Bachi. So we do have ourselves here an Anatolia game for game number 2. Desive is up 1-0. It's best of 5. The final series for the Hephaestus division and matters quite a lot. Over onto this side, Toskos comes through, smacks the dock. There is this one interesting idea here. If you're playing this one as Kronos, where you walk to the left-hand side of the map, you scout where your opponent is putting the dock, and then you time shift over to the other side so you're not on the same side. Or you time shift onto the same side so you're on the same side. So you guarantee yourself a same side start or an opposite side start depending on what sort of an opening you want to go for. So there's some consistency here if you're playing as Kronos. Of course, it does take some time to make that happen as a bolt onto the Oracle there to deny any sort of early game deconstruction shenanigans. Take a look at the relics as all the stuff is starting to happen. Tower of Cestus. Damage bonus versus myth units there for the towers. We've got the Scarab Pendant over here as well. Just going to make those siege units a little stronger, as well as the adamantine shingles, making the houses a bit stronger. And finally, the 9-tailed Fox Charm, allowing myth units to regenerate. This relic's actually decent here for the Promethean and for the Automaton. As the Bachi dock gets deconstructed, and now the dock to come down for Bachi. Immediately, so no problems. We do see a second dock now here for Desive. Love it. He knows how to play this, and he can time shift this wherever he likes. He can go forward. He can go over here. He is going to be doing just that. Perfect. This is, funnily enough, the first time I've ever seen anyone actually using the Kronos dock time shift correctly in a tournament. The first time. Absolutely wild. Nonetheless, Bachi here dropping his dock. A whole bunch of fishing ships now coming through for Bachi as well. There's the Desive Oracle getting poked back home. Lots and lots of fishing ships out. It's going to be a very late advance here from Bachi. I mean, he's sort of read the situation that Desive is going for, I guess, and he's made a decision to adapt, but it's going to be a very late advance. He's going to have all of his fishing ships in. Maybe he's going to throw the... Is there a temple up anywhere? No. Maybe he's going to throw the temple up with all his villages or something, because it's going to be so late. On the other side here, Bachi... Sorry, Desive is going to have his temple up already, and he's going to be heading to the... No, he's going for a late advance as well. Making an extra oracle here. Both players are just enjoying the... classical, the archaic age, it seems. Huge amount of food in the bank here for Bachi. As this fishing ship sneaking through. Might be able to steal a spot for just a little bit here. As Prometheus now on the way. Now you have to make some decisions here if you're Desive. Going for a late advance like this, a forward temple doesn't really make much sense. But what you can do is you can go for a whole bunch more oracle. And you can actually go into like Promethean to try and deal with the hoplite. Promethean, Murmillos and things like that. There's the Athena on the way. For Bachi, no surprises there. A third dock. There's going to be docks literally everywhere. You're playing against deconstruction, so you don't want to have just 2 docks. You want to have 3 or 4 docks for defense.
Here, Joes.
It's the Desive Oracles starting to move out. He's got 4. He's going to make more. Okay, does he also have himself his economic guild? No, economic guild here for Desive is a little bit worrying. However, he hits the second age. Military barracks coming up in the main base. 2 military barracks coming up in the main base. And more Prometheans will start to accrue here. Now, the big difficulty for Zeus is generally myth units. However, on Anatolia, on the map Anatolia, often you can get to the mythic age without needing to leave your base for the second gold mine. So if someone does spam mythic units out, you can get mythic age, you can lightning storm, you can Bellerophon to help you out. As you do see a cheeky little deconstruction on the dock there. I imagine that can just come back up straight away as he does drop another dock. The villager will make the long trek back over here as this villager turn around and have some shanks. Duskabot's got to be a little bit more careful. And following all this, we are going to be seeing a pretty quick Dionysus. And we do have a couple of Siege Maremes in. We've also got the Promethean upgrade through. As more units are starting to move down to the bottom. And a quick fire ship as well as a Pentaconta on the way. Heracles will come over and scare these Prometheans off a little bit. You can actually turn and just kill the Heracles. I think you win that fight with that many Prometheans there. And he does indeed turn and start taking this fight. You can see, like, these Prometheans do very, very well here. So Mamilo's getting back in, and all of a sudden, a whole bunch of Pentacontas to actually come through. Now, Desive's got to be careful. He wants to win this water. There's a lot of problems coming his way, though. There's a hero citizen getting valid, or citizen getting valid over here. One Minotaur in the main base. Going to be a little bit of a problem for him. One to the top. Just a little bit of a fight. Dock. Fishing ship garrisoning. Shenanigans as the Baremes need to get started up. We'll also see some Triremes in an attempt to defend, but another dock to go down. I think an Oracle must have been killed at some point. One Mamilo over here. Hero Mamilo to try and take out that Minotaur would not go astray. The Pentacontas, these are really strong versus those units. You do not want to be trying against Pentacontas. It's fine to, like, take the arrow fire from the Triremes, but Pentacontas, it's not an option. Little fire shifts on the back here. So somewhat needed here in this fight, but not happening just yet as the final dock does go down. And Desive has claimed water superiority on the bottom side of the map here. And whether or not he can actually win this next fight or not remains to be seen. Don't think he will. Jason coming over here to say g'day. Fishing ships popping back out to get onto the herring. Over onto this side, Trireme. Taking out fishing ship and all the other good stuff. Bachi has to put a lot of resources in to actually win this left side of the water. Because Desive does not need to really hold on to this position. Getting to the next age and making Nereids is a perfectly valid way to go. A whole bunch of Hero Mamillos need to come through to deal with this Hydra. And he will be doing so. Ready to start popping over and attacking all that stuff. The Hydra gets taken out. Jason Heracles also going to be falling here. There's the Skylar on the top. A little bit of an issue, but sooner or later there's going to be a Nereid that should be able to win. You do have to micro it though. That's the problem. You're going to go in, special attack, run away, come back, special attack. If there's room, three-headed Hydra or Skylar already there is not going to be an easy thing to deal with it. But however, Bachi now charging into the main base of, Desive charging into the main base of Bachi here. Not enough units at the moment for Bachi to defend It looks like, though he is getting out a lot of a pass miss here. As finally Desive says, all right, let me out of here. I've overcommitted a little bit. Pull myself back home. And up onto the top side. What happened here? Desive had full water superiority, and Bachi comes back, gets his docks. He's back on the bottom side of the water. He's won the top side of the water. Absolute devastation for Desive in this one. Now we do have that Ria's gift to come through for a little bit of boosted favor. And up to the top, Desive steals the Skylar, and he's going to try and push back. It's over here. Palace gets caught out. A pass pist are in, and there's no answer at the moment for those who pass pist. Nonetheless, just a little bit of Caraballos, the shenanigans to start joining in, but there will be Peltasts. Should be a nice little defense. A fortress coming up in the center of the map here for Bachi. Bachi got to be careful with these fights. This one Caraballos there is not enough at the moment. Actually, the Behemoth might be. Actually, there's 3 heroes though, so it might not be that useful. Anyways, over here, the Skylar and the Reed taking out a lot of the fishing ships as Bachi continues forward. Hero Caraballos doing what it can, but the Behemoths all fall. And I think Bachi might have cracked through here in the center, as Desive has got very little resources left. He's got no fish. He's losing the right side, left side, no fishing ships out at the moment. And Bachi looks like he's in full control. Next, we've got the Olympian parentage, Dionysia to come through there as well, boosting up these units' strength even more.
Έτοιμος.
Ballistics on the way. A whole bunch of Contarius. Gonna be popping out. I don't know if Desive is quite going to be able to get out of his base here. He does have these Arcus, which will be nice and helpful versus all the Hapaspers, but soon Peltast will come. You have to play so good with those. So the Reed does pop out. Takes out the Skylar there, and the fishing ships can get back to work. Does he have any? He's got 3 over here. That's about it. He has popped his fishing ships back up onto the top side. Now, another fortress coming up for Bachi. He's like, okay, got to play around deconstruction here. 2 fortress. Makes sense. Bachi doesn't have his Skylar upgrade. It's got a relic that's boosting up the HP of his HP regen. That's the Reed over here. You got to be careful. You got to run it. Oh no. This is the most micro-intensive myth unit in the game. She dies before she gets the second attack off. But if you have 2 specials, it'll kill off a Skylar. And he does live with only 100 HP, but it's going to be able to regen a little bit with that relic. There's now a couple of Behemoths to come through. Prometheans and all the other good stuff. Hoplites, Peltast, and all the other good stuff on the way. I mean, it's not that micro intensive. You just have to pay attention to it. You just have to like use the special, run away, and then come back and kill it, right? Like it's like a 20-second cooldown or maybe less. I don't know. But now the behemoth numbers are going to start creeping up as it looks to me like Desive is going to attempt to catch Bachi out. But Bachi has got restoration, bronze. He's got no need to go to the mythic age. No need to like greed it. Just make units when the attack comes. If the attack comes, restoration bronze. If the mythic age comes, restoration after the implode. Get all your units back up to full HP without losing any of them. Desive now says it's time to go. The army a little bit out of position here as we turn around. Really take this one out. The heroes on the back. Bronze does get dropped down here as the Peltas can take out the Arcus there quickly. You've got to move those Arcus. Restoration now through for Desive, for Bachi, as Desive's military population is dropping so quickly. One fortress down, going for the next fortress, but there is just not enough units here. And in that moment there, Desive does tap out and Bachi claims game number 2. So some spice here for this series as Bachi does not want to give up, does not want to go away quietly. A very, very solid game here from Bachi. I mean, I think Desive played it nice to get this position, but he didn't come and lock it up. He didn't take enough of an advantage. He didn't leave any units over to prevent the docks from coming back in. If he'd won all of the bottom side of the water, I think he would have been a really good spot. There's no need to like go crazy and lose all the units here, especially not the hero Mamillos. So some big mistakes in the sort of mid-game from Desive gives Bachi that advantage, which I think Desive had here. I think he was playing a really nice early game, but sometimes the person who makes the mistake at the last moment is the one who loses more times than not. You can see it's an interesting game here. Anyways, we'll move over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for the next one. Alrighty, so we are going in onto the map Elysium next. As I imagine this is going to be the Uranus. It will, as Bachi picks Hades. I need to grab some water here, guys. My water bottle is out. I will be right back. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. Very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Gareth deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol Stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot. The Ghoul and Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable rams coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be? So we do have game number 3 on the way. It will be Desive's. Oops, these guys are flipped. It's the wrong way. It will be Desive's ace pick, Oranos, versus the Hades of Bachi. So Hades is pretty good against Oranos in general, just on the fact that you just want to play a defensive game. And yeah, if you play just a little cheeky defensive game with Hades, you can kind of get through it. But I guess the problem here is on the map like Elysium, you can't really play that defensive game here. You have to play a little bit more aggressive. So there are the Ares, there is the Ares style, there is the Athenian style. All that stuff can work out very, very nicely. Anyways, game number 3. Bachi not going away. And yeah, Desive still does need to win this series to go through. I don't think he wins. I don't think he can go through if he loses this series. I don't think it's possible. Even if he loses 2-3. Nonetheless, let's get into game number 3 and see what happens. Bottom left-hand corner of the map in the blue color, playing as Oranos, it is Desive. And in the top of the map, playing as Hades, it is Bachi. Now, of course, I'm saying you probably can't go to TC. There might be a village center play here for Bachi. I've been hearing things in the on the grapevine about 2 TC plays with Hades, like a village center plays with Hades, that seem like they can work pretty well. But I don't know about against Oranos. Oranos has probably got all the answers for anything that Hades does if it's a cheese. I don't think you can necessarily cheese Oranos. Because Oranos can always just leave the base, worst case scenario, keep all the villagers alive, and come and kill you a little bit later. But we'll see how Bachi gets through this one. I think this is... I want to say this is probably a pretty difficult matchup for the Hades, but I'm not exactly sure. No more what is going on, everyone. Yeah. I do it sometimes, but when I'm casting these tournament matches, we already know each other. I don't even need to I don't need to keep on introducing myself. Nonetheless, there are some relics on the map. Let's have a look at them. Sharon's Opal. So the dead villagers do give a little bit of resources back. Over onto this side, we've got the grass-cutting sword, which is going to be movement speed plus 5% of base there for the infantry. Over onto this side, there is the Pandora's box, which should be myth units. Favor cost minus 15% there. And on the top, there is the Tower of Cestus, which is plus 1x versus myth units. All right. As Oracle Heroes coming through, and we all be seeing that grass. Oh my god. Desive is going to be one happy man right here. He is holding the golden turkey. And he's going to put it in the temple, and he will be rewarded with a grand total of, I believe, 5.5 speed Hero Murmillo. It might be even 5.6. I don't know. Those guys are going to be zooming. They're going to be absolutely zooming. Not only that, Pandora's Box also on the map over here. So you could also go for Prometheus for cheaper Prometheans. Wait, no, just go for Oceanus and make all the Caladria in the world. Cheaper Caladria, they're already kind of cheap. Then you take the favor cost down. Oof. This is going to be a big oof for Bachi. Bachi's going to have his work cut out for him. He's going for the Volts of Erebus. And we'll see how it's all going to go after all is said and done. Empyrean Speed on the way. Hand Axe on the way. No surprises for those upgrades. Actually, the Hand Axe doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Surprised he goes for Eco Ups here. Normally, I find Eco Ups slow you down a little bit too much on the early stages of the game, and you can get a lot of value with just putting pressure on and getting Eco Ups later. 6.0. Yeah, you can go for crazy fast catapulties. But it's going to be military barracks to kick this one off as the Katoskopos coming through here. Double citizens on this one as well to get it up as fast as humanly possible. As this has to be a town center, but the question is village center or back town center? It's going to be the back town center. No hero over here though. The Oracle literally sitting here saying, hello there, sailor. As the Ajax trying to poke in onto this spot, without question, there will be a Carnivore getting dropped down. And while Bachi can outbuild it here, it's going to do a ton of damage.
Prostagma.
As the Ajax trying to Prostagma down the Caladria there, but that is not going to be... Man, that's not good. When he shockwaves, you have to right click. You have to right click. The villagers are too slow. Oh my god, it's so close. The Murmillos will be in here. I don't think if you kill one villager, it's going to be enough. Hero Oracle comes down. All the units are starting to take the damage. It's getting close to going down. It's going to be finished with 100 HP and the villagers will start repairing it back up. But that's totally fine here for Desive. Desive just got so much value. All the idle time on the villagers here. The villagers to move over here. And look at this. 0 villager production at the moment. Sentinels a must to get clicked onto this position. Villagers getting close to falling. One Murmillo does end up going down here. These are 5.2 speed Murmillos without being heroized. Oof. Villagers pulling off of the gold. A little bit late there. As the Murmillo will sneak around. But again, just zom this one up. At the very least, you've got a little something to defend yourself over here. As the villagers getting pushed off of the food. This is not ideal. They're all holding a decent amount of food here. So Katoskopos does manage to distract away for the time being. Will he get a kill here? The Minotaur to come through. One gets healed up. The rest do manage to get out of here. At the very least, the Ajax doesn't snipe the Caladria. She's got 2 HP. Oh, and she does die. So far, Bachi has survived the madness. I actually think if he didn't go hand axe here, this game would have already been over. He would have had he would have had more Murmillo out, faster across the map. Anyways, just wanted to put that out there. And now we see a forward sky passage from Desive. He's not playing around here. Like, okay, give me a sky passage here. I'll go for a sky passage over here. I want to see... He's already got the Oracle on the front. Love it. I want to see the Oracle over here with the sky passage there, and then a sky passage in the center. Don't bother with one in the main base. Put it in the middle of the map. Main base sky passage, that's like 2024. 2025 is middle of the map sky passage. So from here, you can go into Toxotes. Now, Toxotes would be normally not a terrible idea. But against Tyrannos, these Murmillo move quick. They might only have 5% pierce armor, but they move really, really quick. And they can get in and make your life very, very difficult. There's no watchtowers in for Bachi. Is a huge mistake. Village is going to be falling left, right, and center. Oh, that's so much damage here. These Murmillo are just so quick. Oh my god. I mean, look at this guy. Like, I need to click on a hero one. 5.5. Another villager going down. Desive is just going to be manhandling Bachi at the moment. At the very least, these villagers here can go onto the pigs, and the villagers can jump over onto the wood line over here. Imagine Hermes' wing sandals. I can't imagine. I don't want to. I don't want to imagine it. He's coming back. He's got access to shockwave here as well. Bachi, react! Oh no! Shockwave? Why does no one ever use that? He would have killed like, I don't know how many villagers. Just a butt ton. Anyways, tower going to go down on the backside here as the Caladria can just heal this one back up. Oh, never mind. Actually claims a life there. The villager differential is still equal. As more villagers are going down, and I think Bachi is just getting... I don't want to call it heavily outplayed, but he is getting heavily outplayed at the moment with these Murmillo just running rampage through the main base. Now also the Sky Passage on the front with forward Karabalister. A Sky Passage on the side. Now just complete the cycle. Sky Passage here. He's got one in the main base though. Can't put it onto the right side. He has to delete the main base one. The villagers are literally mining this gold mine out. I love that from Desive. You're like, hey Bachi, see this gold mine you want? Sorry, not sorry. As the Murmillo charge in. They aren't scared of no Toxotes here. At least their town center is getting some damage done though. How many kills? It's got 3 kills so far. 4 kills. Popping off. The Caladria gets, Carnivore gets dropped down. The Achilles will go down. Watchtower's finally in as the Murmillo over here have to respect that a little bit, but they can just sit underneath this Watchtower for days with the Caladria out healing the damage, right? This is doing 16. These guys are healing at, what is the heal at? 15, so 7.5 HP a second. So a little bit more damage coming from the tower than the heals, but you can always just run away, fix it up, and then off you go. The Sentinel over here going to go down. Bachi valiantly holding at the moment. He is 46 villages, farms in the main base, not ideal. So military academy starting to come down. I forgot to mention the pierce armor. It's not really any pierce armor. Maybe they can sit there forever. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Hang on, let's have a watch. It looks like it's going down. Of course, there's the Caladria special as well, but... Now the market is up. Watchtowers coming through for Desive just to completely remove this. But I think Bachi's plan is to move over to this right side. You don't need to be on the left side. And like I said, there's no vision over here. In fact, he's got... No, he knows this is here because he sees the lake. But no vision on this position is huge. And Bachi does wander over there now. That's Desive making his way over onto this side. We kill off some animals in the center of the map. That's the storehouse. Will come down. Walls to come down as well. And this is all too often what happens in these gold-starved games. One gold mine. That's all they need. They've got the economic advantage because they're building villages faster than you on 2TC. All they need is time and get onto this gold mine. And time is what will be coming through. Military barracks coming up over here. Okay, so Aphrodite comes through. He's on the second gold mine. Bachi might... I hate to say it, but Bachi might have just gotten through with this. If you can get a fortress up behind these walls or some towers up behind these walls, and obviously also the archers, then it's very, very tough for Desive to actually break this. In fact, it might be worth it to go stone wall towers here. Of course, if he gets a fortress, it's even better. I don't know if he can fit it in, but I don't understand how this gold mine is getting mined at the moment. Of course, there's still 1,000 gold left in the main base. It's not like you expect someone to be over there right now. Heavy archers coming in, medium infantry. These technologies, I don't think they matter right now. The technologies that matter is a fortress to defend this position. Nonetheless, walls coming up all over the map for Desive. He's trying to shut everything down, but he has not recognized that this is a gold mine. Now he's moving over here. Is it too little, too late? 5.5 speed, Mermillo, and a dream. Heavy Toxotes? Is it enough? Some Peltas to come in. There's no chaos here for Desive. Getting a forward sky passage up as well. You do have Curse, you do have Restoration. There's almost enough favor for Sentinels, but nothing over here just yet. Has to delete his archery range to get onto this spot. As the villagers pull back. He's grabbed himself nearly 400 gold here. Does not need to take a fight. You don't need to fight here. Just sit back. Wait. Don't even need to drop a fortress. Sit back, wait, get yourself full pop. The army to charge in. Shockwave comes down. Desive. All in at the moment. Carnivora through. Restoration. There's no curse to be able to be... Actually, you could drop curse and it'll hit the Dryads at the very least. As this army of Bachi does not look to be enough. He had if he had the fortress up and he had the stone walls in, I think this would have been completely fine for him. I don't think he breaks the stone walls in a fortress and a whole bunch of Toxotes behind it, but a little bit of a misallocation of priorities. And I think Desive here now gets his gold staff. He's got his sky passage. He's over on this side as well. This gold mine is down to 3,900 gold. The villagers really can't move forward. He could go for the middle one maybe. I don't know. There's a tower in. Curse doesn't work on the Atlantean heroes, but does work on myth units, of which the Dryads do count. And they're pretty pricey, but you know, it's worth it to drop it on them, I think. You get a nice little thing there as the villagers get into the center of the map. Bachi's still trying to get himself out some units. 144 pop. 4k resources here. You can get himself up to another restoration. Maybe? It seems like he's a ways away from that as the army will come through, and these villages are ripe for the picking. The military academy going to be going down. Has to be a curse here. You cannot let this happen. There's the curse that comes down. At least a couple of pigs. This is 7 kills there with the curse. Not bad. With 4k versus 5k, there's almost enough favor for another restoration here. Villagers getting picked off. You could send some villagers back over onto this gold mine now while this is all going on. But Desive, is he going to break through this army or not, is the question. I don't think he is. Where's the rest of his army? It seems like he's just not able to beat the Hades army up just yet. He has managed to keep things equal on the villagers, though. Well, units sacrificing themselves, wandering forward is Desive allowing them to retreat. Not sure what's going on there. Doesn't move over onto this gold mine just yet. The villagers over here need to pull off and get some more gold in. Now there's enough favor for a restoration. There's no second town center for Desive. It's probably time for him to go for one. If we take a look at the market, it has been used quite a bit. But now there's that second restoration in for Bachi. So while there was probably going to be another shockwave or maybe another carnivora that can get dropped down, another restoration does give Bachi a lot of hope here in this next fight to stay alive. Now there's some Stymphalian birds joining in. Carnivora onto the backside here. Bachi has to pull back and reassess. He does have his Chiron. Chiron's pretty good versus the Stymphalian bird. Villagers going down, though. Not ideal here for Bachi, but he has to take some losses in order to get some advantage in this fight. Restoration needs to be getting dropped down here. He loses the entirety of his front line, though. But this is a great choke point for the time being. But there's just so... The army of Desive isn't dying. And he doesn't even drop restoration. And Bachi is out of military, out of gold, out of hope in this game. I thought he was going to use restoration, but it does not come in. And I'm not sure why, but that was his last-ditch hope here at the moment. As Desive pulls back, he's got a gigantic villager lead, but he does need that second town center. 72 villagers? It's a lot of pop. Not a lot of pop to play with. As the Carnivora goes down, Desive backing up, allowing this wall to come up as the villagers do get back over onto this gold mine. I guess now Bachi has got his gold mine for just a little bit longer. He needs to get a lot of gold to get an army back together, though. I don't really know why Desive is taking the foot off the gas, but he wants Mythic Age, Hecate. He's got 6 oracles, so he can make some very, very strong units here. But yeah, I don't know what he's doing. He's just giving Bachi a little bit of a chance here. Obviously, Tartarian Gate is going to be incredibly painful, especially like drop it up to the top side here to kill off this town center while pushing over onto this side as well. Any attempt at maybe a fortress and an extra sentinels onto this side as an idea for Bachi to try and live. Town centers now coming up all over the place for Desive. Now Bachi under attack yet again. Desive moments away from Mythic Age. There's a pretty hefty army now in for Bachi though. The Peltas will get just a little bit of good trades onto the back here. But all this waiting here, I don't know, man. All this waiting here, the worst thing you can do is give the Hades a gold mine when you've got an overwhelming military advantage. Now the upgrades coming through: copper weapons, copper armor, Sarissa. Over here, the citizen wandering forward. It will go down to the arrow fire there, but Tartarian Gate is in. Killing off this sky passage would not go astray. Desive is now 3 town centers. Tartarian Gate will pick off villages left, right, and center. And basically here, Bachi can't deal with this. He can't leave his gold mine, which is what Desive is sort of playing for, I think. In fact, you could send the Contarius into the main base now, and life would be very, very tough. Do we see any upgrades? No. Look at all the favor here. Another shockwave. Carnivora. Restoration from Bachi. Or there he goes on the restoration. Is this going to be enough is the big question. Heroes trying to take out the Stymphalian bird, but it is a incredibly tough ask. The Desive front line now has champion. He is losing units though, but so too is Bachi. Both players are in a lot of pain on this fight. This Tartarian Gate cleaning everything. We see the Carnivora getting dropped down now at the end of this fight with no heroes remaining is a huge boost. And after all is said and done, I think Bachi out of an army. Tartarian Gate causing the entirety of his food economy to go idle. He's got 8 villages left. And sooner or later, Bachi's gold mine is going to expire. And Bachi there does tap out. Desive takes game number 3, taking a 2-1 lead here. However, at this point, Desive is now out of Atlanteans. So, this is where the spice comes in. This is where the spice comes in. A really well played game from Desive. Textbook Atlantean completely outplayed Bachi in the early stages with those raids. Kind of botched it in the mid game, giving Bachi a chance. Bachi needed stone walls and a fortress or a whole bunch of towers here or just something to prevent the army from just getting through unscathed. If you get if this was stone walls, towers, Toxotes in position, all of a sudden I'm like, oh, this is looking nice for the Bachi defense. Or a fortress, right? Looking nice for the Bachi defense, but he just didn't go for it. Took too long. And an army versus Shockwave versus Carnivora, it's not going to be enough. You need those defenses so you can garrison and things like that. But nonetheless, well played here for Desive. We'll jump over to the drafting menu and see what the next game is going to have in store for us. Alrighty, our next game will be an Amaterasu versus Thor. Game on Key. All right, we have a win for the Uranos and a lose for the Hades, and a 4th game with Thor, and a 4th game with Amaterasu. All right, let's jump into the next game. All right, in the left-hand corner of the map, spawning as the blue Amaterasu, it is Desive. The right-hand corner of the map, dropping a Dwarven Armory, it is Bachi. Meanwhile, he does get himself out a second Berserk nice and quick. He looks to try and get as many of these cows as he possibly can. I actually think if you do this, it's better to send the first Berserk scouting and the second Berserk on the Dwarven Armory. If you take a look here, you can't actually... Well, can he afford? Maybe you can. He's not building a... he's not getting an armory upgrade out anyways. So rushing that out doesn't make any sense. Anyways. Getting all the scout off. And unfortunately here, Desive has not gotten the memo. On key, all of the cows are in the center of the map. So yeah, this is... I think this is a map here which you want to rush on against Amaterasu with Thor. The reason why you want to rush here is twofold. You get in, you got your Herser, you're wailing away at the villages and things. Not only that, you get eyes on the temple. And with eyes on the temple means eyes on the weasel. And with eyes on the weasel means Valkyrie to kill the weasel. There's the temple coming through for Desive. And there are other ways to play this as well, but the most important thing is, without question, try and figure out where that weasel's coming from and try and deny it, as the Bachi Berserk looking for stuff. That's a pretty good map actually for Desive at the moment, with the back gold mine, back wood line. There is an argument here, I think, for going Minakata Tomi in this matchup over Amano Uzume. The argument is basically, I want the safer hunt in my main base, so I don't have to leave my base. I can play a nice turtle. I can still go for samurai and things like that, but I can actually go for like the archers as well as the Yati spearmen out of my guardhouse. But I think most of the time we see Amano Uzume on this one. Oops, there was supposed to be an extra point here. You're right. There's a temple now up for Bachi. It is game point for Desive. He just needs one more win. However, he doesn't have access to his Atlantean anymore. But Amano Uzume on the way for Desive. A nice quick advance. As well as Kagura on the way. As well as Sacred Custodians right after. Relics in the center I haven't had a look at just yet. Arrows of the Alpha, boosting up the damage of the buildings. Trojan Gate Hinge, making the walls a little bit more exciting. A little bit more HP on the walls. Black Represso over here, going to get some crush damage. And finally, Kui Drum. The hero is getting some increased damage, as we do see Freya in for Bachi. As a stable and a dojo. This is kind of the more ladder meta way for playing Amaterasu. Very, very strong. It does have a couple of weaknesses, especially to some counter strats. We'll see if any damage can really get done from this first Weasel. Real problem here is that the Weasel is heavily countered by Freya, as the wall's coming up all over the place here from Bachi. He's trying to stop this. He doesn't have this location walled off, though. He can't wall it off, in fact. He needs to put a building down there. But there will be no way in for the time being. No way to get these raids off for the time being, especially now Valkyrie is in. Kamatachi making its way through. Bachi spots it. And now, this is not ideal. A lot of effort has gone in to trying to deal with this as the Solar Shield gets dropped down. Villagers idle. They can pop through here and get onto the wood line. No problems. As they pop over back onto the gold. Kamatachi going to get chased out of the base. As this lone Valkyrie goes on a hunt for stray villagers. Of which he's going to get very lucky with. Very, very lucky. Very, very unlucky. Oh, how unlucky can you get? Oh, you hate to see it. He was going to get lucky. Not today. It's now the Kamatachi coming back in. Valkyrie into the main base. We'll be able to spot some villagers there to get some nice damage in. And now Desive taking a bit of damage, not chasing the villager away, going after the ones near the wood line. There will not be a kill here, but decent damage over onto this side. Hersa, Herdman getting involved as the samurai charging in. The longhouse to come down. Valkyrie does manage to get onto this villager. Will he pick it? No. Valkyrie is down to now 150 HP now. A couple of thrown axemen are going to be needed for Bachi to actually take out those samurai. You don't get any. You don't get any Bushido for targeting buildings. Not the end of the world there. That's the Kamatachi. Will go down. More Hersa on the way. Have we seen any like upgrades in? No. Surprised to see it's only 12 favor at the moment for Bachi, considering how much he's attacked. But nonetheless, halfway to Bushido tier 1 or tier 2 for Desive at the moment. He's now going to be grabbing himself that Katagi technology, which gives extra HP, as well as Bushido XP on death, plus 75 for every infantry unit. That tech is cracked. I didn't realize how much that was. That's a lot of Bushido XP. That is really, really strong. Strong is a bit much. Are you kidding me? Like, this also applies to Yadi Spearman, right? So you're getting 75 Bushido on a dead unit. That's a lot. Considering like the samurai is getting 2 per second, 2 XP being idle per second, that adds up. Nonetheless, Bachi now charges in here, does spot these units onto this hunting location. The army is in to defend, and he will just turn around and start shanking. Bachi gets out of there, keeping himself alive. As now the medium upgrades are through, we will see a Dwarven gold mine getting thrown down here from Bachi. I don't like having to drop that one this early. We'll see if Bachi can work it out here. Have to remember this one more win for Desive, and he is in the playoffs.
Yo.
There's all the entirety of this wall going up here, hitting everything. That's the longest wall you'll see, but he throws it up there, trying to hold on. Sitting behind this with throwing axemen is a really nice way to defend yourself. Of course, if a whole bunch of Yumi archers come through, that's going to be a whole different story. The wall's getting finished up onto the top side. And you see the Weasel upgrade coming in. Windsickles. As the walls will start to get beaten up here. A little bit of damage onto the Samurai as Bachi does decide, all right, let's bail out on this spot. There's so many units here. You really don't want to take the fight if you can help it. Thrown Axeman gets caught out as Bachi going to pull back behind his other wall. He's still got a little bit of gold left in his Dwarven Mine in the main base, but does need to get over here onto this gold mine. More walls getting broken down here. Bachi now back over onto his gold. Doesn't have watchtowers, but maybe putting some towers down wouldn't be a bad call. How did you get in there? Wait, no, you can leave, right? There's room to leave. No? Surely. What are you doing in here, Mr. Yumi Archer? How are the armory upgrades looking for Bachi? He does have full bronze here. So in terms of upgrades, he's looking nice. The only problem is no medium cav just yet. That technology is it always makes your cav feel a lot better, but we are seeing Raijin to come through now for Desive, which will be a very, very big help for him moving forward here. He's peeing? Okay, fair enough. And the longhouse coming down for Bachi. And obviously this is going to be a bit of a timing with this lightning Thunderdome shenanigans. As you do see a couple of raiding cavalry trying to cause problems over here. Now, easy way to deal with this, not an easy way, but a nice way to deal with this sort of an attack is to use towers. If you see it coming. Because then you can garrison during it. No problems. Of course, you can't garrison the raiding cavalry unless you have hill fort, but still. This raiding cavalry just going to continue to try and harass over here. Gets one snipe. Which is turn. Raiding cavalry down. Samurai coming through as a defensive unit here. As the walls will get thrown back up onto this spot. Heroic Age now in. Now Raijin is through, and the Raiju is going to be the real big problem. Heavy also comes through. Hanya Mask on the way as well for Bachi immediately, as we do have Bragi as the god of choice for Bachi. I am a little surprised on the Bragi, because Skadi gives you that extra range on the Thrown Axeman from Hunter's Axe. That can be a big help. There is an opening here on this wall. As the Thrown Axeman coming forward, trying to get as much damage done as they can before the wall goes down. With Bragi on the way, Bachi could pull back into his main base here. He does not need to take a fight just yet, but Thunderdome could come through as well. There is not enough favor for another Dwarven Mine, but he will have it after a fight. So as long as it's an equal fight, he can continue along. Has units to turn around. Playing defense nicely here. Bachi is holding himself very nicely as the Razorwind Kamatachi is caught out. But Solar Shield makes things a bit tough there. I mean, taking the fight, getting that favor up. Just needs an extra one favor and he can drop another Dwarven Mine. And that's 3,000 gold when he gets to the next age. So there's no need to rush this for Bachi. Bachi also sneaking a gold mine on the bottom while this is all going on. Nice play. Thrown Axeman coming forward. A little bit of shoot and scoot as there's that Thunder Dome. The Thunder Burst is through. Units will get sent packing. You just have to keep on spamming that runaway. God, that's so much damage though, no? He's got no way to heal up all these units. All the thrown axemen are almost dead. He has to know that he's got 0 way to heal the units. How? In fact, they might all die to just one Raiju attack here. Nonetheless, the Battle Ball will help out on the defense. What can you do to heal these units? I don't think you can. I got the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie, just heal. Stop. Stop and heal. Use the Valkyrie. They're right here. I'm stupid. Stop moving. Stop moving, Bachi. God damn it. Heal your dudes. It's little infinite value. Stop it. Oh, finally. Oh, does he have the upgrade for them? He does. So they're healing super fast as well.
Skipan.
Great Hall's coming down as the Naginata Riders are on the way. You've just got to heal everything, please. Gosh darn it. The Naginata Riders do get intercepted here nicely. In the base here, Desive not exactly sure what he should do. And if this army just keeps moving around, I might lose my mind. I don't mind if you have to throw buildings down, but these Valkyrie need to be healing non-stop here. Okay, all right. I'm... No, he's too bad. He's moving again. I'm actually so annoyed. This is making me infuriated. I'm... Okay, put the town center down or something. I don't care. Town center coming up. Naginata Riders to the top side, but there is nothing here to attack for the time being. A couple of idle villagers need to get to work. Town center will come up on the back.
Skipan. Tilbúin.
It's fine. He's actually healing. He's actively healing now. I can calm down. At least there's only a handful of units that are almost dead. It's fine. Okay, I can calm down a little bit. Random longhouse down onto the bottom side. Now the next difficult part here for Bachi is he actually just needs to get Mythic Age. Don't worry about this. Put a hill fort down. Get Mythic Age so you have access to champion, so you're not playing behind here. I mean, alternatively, just fully armoring up is another option. If you get yourself to the Thor fully upgraded units, then maybe that's fine there. The Raiju just sending everyone flying. But you got to be careful here. He's played such a good game up until this point. The next decision is the most important, and that is get Mythic Age. And probably not. Oh, actually, it could be not a bad idea to go for Ragnarok here. Because look at all the gold mines. This is the last gold. You don't have to necessarily kill the castle, but you're also going to have, as the hill fort coming up quickly. An axeman turning in. You've also got flaming weapons as well, and you've got forest fire. Though with the castle at the moment, garrisoning into that one is a bit much. Bachi going to try and crack this position now. He's got Jarls queued up, throwing axeman queued up. Forest fire onto this position would be amazing for Bachi. The first time ever I might see a decent forest fire. Desive legitimately cannot engage here because of the forest. But will Bachi notice it? He's still got flaming weapons here as well. A third town center coming up on the top side there for Desive as he's getting closer and closer to champion here. Forest Fire now gets dropped down onto this position. Keeps his units out of harm's way. There's still also a flaming weapons available for Bachi here. And now he decides it's time to go. And Desive, surely he has to retreat here. Castle falls. Jarl's coming through. Throwing Axeman coming through. Now the Raiju gets taken out. There is champion in for Desive, but he loses his entire army for it. The problem is Bachi. I mean, actually, villager-wise, Bachi is in front. He doesn't have a gold staff here, though. He's going to try and keep pushing. He's got the portable rams to get the good damage off. Desive pulling into his main base here. Armory goes down for Desive. The stable for Desive gonna fall. Shrine goes down. Raiju getting involved. As the Jarls, with those Godia in, they will be able to take those out pretty quickly. There is the Goshin Boku though, so we'll get respawned. But it's literally 190 pop to 76. The problem here is you cannot sit back and wait if you are Bachi. If Desive gets a full population army out again with champion, Bachi will be the one in trouble. As Bachi charges in now, trying to take out the fortified town center. Daimyo getting cleaned. Weasel going down. Up onto the top, the Raiju will go down as well as the main town center about to fall. And Desive there does say that's the game. And an incredibly well-played game for game number 4 from Bachi, forcing a game 5. As it all comes down to one last final game here for this group. This next game means everything. Bachi, I don't think he can get to the playoffs. But Desive needs to win the next one. Otherwise, Averly goes to the playoffs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump back over to the draft. I don't know what else to say. That was just a really well-played game from Bachi. Let's jump back over to the draft. And we'll see what game number 5 has in store for us. Alrighty. So that was a loss there for the Amaterasu and a win there for the Thor. With 2 Egyptians left for Bachi, a Poseidon and a Fushi left for Desive. A difficult decision ahead for Bachi. What do you pick here? Do you pick Isis? Do you pick Set? This is a difficult decision because you want Isis versus Fushi for sure. Or do you? Maybe Set is fine versus Fushi. Maybe Set's just easily the best pick here. On step, you have access to the boars in the center. If it's going to be a Poseidon from Desive, you can obviously make spearmen and make priests, and you're going to be kind of fighting against most stuff. Against Fushi, you go for the Da, you make yourself spearman axeman. We saw that kind of in the B Soup series, but B kind of botched it. And it's going to be a Poseidon versus Isis game for game 5. This is not a simple matchup. This is very, very complicated. I think a lot of players will prefer, a lot of the top players will prefer Isis in this matchup, but things can go very, very wrong here for Isis. There's lots of outplay potential on the Poseidon side. Alrighty. One final game. Yeah, I think I would have picked Fushi here if I was Desive, but maybe he's not feeling comfortable with the Fushi. Maybe he was picking Fushi more as a secondary ban. Oh, you guys want to bet? Hang on. I don't think I've done any of the predictions here. Oh, someone is. Okay, that's nice. Thank you, Darth Nox. Alrighty. The game is underway. Let's have our 2-minute and a 40-second countdown. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm doing good. We're in our final game here. I just want to like double check the standings, so I'm not telling lies about what's happening. We've got a very short amount of time until this last game starts. So yeah, Nullus is 3. Like so, yeah, it looks like all the stats are correct. So right now, Bachi is 2 wins, and Desive is 2 wins. If Desive wins this game, sorry, if Bachi wins this game, oh, that's wrong. That there is wrong. If Desive, I think it's supposed to be a J. Yes, if Bachi wins this next game, then Desive will go to -1, which is tied for Avely, and Avely did win the head-to-head, so he would go through in that tie. Wild, absolutely wild. So this game means everything. Let's go. I love this. I had one person complaining to me. Actually, I'll just say Darth Nox complaining to me about the tiebreaker thing, making the end of this situation not exciting. I feel excited. I feel very excited right now. All right, let's get going. Alrighty, with the best tiebreakers you could ever have. Does not get any better than this. In the left-hand corner of the map, Desive playing as Poseidon. In the right-hand corner of the map, Bachi, Isis. We are on the map Step. And really, Bachi is just playing for Avely at the moment. He's playing for his own points. Desive is playing for the second spot. He's playing for playoffs. He needs to win this one. I mean, Bachi could just throw completely. If he was Desive to go through, he could just throw. But that's not really a part of the competitive spirit now, is it? Up onto the top, we've got Bow of Artemis. Gonna make those range soldiers a little bit cheaper. Up onto the top here, there is the Black Lotus. Farms plus 10%. In the middle of the map, there is the 9-tailed Fox Charm. Just regenerate plus 0.5 there. And finally, on the bottom side of the map, Tail of Cerberus. Minus 25% of base on that position there. Alrighty. So an Isis versus Poseidon on step for the final matchup. Temple coming through for Desive. As he wants a quick advance and he wants to put some nice early pressure onto Bachi, it seems. Bachi does have himself a slightly open gold mine. However, very simple way to defend against this fast advance. Temple. You don't want to put the temple like on top of the tower. You want to link the temple on the front of the gold mine. Houses up the top, houses down the bottom. Build some priests, and you're good to go. This goat's getting claimed. Let's have a little goat count at the moment. 12 goats for Bachi. On the other side, 11 goats for Desive, so relatively close. As Desive's Toskabos is just taking a little bit of a breather. He's had enough. He's had a bit of a rough life. Rough journey around the map at the moment. Just wanted to admire the abyss. Takes a look out over the flat earth and just goes, you know what? I wonder what would happen if we just walked off that flat earth. Will we keep falling for all eternity? Oh, never mind. I've had enough. Enough thinking. Alright, we got the Hermes to come through now for Desive. No surprises there. Does have to remember to start villages though. I've seen this. Okay, never mind. I was about to say, I've seen this many a times, but Theseus comes in, grabs that 9-tailed fox charm. It's actually a really nice relic here for Poseidon, because you don't have any way to normally heal your myth units as Poseidon. As Hades and Zeus, you can get Apollo, you can heal them. But Desive is really going to enjoy this. A little bit of HP back. 0.5. It's not much, but those centaurs don't have that much HP either. That's not all terrible. As the prosperity does come down. Atalanta is on the way. Walls coming up for Bachi here. As the houses are going up all over the place as well. And this centaur cannot get in just yet, but this is a very late Anubis here. It's the centaur just charging around, trying to get onto these villages. It will be able to get through, and that's going to be a little bit of damage onto the villages and denying the gold mine for all that prosperity just a little bit. Be careful. He's got one very low HP villager here. He's now, the next age is up. Keeps the villager alive, just barely there, as the centaur is sent packing for the moment. One stable is up. Hippias to come through. Move on to this side. Oh, the villager does manage to shank down that Hippias as the barracks are coming through for Bachi. But so far, Bachi has defended that early game beautifully. He's taken this much damage. The tiniest bit of idle time. And he's killed a Hippias. This one low HP villager does need to get healed up. That will get picked off by a centaur. Priest not able to finish its obelisk for the moment. A couple of Anubites are out. Be careful with that. Please heal that villager. There we go. I think he's just, okay, just a little bit of healing, but at least it won't get one hit by the centaur. Fine. As this villager gets pulled back. Bachi needs to get some units out. Is he going for a town center? Am I going crazy? 500 gold in the bank. Another obelisk coming up. And a second town center on this map. Maybe up here. Maybe a village center. No, I don't think so. This top town center could work because you've got all these gold mines at the top. Could work for a nice way to get out of this position. The spearmen are now through. Another stable coming through for Desive as he's going to put more villagers over onto the temple. One priest down. There's the Unubite. Oop. Hello there. The Unubites here. Greet the Theseus a little bit, but they say, hello there. Let me advise you that I'm going to run into your base and we're going to start hurting you. I do not see an Atlanta in the main base. She's currently forward, so this is a perfect opportunity for these Anubites to get in here and get some value. As the medium Hippias is through, villagers idle all over the place for Bachi. He's focused on the Anubites for the time being. Now the villagers moving. And unfortunately for Bachi, does he get a villager? I don't think he gets a villager. No villager kill there. Does defend nicely, but another priest holding a relic there. Does go down. Black Lotus, definitely a pick up there for Desive as Bachi struggling just a little bit with this whole situation. The Unubites up to the top. We will see that upgrade coming through. The slingers to come in. Priest get a couple of shots off onto the center. HP just coming back up slowly. Good little turnaround from Desive to stop Bachi from chasing him. The Unubites now ready to charge back in. 5 villagers on the temple here. Desive is going to be going for the Hippias center idea. The Unubites will need to bail back, but now Atalanta is on the case. And these Anubites are not... Are they going to be out? I don't know if they're going to be able to get back home. The army needs to get up here and greet this. You can heal these back up, so if he gets back home for safety, it's going to be fine. There's now an Acropolis coming through. More spearmen on the way. It's a 2-villager lead, but absolutely playable from both sides here. Spearman charging in here. Spearman versus Hippias is obviously an advantage for the Spearman, but the problem is once the Centaur numbers get big enough, then this special attack damage, which is doing 6 pierce damage per second, starts being too much for the Spearman. So you do have to limit those numbers. And with Desive having 5 villages on favor, it's a huge amount of favor income, and you can just pump these numbers up to something that makes things very, very difficult for the Isis. Standard Obelisk coming up onto the front. Anubites diving in, staying nice and safe away from that Atalanta there by doing that dive. You've got to be careful with them though. As yet again, Desive has to pull back, but he pushes in, gets some return fire, tiny bit of damage off with that special ability, turns around after the special ability is used. Plague of Serpents also in the center of the map here from Bachi. I don't know what that was. A little bit of a trigger finger from Bachi. Saving that to try and hit a gold mine would make a lot more sense. More obelisks coming up here for Bachi as he's going to start getting that line of sight all over the place. This might not be enough priests in at the moment for Bachi as these numbers, the numbers of Centaur are going to start really climbing up. So what does this do? Does this give damage? It's just range. So no extra damage on the Centaurs. But the range is a big help. Those priests are going to get picked off. And this is smart from Bachi. Get to the heroic age for Petsukos. And that is an answer for the Centaur. The priest trying to get forward here, trying to zone out the Centaur for the time being. Just literally just tickling those Centaur at the moment, but no answer for those spearmen just yet. I think actually a nice movement here would be actually into hoplites, away from the Hippias, but nonetheless, the arrows raining down. They're doing so much damage here. Bachi is just sitting in the middle of this damage. Huge win there for Desive, and Desive can just pull back, heal back up. What is Bachi thinking here? He turns back in, still sitting underneath that arrow fire as the priests dodging the projectiles there beautifully, and Desive kills all of the priests there, all of the spearmen there. And Bachi is now in a lot of trouble. Now the army coming back in. There is this Pharaoh through. That's going to be some decent damage in. The spearmen yet again sitting on that arrow spray. And like I said, once these centaur get to this number, life gets very, very tough for the ISIS player. And villager differential is equal. There's so much food in the bank for Desive, so you can start thinking about a heroic age here as well. Villagers on this side can pull back, no problems. Losing villagers and priests is not ideal here, but he will be able to run for the tower. But so far, Bachi does manage to continue in this game. Does not get gold starved. These villagers can move over. There's not a lot of food on the map, though. Maybe sneak this hunt down the bottom or something. We have seen Bachi playing some very resourceful defensive play in this series. And I mean, these centaur just get more HP. It might be slow, but man, anything is a big deal, because part of this matchup generally for the ISIS is to slowly start chipping away at those centaurs before you can actually take them out. You can see how much value he's getting from that one relic as more centaur are coming through, and there's just not enough priests here at the moment. There's the spearmen charging forward. Look at that damage onto all those spearmen there. He does manage to take out the Atalanta, but at what cost? See, a new bite dives forward. Yet again, the special from Desive doing so much work here. And it's simple. Once the special attack hits, you just walk back and then engage here instead of on top of the arrow fire. But Desive now has got more than enough units to push through the rest of this. And I think Bachi, in this moment, has to tap out. And after a hard-fought series, Desive does manage to crack through Bachi in this one. I mean, he was in such a good spot. Bachi played the early game so well. And then this huge, I don't know, man, this is a mistake you can't be making at high level. Throwing away your entire army into a volley of centaur. These things do 6 damage per second for 3 seconds. So that's 18 damage per centaur. If there's 5 centaurs there, that's 90 damage. That's 90 PS damage to sit in front of. These guys have got 94 HP. They've got a grand total of 94 effective PS armor. Add the 10% from going to heavy, and you're at like 100-ish. So you basically live with like 5 HP, 10 HP after all is said and done with that volley. So you have to run. Heal up, get to the heroic age, get your Pitsukos out. That's the answer for the centaur. But Bachi was maybe mentally fatigued after a huge series. He didn't want to, he had it pre-queued. He knew what to do, but he just didn't have the mental fortitude to stay in this one. But a very, very well played series, a fun series at that. And congratulations to Desive. He will be going on to the playoffs in second place in his group. So we will be able to see more of him now. Unfortunately for Bachi, his tournament does end there. Anyways, we'll jump over to this screen. We'll say our goodbyes. Talk to you about the schedule for tomorrow. So tomorrow's schedule looks something like we have ourselves Soup versus B. No, Soup versus Kavoth at 1200 GMT. Following that up, we have Alapes versus Garneth, another very important series at, what is that, 1330 GMT. And then we have, what's after that? There's a whole bunch of series from the Horus division. Not exactly sure what's happening first there. I'm very confused with everything. I think it might be Kaiba versus Hells. Kaiba and Hells at Hell's Ravage at 15 GMT. And then we have, probably after that, we won't be doing the other two. Then we've got Mosca Mini Yeti, which is another very important series, because it's the second and third place for their group. And that's at 1600. And then we've got the Mr. Tunison at 1900. At 1900. All right. So that's what we got for tomorrow. And that's all for me today, guys. So I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow for some more action. A lot of action, actually. I'll send you guys over to Ragnarok's. Have a fantastic rest of the day. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye for now. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye bye bye.